The Wild Wild West.
And then again, and then again.
Hello. Welcome to part 2 of The Presidents. I mean, this is crazy. Matt's unavailable. He had to attend to his family. So
that sounds really bad.
Yeah. It's not. I checked in on him. He's okay. Everything's okay. There was.
I don't mean it sounds bad like medically. It sounds like, fight.
No, there was no fight. Just so we're clear. Let's start, dude. Let's start where we left off. We're going right into it because we got to plow through these guys because they kind of suck.
Yeah, some of these guys I'm not interested in at all. So just name them.
So this is Rutherford B. Hayes.
He destroyed. He stopped Reconstruction. I mean, he stopped the slave. He was the help the black people stuff.
So the reason he did that is because he was losing to a guy named Tilden in the election.
Yeah,
South Carolina, Louisiana, and Florida were the 3 southern states that still hadn't counted in the Electoral College.
Yeah,
the Republicans made a deal with the Democrats that said we'll remove federal troops from those states if you give them to Hayes, and they did.
This is after the Civil War is over.
Yeah,
they're still having this fucking.
Well, that's because the KKK was. They were the real deal. They were fucking shit up. So they had the federal troops down there, which actually kind of helped the Republicans get votes because the black people were allowed to vote at this point. They had the troops down there protecting them to get their votes, and obviously that's
what the guy said
when
the first guy pitched the name Ku Klux Klan. The leader was K. K.
You liked it?
Bad joke.
No,
yeah, but it took him. He had to warm up to it.
Okay.
K.
Republicans removed it. Basically, he ended Reconstruction. Hayes didn't do much, but this is actually important because this is kind of the end of. It lowered presidential power quite a bit. These guys kind of took a back step to Carnegie, Rockefeller. This is the rise of these capitalists.
Yeah,
monsters.
like now with the tech guys,
and we're still in.
With the Bezos and Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, I'm sick of him.
Oh my God!
What are you gonna do if he bought? He bought it, right?
He bought Twitter. You guys.
What are you gonna do?
He bought Twitter from those really great people that owned it. Like now, it's not going to be democracy because the people that owned it before were like a bunch of monks or something.
They were.
Yeah, they're a bunch of monks that just knew everything.
Yeah.
And now he took it, and he's a piece of shit.
Although I don't think
Elon Musk.
I don't think Trump's getting back on, which is the only thing I wanted.
You don't know yet. You don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, he could be being coy.
Which one, Trump?
Trump. He could be like, maybe I'll come back.
Maybe I'll come back.
Maybe I won't. So this is big for Hayes. 1877.
Those guys, the corporations started having more power than the federal government
as soon as
because
Hayes took over.
Fucking industrial North that plowed the South under, and then it just became belching machines.
Yeah,
and oil started.
Yeah,
and fuck it, there was just steel, coal, oil.
Yeah.
What year are we at?
This is 1877.
Okay, so no cars or anything, but really big horses.
The horses got bigger.
Huge horses. They were like 10 feet wide horses then.
When Hayes took over,
trains.
Penn Railroad cut employee pay by 20%. So right away.
Motherfuckers, they were Amazon.
They Amazoned
Sons of bitches.
So there was strikes.
Yeah.
And then Hayes sent in federal troops to put down strikes. So the government sided with the corporations, obviously. Mm-hmm. And they used, they went down and shot guys that were striking with real troops.
Did you ever see? Never mind.
Do it.
I'm just reacting to shit I don't know about. And by the way, this is when people get excited and make pop-off remarks like I've been the last 2 minutes, it's because they actually don't know what they're talking about.
Well, we don't know.
I'm only hearing about it from you.
Yeah, it is. But what a good
you're
way
looking at your phone.
What a good way to put down a strike. Well, this is research I did, but that's all right.
Yeah, just you send in dudes to beat the shit out of the guys, the strikers.
Just open fire on them.
On which industries?
Mostly railroad and coal, yeah.
Did you ever see Mattawan? Mm-mm. It's a great movie by John Sayles. Nobody knows who he is anymore.
Mm-mm.
8 Men Out, about the White Sox, the Black Sox.
No. I know about it. Shoeless Joe?
Mm.
Yeah.
So he made a movie called
Meyer Lansky.
What?
Meyer Lansky. The Jews behind it.
I mean, he might have been Jewish.
Meyer Lansky.
I'm not going to say. He didn't do it because he was Jewish.
You think that's what Hitler was mad about?
He was Jewish because he did it.
Was the World Series?
That's what Hitler was mad about?
I think that might have been what he was pissed about.
About the Black Sox?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. 1880.
Mattawan. So Mattawan is a movie about the coal mining strikes and these guys that are trying to make a union, right? And so there's a kid in it who's a preacher. It's a common thing back then in rural places that a child would be a preacher, like a touched child who just can really fucking rock. Sam Kinison was a preacher when he was a kid.
No.
Yes. Did you know that?
No.
Sam Kinison was a preacher before he was a comic.
Christ.
Yes. And he did it. Lord. And it sounded
great.
exactly like his act. Talking about Jesus Christ. If you don't find Jesus Christ in your heart, you're one of those guys. He does it in one of his specials. He flashes into it for a moment.
Wow.
And they cut to his mother in the audience like this. And, she loves him as a comic. She loved him as a preacher. But it's the same energy. Okay. So kid preachers,
like There Will
common.
Be Blood.
Huh?
Fucking, yeah.
Yeah. Paul Dano plays, he's not, younger than that. The kid's a teenager.
Yeah.
And he was the spiritual leader of the town, this little Pennsylvania, where you're from, town of coal miners. And there's some guys start to organize to make a union. And the kid, the churches, which was common also, the church was in on the union. So they wanted to help the union. So they're planning a walkout or a strike or something. So the company sent these two thugs, fucking, guys with whiskey in their pocket, to go down there and go to the meeting to just eavesdrop on the plan. So they're sitting in the back of the church, just waiting to hear what the plans are. And the kid doesn't want them to know what the plan is. So he tells a biblical parable. He tells a story from the Bible that clearly, to anyone who knows the Bible, says what time and when and how they're going to do it. I don't know the Bible story, but the guys, it's a great moment because the guys in the back don't hear it because they're heathens. So they don't have any faith. So the truth is right in front of them and they can't even hear it. It's a great
That's
moment.
Nice.
That's my only thing on Rutherford B. Hayes.
That's good though.
So that's what, back then it was like this wicked, but it's important it's the through line of America, because once we were all kind of thrown into the same place, then it was this thing about the industrial rich, the enormity all over the world too, in England also, with Oliver Twist and whatever, and when Dickens was writing, poorhouses, workhouses. That's how they did it over there. And here we had a horrible version of the same thing. 3-year-old kids working in mills. And that against the impossibility of capitalist structure and people trying to organize, and that union organization was not a sort of liberal ideal. It was the people. It was the working people.
Yeah. They had to do it.
They had to. They just needed leverage. That's all. They just needed capitalist leverage. They needed their part in the capitalist scheme that you had to, that you couldn't just get some other guys if these guys wouldn't do it for your price.
This is 10, 12 years after the Civil War.
That's right.
Half
really
these guys
quickly.
were veterans. Like they had been through hell.
Yes.
And now they're coming home and they're like, actually, we're going to stop paying you guys as much because we're getting richer.
Every class of veterans has come home to total confusion and having no worth in the society that they protected.
They get
every class of veterans has got a party. Fucked.
Yeah.
Like all the guys, the blacklisted guys in Hollywood, these were all war veterans. These were all war heroes who came home and saw the country in tatters and had some ideas about another system, and they got thrown in prison for it. But anyway, whatever. But so yes, they and also we were pushing west.
Yeah.
So cities like the Northeast and places like Chicago were like churning out black smoke and industry, and in the West, people were still gunfighting.
Yeah,
folks
absolutely
were fighting each other with guns.
In the 1870s, it would have been the Indian towards the end of the Indian Wars.
Yes.
I mean the Comanche were still going wild. Like it was,
and there's all these American professional soldiers, who fought in the Civil War, and some of them went west to fight the Indian Wars.
Yeah.
And then some of them said, fuck all this, and just became gunfighters and used this ability they had, which is exactly the same. It's why in Japan, I don't know if you watch Kurosawa movies, like samurai movies. You need to watch some things. Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
Okay. Fistful of Dollars?
Yes.
Fistful of Dollars is a remake.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Of a Japanese movie, a black and white Japanese movie called Yojimbo. This is not like a hidden idea. This is a true Yojimbo. Magnificent Seven.
Mm-hmm.
You saw it?
Yes, I used to watch all those fucking.
Okay, so the Magnificent Seven is a remake. Of the seven. Don't nod like you know it. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm
the
trying to get through the fucking story. If I'm being honest.
What?
Nothing. Go ahead.
This is all has to do with the presidents.
All right, we gotta plow through these.
I know.
We're still at Hayes, and we're talking about Japanese movies.
The Seven Samurai is this Magnificent Seven is a remake of the Seven Samurai. It's a total remake. Go watch these movies. It's amazing. Because the Japanese I think it was called the medieval era. It was the same as our West because they had these wars with samurai. And then all those dynasties like broke up and it became just chaos and corrupted. They all became corrupt.
Yeah.
And so the samurai just wandered the hills called Ronin, and they just became swords for hire.
Yeah.
And so that was just exactly the same as gunmen. So these great Japanese movies about these swordsmen who were just out for hire in these towns where there was no law were precise, perfect. I'm just saying that these kind of things happen all over the world. Of course. Okay, so Hayes. Who came after Hayes? Fuck Hayes. Who came after Hayes?
Garfield. 1880. No, this is a good one.
Okay.
This is a cool fact about him. He could write Latin with one hand and Greek with the other simultaneously. And they were like, this guy's going to be, he's smart enough. He could be the guy to get us out. Because this is after.
So he was another nerd. He was a
nerd. He was a nerd. But this is after 3 straight duds. This is after Johnson.
I can do that.
Johnson, Grant. Just fucking. 200 days into office, he was on his way to a college reunion. He was at a DC rail
reunion?
He was going to a college reunion.
Wow.
There's
like Jello shots and
he was going to do
beer bongs.
He was going to go wild. He was shot twice in the back by a guy named Charles Guiteau. And Guiteau is very interesting. I looked into him last night. He was a moron. He was a traveling moron who thought that he had campaigned.
It's like a village idiot, but a traveling moron.
He would go fail in town to town, and everyone hated him.
Fail doing what?
For religious shit. He joined like a cult. They were like, this guy fucking sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Then he would be like, I'm going to start a paper for that cult in a different town. It would fail. Then he would go to like Boston and yell at people. It didn't work. He would just go around fucking up. And then he was in DC and he started trying to give speeches on behalf of Garfield. So then when Garfield won, he was like, I did that. I want to be the fucking ambassador to Paris. And they were like, no. And he was like, how about Vienna? They were like, who are you? So then he got angry and then he bought a gun. But he was kind of aware of the significance of it.
What kind of gun did he use?
It was a Bulldog revolver. And he couldn't afford the ivory handle. Yeah. So the guy selling the gun was like, all right, I'll give you the one with the ivory handle. And he's like, this is going to be in a museum.
Is it?
Somebody lost it. There's a picture of it. Yeah. But he shot him twice. And then
How did he get close to him?
I think back then you could just walk up. There was no Secret Service. You could just walk up behind him. And he yelled like, I'm here for Arthur, who was the vice president.
Chester Arthur.
Yeah, he was like, Chester Arthur is the real president.
Because he's gonna make me ambassador.
He killed him. Garfield died 2 months later from these wounds.
So he's then the fourth guy. So he was the second guy to get killed in office.
Yes. This is after Lincoln.
Yep. Second guy to get killed in office. Okay.
Chester Arthur takes over, doesn't do shit. 1884 is now comes Grover Cleveland. This is the first major media election. Papers are now starting to be partisan. Cleveland gets accused of having a kid out of wedlock. James Blaine was a crook, whatever. Cleveland barely wins. He hated the press. One thing that's cool is he married a 21-year-old.
Ow!
Yeah, that's pretty good. Then he won the popular vote and lost the electoral to Benjamin Harrison. His hot 21-year-old wife said, don't fucking move anything in the White House. We're going to be back in 4 years. Pretty hot. Benjamin Harrison.
She's still around, probably.
Grandson of William Henry Harrison. He didn't do anything. He actually did nothing. He would leave the office at noon every day. and just go hunt.
Just go upstairs.
Yeah, just hang out.
Okay, so him and so
this is still just a run of horrific presidents.
Stinks. All
that
these
are
guys
just
stink.
destroying.
And we're
the country.
marching through the late 1800s.
1893, Cleveland gets reelected.
Yeah,
People liked his hot daughter, and now their new daughter, or his hot bride,
wife. Yeah.
and now their new daughter, Baby Ruth.
Okay.
You know the candy bar?
Yeah, but isn't that Babe
Named
Ruth?
no.
That's
I
not
think it's
Babe
named
Ruth?
after their daughter.
You don't think it's named after Babe Ruth?
You gotta look that up, dude.
Come on. Feels closer to true. Did they even have candy bars back then?
Look, man.
You know who
Don't want to punch holes in
You know who
this.
Mounds was named after?
Ew.
Your mother's cunt.
I had a feeling. I had a strong feeling. What?
This is, the candy bar was named after Ruth Cleveland.
I like
It
that.
took place in 1921.
You can check Mounds.
Okay.
Check my hands.
See if Mounds was named after my mother's cunt.
Okay. Well,
I mean, it's just sad, Shane.
What if it says Mrs.
Shane.
What if it says Mrs. CK? What if there's a twist?
Maybe I'm projecting. It could be.
That gets it. All right. But these guys are destroying the country. Unemployment's at 18%.
Right. Yeah.
Great. There's a depression. McKinley comes into office 1897. He did his campaign entirely from his front porch in Ohio.
Yes.
Which is pretty funny.
And he's the first Ohio guy, isn't he?
Grant.
think he's Grant is from Ohio. That's right. But there was like a run of Ohio guys. Not straight through, but there was a lot of Ohio dudes.
All these guys.
Okay,
Cleveland,
so
Harris,
McKinley's from Ohio.
He was the last president who served in the Civil War. He didn't want war. Everybody seemed to. His whole thing was cultivating good press. He was the first guy that seemed to master that.
Yeah.
He understood it because Cleveland before him fucking hated him.
So let's get to Teddy, okay? Because he's the only guy that
Well, this is good,
something
though.
important to say about McKinley? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he started 1898. The Spanish Empire was falling. Cuba was open. There's Cuban rebels.
Oh.
He didn't want to, but eventually got talked into it because guys like William Randolph Hearst, all the major media people were like, we got to go to war. Fuck that. So he sent the USS Maine into Cuba's port. Somehow it exploded. No one knows how. 250 guys died. Media demanded war with Spain. That's where the Remember the Maine, all that shit comes from. McKinley created the Situation Room in the White House. That was pretty tight, so that they could. It's exciting stuff.
Nice work.
This is a 10-week war.
Yeah.
The U.S. fucks them up. In his thing, he annexed Puerto Rico in the Philippines, also annexed Hawaii in 1898. 1900, he wins the election, this time with his vice president, Teddy Roosevelt.
Yes.
And we can get into Teddy, dude.
So Teddy, the fascinating thing about Teddy, first of all, Teddy was born deformed.
Yeah.
His lungs and his organs were too small for his chest cavity. And his doctor told his father he's got to stay in bed and he'll probably die in his teens.
Yeah.
So he told Teddy, well, you weren't born with much of a body, so you'll have to make your body. And Teddy just became insane and walked up the Matterhorn, just walked up it.
Dude.
He was a ball of insane energy. He would just do anything.
Yeah, he was kind of terrifying.
He was. And he was kind of an animal.
Yeah.
But also very intuitive, very brilliant guy. Like he was the first guy that they did like caricatures of. Like he saw, because he had his crazy big teeth and his glasses. So he was the first guy that they drew like this funny version of him, and he liked it. He thought that's cool because they're thinking about me. The fact that they're caricaturizing me means that I'm an icon. I'm something above, and he liked it. So he let that proliferate. But the other thing about him is that he didn't like being in charge of things. He liked being number two. So like they asked him to run New York City Police Department, and he became a commissioner. He's like, I'll just be one of the commissioners.
Yeah.
He was like number two, but he ran everything from that number two position because he knew number one is like the shittiest job in any place. So he started, I don't know, I'm uneducated and I read this a long time ago, but I think he invented the police academy. Because New York, or at least he put one in New York City. In New York City, to be a cop, you had to be in a family of cops, or you had to pay somebody because it was the easiest job in the world. You just walked around in the uniform, and cops used to sleep like in alleys.
Yeah.
And they didn't do it. They never stopped crime.
Yeah.
And they just get paid to protect one gang or the other in New York City. And they were all fat and often quite old. So Teddy said, there's age restriction. You can't be old. He said, you have to be in shape. You have to go to an academy and you have to train to be a cop. You have to be taught. You have to have an education. You get taught lots of things in an academy. It's a school. And so he started that. Police department hated him. He pushed it through. He reformed the New York Police Department to the point, and this is where he was better than other politicians. He wanted to test them and show that they were honest. And the only way to do that is to have them enforce a law that everybody hates. So I think the law was that you couldn't drink on Sunday. So he had the cops go around New York City and bust anybody who was drinking on a Sunday. And 100% of New Yorkers hated him for this.
Yeah.
And they ran him out of town on a rail. And he was fired. But to him, it was like mission accomplished. Teddy would do everything until he was despised. Like he would go past the point because his goal was the goal. The goal is the cops are better, not everybody loves Teddy.
Yeah.
So then every time he got fired, he would just go to Montana and live in a fucking hut and kill buffalo. And then they went and people would send emissaries and say, please run in this, please run this company, please run this company. He would always say no. And then they came to him and asked him to run the U.S. Navy. He did a similar thing to the United States Navy, which I know less about.
Yeah. He was obsessed with the war in 1812. I think he wrote a book on it.
Yeah.
Was how we could have won that quickly. We almost lost it because we didn't have a Navy ready. And his whole thing was we need to have a huge Navy. That's right. Like the war, it's actually pretty sick. He gave a speech to, I think either West Point or the Naval Academy where he was like, it was probably the Naval Academy. He was like, there's a vacuum right now. England's failing. There needs to be one leader.
Someone needs to be
somebody in the world.
Naval power.
Yeah.
He did two things that have lasted till now. I mean, a lot of things, but two are the National Park System.
Yeah.
No one even thought of that. That didn't exist. The idea of like the government should protect vast tracts of land and not allow anybody to fuck with them. No one on the earth did that. Teddy Roosevelt invented that idea. So that exists because of him. They still don't have it. In the Amazon, they don't do it. That's why it's a nightmare because there's no laws down there that say you can't do this. Everyone just wishes they wouldn't. So Teddy did that, and he made us a naval power. And then he was vice president, which he didn't want. He was like drafted into running for vice president.
Let's talk about this. Was him in the Spanish War?
Yes.
At what's it called? Hill.
San Juan Hill.
Yeah.
And he went over. Yeah, he went over the hill.
He's a dickhead.
He was nuts.
He got everybody killed.
Yes, he did. He was crazy.
Which was cool was the Rough Riders were cool. It was all Old West guys.
Yes.
Like gunslingers, buffalo hunters, Native Americans mixed with New York Irish cops. Like just the nastiest fucking dudes.
Well, back then you could make like a platoon.
Yeah.
Like you could tell the army, like, I'm going to make
he just bought a platoon.
I bought some guys. We call ourselves 40. The Rough Riders, and the army's like, okay, you're part of the army,
He was 40.
Yes.
And he had a sick wife and a family. And they were like, what are you doing? Why the fuck would you be going to war?
Yes.
And he's like, because he wanted to go to war.
He was also a rich patriarch in Oyster Bay. He had this beautiful house, a big family. He was responsible to a lot of people.
Yeah.
He took over when his dad died. He became like the man of a very sprawling family.
His brother's great.
Teddy's
brother's the one I kind of was like. So in the beginning,
what was his brother's name?
I don't remember.
Was it Kermit? Was it another
Kermit? Might be a son.
Kermit was his son.
Yeah.
He went to the Amazon later with his son, Kermit. They went on little rowboats up the Amazon River and almost died. He got malaria, and Teddy weighed like 80 pounds. This is after he was president twice. This is in retirement. Like he named certain tracts of the Amazon River.
He was crazy. He was
fucking nuts. So then when he was.
Wait, his brother was a drunk who Elliot was out of control. He was the one who was supposed to be the good son.
Right.
But he got like he just did what anybody would do if they were a Roosevelt.
Number one always fucks up.
partied.
Again, that's why Teddy was the number 2 son. He was the. It's like Joe Kennedy. John F. Kennedy was supposed to be Joe Kennedy, his brother.
Donald Trump. Didn't he have an older brother?
Brother John,
who drank himself.
Yes, that's what older brothers do.
Roosevelt.
Jimmy Carter's brother Billy drank himself to death.
Didn't Clinton have one?
Roger Clinton was younger than him.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, a lot of these guys have older brothers who just couldn't make it.
But it's funny how his brother ended up in like a mental hospital in like Paris. According to this documentary, he was drinking like 6 bottles of brandy a day. He was just
not bad.
And then the way he died was like he had delirium from the alcohol, and he was trying to jump out of a window, but he kept just running up and down the steps.
And he had a heart attack.
He had like an aneurysm and a seizure.
Okay, so when Teddy was here's a great story about Teddy.
Shit.
The way where teddy bears come from. Okay, Teddy Roosevelt was in Pennsylvania. Again, your fucking state. Might have been
incredible
Virginia.
state.
Not much difference. So Teddy was there and on tour as president. And there was some people, every time the president comes to a town, they always they get so excited and they plan stuff. So they knew he loves hunting bear.
Yeah.
So when Teddy hunts bear, he's way up in a mountain alone with a gun, and it's him and the bear, and he might die.
Yeah.
But these people think he's like a gentleman hunter. So they take him, we're going to take you to hunt some bear, and they give him a gun, and they take him into the woods, and there's a bear chained to a tree, a little bear who's kind of emaciated, and it was chained to a tree, and they go, shoot him. And Teddy breaks down into tears.
Yeah.
And he says, for the love of God, let that poor animal go. And there was some journalist there who drew a picture that was like a little sketch that was in the paper of Teddy with this little bear. And it was, people put that together, Teddy and bear, and started making these stuffed bears that looked like Teddy because of this.
Jesus Christ.
So that his first day as president.
Yeah. Oh, well, McKinley gets shot.
Yeah.
He got shot by an anarchist named Leon Czolgosz.
Sure.
Whatever. But it was interesting. I think him or...
So now we've lost 3 presidents.
Yeah, 3 guys got shot in the 1800s. So in the last 40 years.
Yes.
And the people are like, this was a gunshot. Today he would have survived in 2 days.
Yeah.
So like Roosevelt found out about it. He was out doing some fucking hiking bullshit.
Right.
Somebody came running up the hill like, he's shot. You're the president. They get there. The guy's fine. He died from infection.
Yeah, a lot of these are bad. This is bad medicine.
Yeah.
Back then, you could cut the president on the finger to death.
Yeah.
Because of how bad medicine was and how infected wounds got.
Yeah.
So McKinley's dead.
They're in Buffalo, New York. He gets sworn in.
Yep.
Teddy's the president.
Teddy's the president of the United States. His first day at the White House, he's like walking into the White House, and he runs into Booker T. Washington, black fella.
Hulk Hogan.
Why is it Hulk Hogan?
There's Booker T. He's a black wrestler.
Oh, okay.
He is.
So
it's an iconic moment.
Booker T. Washington says, "Hey, I have some issues I want to talk about." And Teddy says, "Come to dinner. Just come to the house tonight. Come to dinner." First night in the White House, he hosts a black man. Never happened in the history of the country. A black man being a guest for dinner at the White House. The whole country goes nuts. It's the first event of Teddy's presidency. Is that the Senate, and I could be having some of these things wrong, but the Senate unanimously censured the president for there was nobody in the mix. If it was happened today, and even like fucking AOC was like, "Oh no, you don't have him in the White House." Everyone all the way across the board said that's not okay, and they censured him. They tried to throw him out. They're like, maybe we should impeach him, but the best thing they could do is censure him for having had a black man as a guest in the White House. So this was what Teddy did. This is the kind of guy he was. He had him to dinner constantly, and he went on a speaking tour with him. He made him he elevated him more and more because he was just fuck you guys.
Yeah. There's one more I wanted to say about the Spanish Civil War that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
When they took that hill, he was on his horse. Everybody else was so they took one hill, and then he saw San Juan Hill. or whatever it's called. And he was like, we're going to take that. He went off by himself.
Right.
5 guys followed him. 3 of them got shot.
Yeah, because he went all of a sudden. He was like, we're doing this.
Yeah,
and they had to scramble.
He didn't order anything.
No, into a hail of gunfire.
So then he came back, and one of the guys was laying down. And he was like, how are you going to lay down when I'm up on this horse? Get up. And as soon as the guy stood up, he got shot in the head, killed instantly. Then he led the charge, and they were all, a lot of them died. But
some of them could have been president.
He did it purely out of like, I wanted to be in war, which is really a terrible, terrible thing.
Terrible
leader. For that.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
But he won.
He won. It worked out.
It did work out.
And then when he was, another great story about him that I heard was that he would fight whoever was the heavyweight champ.
Oh, yeah.
He would bare knuckle.
Yeah.
So like Jack Johnson, I think, had just won the championship. So he was invited. He doesn't know this, what's going to happen. He's invited to the White House. So I don't know if they had an Oval Office yet.
Yeah.
Comes into the Oval Office.
I believe they did.
And Teddy was like, oh, terrific. And he fucking starts. And Jack Johnson's like, what are you doing? He's like, come on now. Because to him, it was like it made sense that the president should fight with the heavyweight champion.
Dude.
And he fought him, and Johnson blinded him in one eye. And Teddy begged him, please don't tell anybody because I'll get it. Because Teddy, he's not supposed to do this. So he used to get people to leave the room. And then he fought him, and he was always blind in that eye, which he was always in denial about because he was sort of ashamed that he did this thing.
Yeah, this guy's insane.
He was nuts. Again, to me, I'm approaching these guys as characters. As fascinating individuals.
But he did a ton of great shit. And then he started going after all these trusts. He started breaking up all these monopolies. He started. Right. So he's the first president from this fucking lull of just garbage presidents to start to actually like reform shit.
That's right.
And start to really.
Well, that's what he
became
believed. Like when he was governor of New York, he was doing something that was like huge. And one of his aides said, if you pull this off, you could run for president. And Teddy snapped at him and said, don't ever in your life say something like that to me. He said, if I add my own career and potential to the math of my decisions, then it'll destroy everything. He said, we never think about my career. And he really did live that way.
Yeah. He personally wanted to be, though. That's funny. Like he wrote to his lady because he was in D.C. Maybe before he was the vice president. He was in New York. That's when he became the vice president. He was in New York, and that guy that he was in his political party, I forget the guy's name, was like, send him to D.C. I don't want him in New York anymore.
Yeah.
He's a fucking nightmare.
No, he's
fighting everybody.
He had no comfortable place he could possibly be, but president of the United States.
But he was like, every time I walk past the White House, like, I could be there someday.
Yes.
Like he had that in there, but
the greatest piece of film on Teddy is that he was the first president to fly in an airplane. And there's film of it. He went in with a hot rod guy who was like a barnstormer guy.
Yeah.
And it's just a biplane. And they show him, it's shitty black and white footage, but he gets in the plane and it corkscrews and does. He was already retired. He was kind of older. And you see him get out of it and you see him go like, whoa, whoo, that was crazy. But that's how much of a badass he was.
Youngest president also.
Youngest one.
42 or 43, yeah.
Yes. Won 2 terms. And then
elected.
And then left. Then he decided not to run the third time because he didn't like Republican politics. And then he ran for a third term after skipping a term.
And he split the vote.
What was it called? The party? Bull Moose or something like that?
Oh, yeah. We're skipping the party. He gets shot.
Yes, he got shot point blank in the chest. And he had a big, thick thing of his speech.
Yeah.
And he had something else metal. I forget what was something like it wasn't a flask, I don't think. But he had some shit in his pocket. The
bullet got lodged into his chest, though.
Right, it was in his chest. It didn't get into his It didn't
heart. Break his muscle.
No,
it stuck there, and then he apparently cleared his throat.
Finished the speech,
and he said it's going to take a lot more to kill a bull moose.
That's what he said. Which is
pretty fucking wild. Getting shot in the middle of a speech, clearing your throat.
It's a great moment.
Then he personally elected the next guy, which I'm forgetting.
Taft?
It could have been Taft. And then Taft is okay. But
Extremely fat guy. Didn't he die in a bathtub?
No, he got stuck
Something
in the
about
bathtub.
him in a tub.
Didn't he get stuck? He gets stuck and had to get buttered out of the tub.
Yeah.
And that takes us to Wilson. Because then Taft ran against Wilson. Roosevelt decides he wants to come back.
And Wilson was
And he
New
split the vote.
Jersey governor of New Jersey or something?
I don't know. This is where I stopped.
Wilson is, I don't know much about him, except for me, like some of the sources for what I know about these guys come from different places. So what I know about Wilson is because I read this book it was called The Peace to End All Peace, a book that everybody should read. And it's about how the end of World War I was how all the Middle Eastern countries were drawn. Iraq and Iran and Syria and all these places only exist because of British and American and French. These are lines these are countries. That's why we don't have like Kurdistan. There's no Kurdistan, but there's Kurdish people.
Yeah.
But they just didn't have a place at that table. So we just made Iraq. Iraq is a bunch of different people that don't belong in a country.
What's it called? It's the something. It's two names. It's whatever. But yeah, it was colonization. They just were like,
the treaty or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
But anyway, World War I was this just bizarre, stupid. Until World War I, Europe was still all kings and princes, and there was still a country called Prussia, and there was guys that went with like helmets with brushes on the top, and they marched around, and he was like the prince of, and it was still the whole, and they had some budding democracy, but they still gave it enormous amount of power to their stupid fucking
to one family.
Yes,
they were all related.
Yes, and they were all married to each other. Yes.
The leaders of World War I were cousins.
Kaiser Wilhelm was an uncle to Nicholas Tsar, who
King
finally
George.
lost Russia.
Yeah.
And so they fought this ridiculous war and now they suddenly had this mechanized, they had machine guns.
Yeah.
Some of this shit was developed here during the Civil War. And they just start firing crazy weapons at each other, artillery.
Yeah.
And the U.S., but the thing about that war was the Middle East. It was the Turkish Ottoman Empire,
the Ottoman Empire
was falling apart, and all of these European countries wanted a piece of what was going to be there. I think they had started to figure out that oil was in the Middle East. I don't have all this worked out in my head, but Wilson refused to get into the war because he knew it was an imperialist bullshit, and at the time, America was against going out and sending troops other places for imperialism was something America hated because it still wasn't that long ago that we were a colony. Yeah. So we finally did enter World War I, and I don't know why.
It was hard for the U.S. to enter because half the population's German. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Half's Irish.
Yes.
They fucking hated England.
Yes.
All this. And then I think it was like the Lusitania.
They just kept doing all these. Those things are always bullshit. I don't know what finally pushed us.
I think the Lusitania did have weapons on it.
Well, we were selling weapons. We were probably making money on the war. But when we entered the war, we didn't fight in the Middle East. We're the only allied country that we didn't send any troops.
We made up for it, though. Later.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah, we didn't get any.
But that was our position back then. We had there was a morality to what we did, at least politically. Not economically, we never cared.
Sure.
Because those levers were handled by industry, not by the government. Anyway, I don't know that. I'm getting way out of my depth.
No,
but I don't know that much about Wilson. So then
I don't either.
Who's after Wilson?
Wilson after Wilson would be I'll tell you, hold on. Harding.
Don't know. Don't care.
Harding was he was corrupt. He was really corrupt, and that started leading to fucking whatever.
Then
Coolidge, same thing.
Yeah.
I was just watching shit on these guys. Who cares?
Yeah.
This is the Roaring 20s, though.
Yeah.
So shit's going well financially.
Yeah, they had their pandemic during all those guys, by the way.
And these guys are all corrupt.
Yes.
And it's just out of control. The economy's out of control. But everything, and this is post World War I.
So who's after Coolidge?
Coolidge is Hoover. after Hoover.
Right, Herbert Hoover.
And then that's shit's starting to turn around a
Yes.
little. And then here comes FDR.
Okay, so FDR, like again, my approach is always who these guys were as people, and my favorite take on FDR is what's his name, Churchill's. So I read this book, Churchill and it's called Franklin and Winston, about their relationship.
Yeah,
Churchill was a nerd. He was a fat English drunk nerd, and he was a lord. He was a little Lord Fauntleroy nerd. Now, Franklin Roosevelt was also a rich kid.
Yeah, he was a nerd.
He was a nerd, but he was also really dedicated to the people. And he did a lot of things like up here in upstate New York. He had Hyde Park, and there's all these massive estates, Hyde Park, and the Vanderbilts lived next door. And he gave when he became president, he gave Hyde Park to the country. He said, you just let it be a museum for a time when people lived like this. And he persuaded his next door neighbors, the Vanderbilts, to do the same. He got all the upstate rich people. He said, move into the city and give these let these be places for the people to visit. So that's the kind of guy he was. But so Winston Churchill worshipped Roosevelt. He just thought he was the coolest. He was Americans came off really cool back then, and Churchill was like this, very And so there's a few intimate stories that are great about the two of them. One of them, Winston came to Hyde Park to plead the case, please come into the war, because Franklin wasn't coming into the war. So he spent like a night in Hyde Park, and they talked, and it was Churchill's feeling like for the first time that Franklin maybe liked him. And so the moment that's in this book is that he was in his car, Churchill, at night, and FDR was seeing him off. He was like at the window of his car, and Churchill said, "Franklin, I feel so good to have really spent time with you, and I feel a connection with you." And Roosevelt said, Take it easy. He said, just take it easy. And then the other one, and he just hurt his feelings. Then the other great thing was at Yalta, the conference at Yalta, where
this is good.
FDR and
Stalin.
Churchill are trying to get Stalin to come into the war on the Allied. He could have come in on either side. It was a toss-up, or he could have stayed out. But a Russian front to the war was everything. It turned out to be everything.
Yeah.
The same thing that happened it's what killed Napoleon, because Russia is just this deep forest, and anybody who invades Russia just gets absorbed and then stuck for the winter. Yeah. It killed Napoleon, and it eventually took Hitler. It's not where they lose, but it's where they drains. Okay.
Yeah.
So Churchill is like the European statesman. He's the one who's been fighting the war longer, and he's been mechanizing. How am I going to do this? And so when they get to Yalta, he goes to Roosevelt and says, "Let's talk. Let's plan how we're going to get Joseph." And FDR goes, "Oh, let's have lunch. We'll do it after lunch. And he's like, "Okay, when are we gonna? We got to confab. You and me. We got to triangulate. You come from that. So good cop, bad cop. Like, which one do you want to do?" And FDR is like, "It's all right, Winston. It's all right. It's all right. I got that. We'll talk about it. We'll definitely talk about it." And then they're at lunch with Stalin, and Roosevelt looks at Churchill and he says to Stalin, "Joseph, look at Churchill. Look at what a fat, weird little man he is. Look at him with his cigar. Look how ridiculous he is." And Stalin is like shocked, and he looks at Churchill and he goes, "Ah!" And he just laughs, and he fucking drinks vodka with FDR, and they fucking singing songs. Yeah. And FDR and Joseph are like best friends. Churchill is a fucking loser.
Yeah.
And then and FDR is like, "So you come in our side?" And Joseph's like, "Yes, I come in your side." Of course I come in your side. He read the room, and he knew what had to be done. And it was throwing fucking Winston Churchill under the bus and making him feel like a fat little fucking...
And he was mad about it. He was mad. Churchill was mad.
Yeah.
He left there. No, but he got he won World War II at that.
Yes, he did. But he had to be humiliated.
Yeah. The best was, a cool one about Churchill and Roosevelt, not really Roosevelt, but just after Pearl Harbor. Mm-hmm. I think Churchill sent a cigar to the king and was like, "We just won. Like as soon as Pearl Harbor
Right.
happened,
He knew
like,
because
it's
that's
over.
all he wanted was for them to get in the war.
It's over.
There is one point where he needed to meet in person with FDR. So the British fleet took Churchill into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
And the American fleet sent a warship that had FDR's yacht on, like, just sitting on the deck of an aircraft carrier. And they lowered his yacht into the water in the middle of the ocean.
Jesus
And
Christ.
it putted over to the English, and they were ringed by, like, you know, if the Nazis had come along, there was like 1,000 guns just for a meeting between those two guys on a yacht drinking whiskey in the middle of the ocean. So that's all I got on FDR. 3 times.
Yeah, and then he died.
So Truman. Okay, Truman.
Fuck the New Deal. We don't need to talk about it.
Yeah, don't care. We're talking about the guys, not the American history. So Truman was his 3rd vice president.
Truman was, Missouri, I think.
Yes.
And he was considered kind of a fucking loser, right?
He was hated.
Yeah.
He was like hated the way that like Ted Cruz is hated. Like that kind of like, if you talk to people in Washington, they're just like, oh, I can't with that fucking guy. For different reasons. But Truman was picked. FDR was like, who can we pick that's not going to fuck things up, you know? And they picked Truman. Truman was a guy, worked at a haberdashery. It didn't work out. He was one of these guys. His father was a farmer and he was running his farm. And then he went and worked at a bank and was kicking ass.
Yeah.
And then his father's farm failed, and so he took it over, and that wiped out like 10 years of his life was just being a farmer. And he had a haberdashery that didn't work, whatever. But so Truman went to the Senate, and then when he was a senator, his focus was graft during World War II. Basically, all the money, like billions of dollars, would be appropriated for the war and given to American industries, and they would all steal them. And every senator in Washington was stealing all the war. We were fighting Hitler, and everybody in Washington was just stealing money and fleecing their fucking pockets, like openly in front of everybody.
Yeah.
And so Truman like had this idea: let's not do that. Let's
try to win.
Let's try to win, and let's try to get the money to the soldiers who are dying. And everyone hated him. That's why they hated him. They fucking hated him. And even Roosevelt.
Hated him.
What's that?
I would have hated him.
Everybody hates the guy.
Stay out of this.
Yeah, everybody hates the one guy.
Yeah.
Even FDR was like, do we really want a guy who's like, oh, man,
we need a leader.
Steal the money.
Yeah.
So they made him vice president. Nobody liked him. They locked him out of like they always do to the vice president. So one night he's in Sam Rayburn's office. Sam Rayburn was like the greatest Speaker of the House ever. Sam Rayburn, there's the building that all the offices are in is the Sam Rayburn building. He was like the first great speaker, one of the great speakers. So Sam Rayburn, he's in his office playing poker with Sam Rayburn. They had a poker room, like a dark, original smoky room. And Truman is just a loser vice president. Nobody talks to him. And he's playing poker with Sam and the other guys late into the night, just having a good time. And then he gets a call. There's a call for you. And it's Eleanor Roosevelt. She says, my husband just died.
Yeah.
You need to get to the White House. So out of habit, because nobody cared about him, he just went on the street alone and hailed a cab.
Yeah.
And there was one moment where he's in a taxi and he realizes, Jesus Christ, we're at war. And the president of the United States is in a taxi. Nobody knows where I am. And then the famous moment is that he got to the White House and Eleanor greeted him at the door. And he said, Mrs. President or whatever, is there anything I can do for you? And she says, Mr. President, is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah.
And everyone was like, this is going to suck.
Yeah. She's like, you're the one who's in trouble now.
Truman's going to blow.
Yeah.
But he was a very good fucking president.
He nuked Japan.
Dropped the bomb. There is a
and don't get it twisted.
Don't get it twisted.
They had it coming. All right. There's this thing in history where everyone wants to be like, I can't believe they did that. Look into it.
No, there's the account of the the announcement of the Truman was on a ship when he was on a big ship, and he was having a big banquet.
Yeah.
And he got the report in his ear, like George Bush, that they had just
it
dropped.
worked.
Yeah, that it worked because
Yeah.
nobody knew if it even worked. And he did a little ting, 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 ting.
Hey,
everybody, just so you know, we dropped a bomb on the jet on Hiroshima. And it worked, and we're starting to. And then I think Nagasaki had dropped after also.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're
like a day later,
and everybody applauded because there was no conflict.
Yeah,
because the Japanese were never going to surrender.
Yeah.
And the amount of people that would have died, this is what it's like when you get deep into a war. How many people have died so far? How many more will die if we do it this way?
Yeah.
How many will die if we do it this way? So that's what happened. I don't have an opinion about it. I don't.
I do.
But that's fine.
But here's
I
the
don't.
thing. Here's the thing. Nobody cares about Dresden. Nobody cares about...
No, Dresden, way more people died.
Yeah, and it's also... And first off, not more horrifically, both had like fire tornadoes.
Yes.
That just wiped out.
Well, they
it
set
was
the
terrifying.
atmosphere on fire.
Yeah, it's the scariest thing in the world.
It's awful.
It sucked the oxygen out of a city, and there were fire tornadoes.
Yes.
People were melting in the streets.
Yes.
Into the street. The
going
pavement,
down the drains.
The pavement melted. So they'd run out of their houses, and their feet would get stuck. And then they'd reach down and then just be stuck in the fucking... I mean, it's the worst thing in the world. But you know... They might have had it coming,
but
of course,
like
these are civilians.
There's a joke about two agents running into each other on the street in Hollywood, and one of them's like, "Hey, what have you been up to?" And he goes, "Oh, I produced a special for whatever. Just pick a, Celine Dion or whatever."
Yeah.
He goes, "How'd you like working with her?" And she's like, "Fucking cunt, fucking worthless, fucking spoiled brat, fucking drunk." Fucking drug-addled cunt. I hope she fucking dies. And the other guy goes, she's my niece. And the guy goes, let me finish. It's an old joke. Cut it out of the thing.
No, anyway, that's a good joke.
So okay, why did we get to that? Because Nagasaki, Hiroshima. So Truman dropped the bombs, and won the war. And then the next guy is
Eisenhower.
I only have one good Eisenhower story that I saw told by his son. After Eisenhower retired, he was a fucking general. He was a general.
Yeah.
He killed Hitler.
Yeah.
And then he was president.
And he was a president in a very good time. He's one of the few presidents that just kind of... I mean,
1950s.
He kind of started Vietnam, but...
Yes.
He was... Right?
Damn good, needy part of our history.
And Korea. But other than that... He had a pretty good time.
Got us kicked off in Korea for no reason. No reason. Zero reason.
Yeah.
Zero reason. Vietnam, nothing accomplished.
Turns out
nothing accomplished.
But at the time, you wanted to stop the spread of communism.
Yeah, no, that's what we're doing now in Ukraine, of course.
Yeah, we need to stop the spread.
Whatever, it's just good. It's good to just...
We need to stop Russia.
You got to just, kill Russians. Just Russians need to die. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
But when he retired, there's a story I saw his son tell in an interview where he had made a putting green on his front lawn. Like he got Kentucky bluegrass or whatever. Like he got like perfect grass, and he had this beautiful, because all he wanted to do was putt in front of his house. Yeah. And then he had a corral where he had horses.
This is after he's president?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's done.
He's done. He's on the porch with his whole family.
Yeah.
And they're all sitting there, and a green horse gets out, an unbroken horse gets out of the corral and jumps onto the putting green and just starts taking bites out of it and destroying it. And his family looks at the general. It was their father, but they called him the general. And he just said, "Isn't that the most beautiful thing you ever saw in your life?" And they realized, wow, he's not the same guy anymore.
He's gone.
He's a different guy.
He's out.
Yeah, it's over.
We skipped one thing, which I didn't know.
Yeah.
Eleanor Roosevelt was his fucking cousin, was FDR's cousin.
Well, and
it was
their
Teddy.
uncle. Teddy was their uncle.
Well, no.
Teddy was Roosevelt's uncle.
Teddy was
FDR's uncle.
cousin.
Well, he was like his
older cousin.
He was like a second cousin, the way that your father's cousin is your second
that
cousin.
That crazy brother
was
Teddy's crazy brother was her father. was Eleanor's father.
Right. They were all related.
They were related.
Yes. And Teddy was his hero.
Yeah. Yeah, he even got those glasses when he was younger.
Yes.
It's pretty nice. And then he got to school. He went to school as a young boy, and he was just surrounded by his whole life. He was around rich adults. And then he got to school, and everyone started whooping his ass. Pretty fun. So now we're on Ike.
Ike, I don't know nothing about him except for that one story about the horse.
Dumb thing about him being called Ike was everybody in his family, him and his siblings were all called Ike.
Right.
And
because it was his last name. Yeah.
No,
Ike. Yeah.
Eisenhower.
Dwight Eisenhower.
Yeah, but Ike has nothing to do with it.
No, it doesn't.
He said he had no idea why he was called Ike.
No.
He said him and all his siblings were all called Ike. They would call each other Ike.
Right.
It was like they're like, hey.
Was he the one where it was Dewey wins, that thing that happened? There was that newspaper headline that said Dewey wins the election.
Wasn't it? For some reason,
they counted too quick.
For some reason, I thought that was always FDR holding that up.
I think it's FDR. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. I don't know who all these also rans were.
Truman. Truman was holding it up.
Yeah.
So Truman got reelected.
That's right.
So now we're at Eisenhower.
So Eisenhower just running
whatever.
Through it. So then after, so Nixon was his vice president, and Nixon got in trouble when he was vice president because people said he was doing graft, that he was taking money already when he was a young. First of all, he was a senator and he was a pinko hating. Like he started.
Was he in California?
He started the whole Red Scare.
Yeah,
and he went after a lady who was a local beloved politician. And he called her the Pink Lady. It's the first time that they started this thing of pinkos, communists being pinkos. And she went on to star in the Beverly Hillbillies. She's the banker's assistant. I don't know if you ever watched that show, the Beverly Hillbillies.
No, I vaguely remember the intro.
She was like one of the stars of the Beverly Hillbillies. But he called her the Pink Lady.
But wait, so Pinko comes from Pink Lady?
Yeah, he started this Pinko thing, and he called it the Pink Lady. And he hated communists. And there's a famous picture of him looking at a piece of microfilm that it was supposed to be documents that he found that were being stolen by communists. And, and they killed the Rosenbergs.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
But they had it coming.
What?
No, they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything?
They didn't do anything.
Wait a minute.
When the Cold War started to lift.
Anytime someone dies
when the Cold War started to lift, the KGB said, by the way, the Rosenbergs, never heard of them. Like they gave us nothing. There was a giant red herring. We killed a married couple with children who didn't do anything ever.
They blamed the Rosenbergs for nuclear secrets, right?
Yes.
But they didn't do that.
No. And that's all. Nixon was really into that shit.
It'd be funny if they're like, we don't know anything about nukes.
Yeah.
I've never seen one.
So Nixon becomes vice president. He gets in trouble. And so he gives a speech on television where he's sitting at a desk. It's called the Checkers speech because he had a dog named Checkers who was given to his children. And they said it was a gift that he was supposed to register. You know what I mean? Like he was taking gifts from people. Pre-quo, pro, whatever you call it. And that the dog was an expensive dog given to his children. So he goes on TV and he tells his finances to the American people. And he says, and I'm an honest person. We didn't steal anything. And here's what happened. And he says, but there's been some comment about this dog. And my kids love that dog and we're going to keep it. And that was like his little moment that people were like, all right, you're okay. But people never really trusted Nick to call him Tricky Dick because of way back then. So then he runs against Kennedy. And
that's number 4. He gets.
Yes. And first, Kennedy was on the ballot. He tried to run
against Eisenhower?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
And then he got to the convention and he was going to be, and I think Kennedy lost at the convention. It used to be the conventions where they picked the guy.
Yeah.
To whoever the fuck, Adlai Stevenson? No, he was his VP. I don't fucking remember how all this works.
Yeah.
I'm confused by it.
Sorry.
I think Adlai Stevenson was I think Kennedy was supposed to I don't care.
Yeah.
So Kennedy and Nixon debate on television. Nixon's
that's
ugly.
Apparently, yeah.
When Nixon and
Kennedy's not the best looking guy. Everybody always is like he's a hunk. You know what I mean? You know how everyone's saying he's a hunk?
What did he just say?
Oh, he's got headphones. Oh, he is listening. Okay. He is listening.
Okay.
Sometimes he looks like a bit of a goat. Like he's got wide, weird eyes.
He has bedroom eyes. Girls
Yeah.
like that.
Oh,
Yeah, I think he's a good looking guy. Him and Bobby were both good.
he's got me
dudes.
beat for sure. But
Yeah. Well, you beat? I don't know. You're a decent looking guy. You're a nice looking guy.
let me see him.
You're not handsome the way Kennedy was. I mean, that's
I
a
don't know,
handsome
dude.
face. That's a handsome man with that head of hair is unbelievable.
With that what of hair?
That head of hair.
Mm-hmm. Not anymore.
No, because somebody shot the back of it.
Who did though?
A lot of people,
Yeah, you think?
like 6 guys.
I think a lot of guys shot him in the head.
So many. They dug so
I
many.
think there were like
bullets.
4 people that shot him.
Somebody with a paper clip.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Wait, do you have
everybody.
any opinions on that? Do you believe it was the lone gunman, Lee Harvey?
I think you can take any event in human history and find an alternate version of it if you dig and dig and dig. And I think a presidential assassination is just so interesting.
Yeah.
So I don't have an opinion. I mean, I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
There
to
are some
think
weird
about and to read about.
It's fun to look into.
Of course,
Because it
is.
seems
the culture of it is like the greatest.
It seems kind of like something was up.
Yeah.
Was it because was he trying to end Vietnam? Or no, it had just kind of kicked off.
There's also the civil rights and all that stuff. He was ramming that down the throats of some guys, and I mean,
They offered him a false flag in Cuba, and he was like, "No."
Right. I mean, it's crazy.
There's a lot of
what he did, what he fought against the states. You know, like what's his name? The guy at the college with the black kids coming in.
Yeah.
Standing there going, "You're not coming in here."
Yeah.
There's a great documentary that everybody should watch. That's about Robert Kennedy, who was he made his own brother the fucking attorney general, which is insane, and who was like 20. But he made him attorney general. And at the time, what's his name was fucking FBI. The guy
Hoover. Or no, J. Edgar. No,
J. Edgar. J. Edgar
Yeah.
Hoover was at the head of FBI, and he had to work under this kid, Kennedy.
Yeah.
And that was a lot of the tension in the country was about that. But anyway.
History hasn't been too kind to J. Edgar
No, it hasn't.
because he was gay.
Well, he was a cross-dresser.
That's why people don't like him.
Some people, I don't know which version of this kind of thing he was, but he wore clothes of a womanly nature.
It's all gay to me.
I don't know that he had sex with men, but he wore women's clothes. 2 different things. I don't know.
He dressed up like ladies, and then he would try to blackmail like MLK.
Yeah.
he would write him.
He'd be like dressed in a woman's dress
Yeah.
with lipstick
He'd be
on
like,
the
"I know what
phone
he likes,
saying, I know what
fellas."
you've been up to, MLK.
You ever see that letter they wrote him?
They
the FBI sent Martin Luther King a letter that was like, "You should fucking kill yourself.
Really?
We're gonna out you if you don't kill yourself in the next 30 days."
Were they just trying to hurt his feelings?
No, they were trying to kill him.
It's just like in shitty text.
It's in
people get. It's like,
typewriter. They sent him a letter. I think
Dear Martin.
Loretta Scott opened it.
Wow.
And
Coretta Scott.
Coretta Scott.
Coretta.
That's it.
Loretta Scott.
Whatever. It's close. One letter.
Loretta
And
Lynn.
Loretta opened it.
Coretta.
Correct. And yeah, she was like, "What the fuck's this?" And he's like, "Fucking goddamn FBI is trying to."
Wow.
He got caught cheating. He's like, "Fucking FBI again."
Oh, I see. You mean
But
it said
the
like
FBI,
you
it
fucking
actually,
all these women.
but it actually was the FBI. He wasn't
Right.
lying. But man, that probably was a tough sell to
It probably was.
your lady. Be like, "This is
She's
the
like,
government.
this says you've been fucking all these women. He's like, but you're missing the
the
point.
FBI is trying to.
The
kill
FBI
me."
is trying to kill me.
Yeah.
She's like, who's Louise?
Yeah.
Honey, this is history. They're going to talk about this later in podcasts.
Eventually, they killed him.
So Kennedy, here's a great Kennedy story. So Peter Salinger, I think his name was Pierre Salinger. He was a journalist who hung out with Kennedy a lot. So they're in Kennedy's in the Oval Office, and what Kennedy really liked bragging about was that he could get anybody on the phone ever. The White House operators could get any human being in the world. So he said to Pierre Salinger, "Give me a name. I can get him on the phone in 10 minutes." And he happened to know that Truman Capote was writing a book in the woods. He was like in a cabin in the woods, cut off, no phone, on sabbatical. And so he says, Truman Capote. And so Kennedy picks up the phone on the coffee table and says, "Yeah, give me a Truman Capote, please." And just hangs up, and then they keep talking. And in 10 minutes, he hears like like they fucking got a helicopter and they lowered it. And yes, Mr. President. And so that's what he was like. He liked being president. He liked the fucking.
He was cool.
He was a cool president.
And Jackie
the
was
thing
cool.
about him, and because Nixon and Kennedy's stories are just attached. Nixon was a nerd and Kennedy was cool. And it's another thing like Churchill and FDR that Nixon was always heartbroken that people just preferred Jack because he was a cooler guy. And there's a little story that's I think it's in Kennedy's, it's in Nixon's, what do you call it? In his library about how the two of them, when they were senators, they were sent to Philadelphia to debate. Like they used to do this. The Senate would say, they get a Democrat and Republican, you guys go up and debate the issue. So the two of them were in a sleeper car together because they're going overnight or whatever to Philly or some city where they had to be in a sleeper car. And Kennedy, and so Nixon suggested who gets the top because there's bunks. He says, let's flip a coin. This is the story. And then they flipped a coin and Kennedy won. That's why it's a funny story to people. It's the first time that they...
Yeah.
But I picture this story like a fly on the wall. They're in the sleeper car and Nixon's like, just nerd, packed a little suitcase.
Well, how
Kennedy's
should we
been
decide
fucking...
this?
He's just fucking somebody.
Yeah.
Kennedy's hungover, good-looking dude, smoking a cigarette, and he's like, I got to be with this fucking Nixon. He hates Nixon. And Nixon's like, so I guess we should flip a coin. And Kennedy's like, what?
Yeah, just do
Well,
it.
decide who's... Yeah, go ahead, Dick.
Yeah. And he won.
And he's like, well, you won. Okay, Dick.
Great. Get up. Get up there.
Nobody gives
Get
a fuck.
the fuck up there.
Yeah, you fucking loser.
Climb up there.
Yeah, so that was them. And then, so Kennedy gets shot in the head
Yeah.
and throat.
Yes. And
And
the bullet
dies
somehow hits the guy
of
in front of
AIDS.
him a little weird.
What?
And he did have AIDS.
Yeah, he died of AIDS. It's the first one. Yeah, also it kills the governor or paralyzes the governor. Or
I don't know.
fucking
Some guy from Texas also got shot.
whatever.
That's another one they said today's medicine he would have made it.
Kennedy? With his head just empty?
His head
His
blew
emptied head?
Yeah. So then LBJ comes in.
Okay, so LBJ was a fucking fascinating dude.
Oh, hold on.
How long have we been at this?
Yeah.
It's like,
We're exactly right on time. So let's do this.
yeah.
We're going to read some ads.
Okay.
All right. And then we're going to switch over to the Patreon for the last part. So join the Patreon if you want.
Why do you make them go on Patreon?
That way,
That way what?
it's good.
You need the money?
Yes.
Really? The
No,
ads
I don't.
and the Patreon? You're going to make them listen to ads
Hold
and
on.
then switch to Patreon?
Hold on. This is
like when I watch a fucking fight on DAZN, which I pay for,
DAZN.
and there's a fucking ad between the rounds.
Hold on.
Is it subscription or is it fucking
Holy
ads?
shit, there's 3 ads. Hold on.
But you don't have to put this on Patreon.
We
You don't have to. You don't need the
It's
money,
not for me.
Shane
Matt
Gillis.
and Sean need it.
How
Matt's
much,
got a family.
How much do you get for Patreon? How much really?
I'll tell you.
You tell me. How
Right
much
now?
do you think you'll make on this on Patreon?
If 1,000 people join
Yeah.
the Patreon, it's $5 a month.
It's $5,000 a month. And then you
Times
think they
12.
just stay there.
And then they like it.
But
'cause
you
it's
think
good.
1,000 people will join your Patreon? 5,000 new people because of this?
I wish you would stop this. Guys,
I will
support the
pay
greatest
him
history podcast.
$5,000 a month
Guys,
to keep this content free.
this could be the greatest history podcast of all time, and thank Christ it's brought to you by Manscaped.
Oh,
Fellas,
Christian.
is your bush... oh my God, they're trying to write it like we talk. Fellas, is your bush in super gremlin mode? Manscaped, the global leaders in below-the-waist grooming, has the best tools for your John Hancock. Holy shit.
Whoa.
Their Performance Package 4.0 is the ultimate men's hygiene bundle. Go to manscaped.com, 20% off if you use promo code DRENCHED. This is a bit of a nightmare. Get the most precise... Dude, why are they doing this to me?
Oh.
I didn't write this. Get the most precise shave on your Ulysses S. Gooch with the waterproof lawnmower.
John Hancock wasn't a president, you
No,
fucking
he was
idiots.
not. There was
I
no
don't doubt the product is whatever it says it is, but their copywriters
Oh,
are
man. Clear
Cunts.
your holes with the wiki wild weed whacker. Dude. Just stick to regular, please.
Manscaped is the president of unfunny.
There's a lot of stuff. Clean yourself up with the crop preserver, crop receiver skin. You spray stuff on your balls. Anyway, get 20% off plus free shipping with the promo code drenched at manscaped.com. That's 20% off. Good Lord. After using Manscaped, your balls will be as golden as the Notre Dame football helmets. I don't know why they did that to me.
It's the worst day of my life now.
Hey, they're doing this. They changed it for all these. Yeah. Hey, also, we're brought to you by Sheath. If you listen to our show, you've probably got a huge dick. And you're probably sick of reaching down to get it unstuck from your balls. Thank God there's Sheath underwear. Sheath underwear keeps your balls off your legs. The idea for Sheath came from its founder, U.S. Army Robert Patton, during his second tour, Louis. Second tour in Iraq.
Who?
The founder of Sheath Underwear, Robert Patton.
Yeah.
And it worked for him. So it'll work for you. Support the show and support this awesome veteran-owned company like an American. God, dude. Go to sheathunderwear.com and use promo code DRENCH to get 20% off your first order. Everywhere that comes with Sheath Underwear is 100% money back guarantee. That's sheathunderwear.com. Holy shit. You want to read one?
No. Absolutely not.
We're brought to you by DraftKings.
You keep doing that. I'm just going to turn off these.
Yeah, that's fine. The NBA playoff action is nonstop at DraftKings Sportsbook, an original sportsbook betting partner of the NBA. What are you betting on, Sean? What have you won lately?
I should have bet on Cheeto Vera versus. This is
such a mistake to try to do ads at the end of this.
Okay.
He probably fucking hates us now.
I know. We look like fools.
You have no idea. There's never been a better time to get on DraftKings. This week, new customers can bet just $5 on any team to get $150 in free bets if they do. Looking to turn a small bet into a big day? Use DraftKings same-game parlays. You can do just that. Combine multiple bets, like which team will win, total threes made, total rebounds, and boom, you've got a shot at an even bigger payout. Right now, all customers place the same-game parlay. Fuck it. 3 more legs, get free. Just bet money. Just gamble. Download DraftKings Sportsbook app.com. Download the sports app now. Use promo code DRENCHED. Bet $5 on any NBA team to win their game, and you get $150 in free bets if they do. That's promo code DRENCHED only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Also, if someone has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. So we're going to switch over to the Patreon. That way we can get up to the modern presidents. And thank you for listening.
The Wild Wild West. And then again, and then again, and then again.
Here we go. Now this is either we'll decide later. You're either on the Patreon or this is free on YouTube.
Okay.
Whatever. We left off at LBJ.
LBJ. First of all, there's an interesting tie-in. A person that ties together JFK, LBJ, and Nixon.
Is it my mother's cunt?
It's your mother's cunt.
Is it really?
No, it really wasn't.
Oh, God damn it.
No, there are some parts of history your mother's cunt did not figure into. There's only a few. But the person who's sort of that combines these three figures in an interesting way is Jackie O. Because, first of all, obviously she's connected to JFK because he fucked her.
Yeah.
But there's this great, first of all, and I've been to like every presidential library, not every, I've been to a lot. And Nixon's has this really weird artifact. They always have these artifacts, like the actual written. So there's these notes. It's a letter written by Jackie O to Nixon right after JFK was shot. Like it's one of the first things she did. And it's like on hotel stationery. And it's just in her hand, and it's like many pieces, like little notepad pieces. she sat down and wrote a letter to Richard Nixon, because the thing with all these families is they all hung out together. So even if they were political enemies, like if Kennedy and Nixon are debating, Pat Nixon and what's her name and Jackie hung out. They were all their families
Nixon's wife's
traveled
name was
together.
Pat.
What's that?
His wife's name was Pat.
Patricia Nixon. Yeah.
Was she cute?
I mean, I don't.
Would you fuck her?
You know, ladies back then. Ladies.
Yeah.
She was a lady. You know,
Yeah.
with the hair.
Yeah. It just sucks. He's, the other cool guy has.
He was.
Jackie.
He was desperately in love with her.
He's got Pat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He really loved her very much, Patricia. The story about her that I love is that Nixon, she was a librarian. There's a lot of stories about presidents that have this in their history. He went to the library and there was this beautiful Patricia, young librarian, and he would go in there and talk to her. Been looking for the, Boswell's history biography of
How to Live with a Huge Cock.
Yes. Yes, I just don't know how to do it. And one day he went in there and he said, I just came to tell you that someday I'm going to marry you.
Oh, man.
And Patricia said, no, you're not.
Yeah.
I have a boyfriend. He goes, okay, who's this boyfriend? She goes, he lives in this town over, And he goes, how are you getting there? Are you going on a date? She goes, yeah, I have a date with him tonight. She goes, well, how are you getting there? She goes, I'm taking a bus. He goes, no, I'll drive. That's unsafe. So he would drive her to her dates.
Whoa.
And he would look after her. He's like, you're going to marry me someday. And so he just sort of was her friend and he looked after her and then he wore her down. Same thing with Truman and Bessie. Bessie, he wrote long letters to that we have now. And in one of the letters, he wrote and said, I want to marry you.
Yeah.
And she wrote back and said, geez, Harry, I'm just not, love you. I like you that way. And he wrote back and he said, I just want to thank you for not making fun of me when I asked you. So let's please remain friends. And they were friends for years.
And then
finally
he started killing
She was and she started looking at herself in the mirror and going, I'm not getting any younger.
Yeah.
And this dude might be something. So I don't know what went into it.
We were just looking at a guy. I was watching a thing on presidents before we left, and it is a theme where they try to get with a lady, and they're like, no, and then they're like, I'm just gonna be the fucking president.
I'm gonna be the best guy ever.
Yeah, it's what happened in. When you saw the movie Vice? It's my favorite part of the movie with Cheney.
We'll get to them. But
getting
I
a
met
DUI,
his wife.
Getting a DUI and getting a fight.
He was a fuck up.
And then she's like, you're a loser. I'm
Yeah.
going to leave you. And he's like, I'll become the greatest man of all time.
Well, she made him that. But I'll get to that because I met that lady.
Wait, what was the story of the letter Jackie sent?
Jackie, when John was dead and she still got his blood on her pink dress, she didn't want to take it off. It was a nice fucking dress. She's like, I'm not going to wear this for one fucking day. She kept it on. And the thing that she had his brains in her hand. And she walked up to somebody in the operating room and said, does anybody need this for anything?
It's like an IKEA.
She had the president's brain in her.
Yeah.
And she was
It's
like,
I found this screw on the ground.
Yeah,
we might have missed some.
And they're like, oh, that isn't. She's like, is that important? They're like, yeah, it's pretty important.
That's his.
And they're like, big. She's like, you want to put it back in? They're like, no, you go ahead and eat it. And she ate his brain. It's true. It's true. You ever seen the autopsy photos? In the background, you can see her.
You can see Jackie stuffing one down.
Sweetmeats, or whatever you call it. So she wrote. It just reminds me, and this isn't presidential, but this is one of the funniest things that Nick DiPaolo ever said to me. I know I made fun of him in the last one, so I want to praise him. I love the guy. It's like my brother. We used to live together. And I was telling him about this thing that I had heard about. The thing about Nick DiPaolo is that you tell him about something and he finds the joke. So the thing I told him about was that there's somewhere in Asia, they love monkey brains. And the best way to enjoy monkey brains is when they're still alive. So there's these tables with little skull-shaped holes in them.
Yeah. And
they put the monkey up there and they cut the top of it and you just cut it open and you eat it with a little stylish fork. And I said this to Nick, and he pretended to be one of those guys. He's like, I'm sending mine back. It's retarded. That would make it taste bad. This one's retarded. I want my money back. Okay, so LBJ. So Jack's dead, and Jackie writes Nixon.
Yeah.
And she says, listen, I know that you're going to charge ahead and try to be president. Like I'm thinking about you right now. With my husband dead, you're the first person I thought of, you and Pat and your family. And I think about what we've all sacrificed of ourselves in order to achieve these great historical moments and in order to be president. And I lost my husband to this. This killed him. And I don't want this to happen to you. You're a good man. You've got a good family. And I'm just saying, this is me saying now, cool it and take what you got and retire and be a family man, because it's going to kill you too.
Yeah.
She wrote this to him.
Wow.
Great moment.
Wow.
Now, there's another thing. When LBJ was president, he was very much in love with Jackie. He just everyone loved Jackie.
Yeah.
So LBJ loved Jackie, and there's a tape you can hear of him calling Jackie in the middle from the White House, drunk, in the middle of the night. You hear her like, hello? And he's like, Jackie, Jackie, God damn it, I love you, Jackie. And you hear her go, Mr. President?
Oh, what a betrayal, dude.
It's just beautiful.
What the
It's
fuck?
just beautiful. Jackie, I don't know what to do anymore. Mr. President? She's like, in a nice nightgown. Anyway.
Did you ever watch that movie recently with...
I couldn't, as soon as I heard her doing the accent, I'm like,
Yeah.
it's just too much.
See, I never heard Jackie.
I don't like biopics. I don't like
Really?
it so much. Yeah, not usually.
I'm trying
But
to
anyway,
think. Yeah.
LBJ was I told you this story last time after we stopped, but the two stories I also read and saw in his library. One was that a Mexican woman who lived in his home district in Texas, her husband died. He was killed in World War II, killed in action, and his coffin was sent back to her hometown, and nobody would bury it because he's Mexican. None of the undertakers, none of the cemeteries would take his body because they're only white people. And so she wrote to LBJ, who was at the time her senator, and she said, is there anything you can do? I can't bury my war hero husband. He's just a regular fucking corporal who got shot.
Yeah.
And so they have this letter, and then you see his reply. He says, I'm really sorry to inform you that I can't force those people to do something they don't want to do. And I know it's not enough, but all I can do is bury your husband in Arlington Cemetery with full honors. So that guy's in Arlington. So that's the kind of guy.
That's cool.
And that's a quiet story of his. You know what I mean? He was a principled guy. He was a fucked up guy. He was weird. But that's something he did. And
was he? I asked you this before, I think, but was he like? Because he got the civil rights thing going, right?
Yeah, he did. He
did
passed
the civil rights
everything.
bill.
He used JFK's death to pass everything on civil rights. It was always his intention. He was a integrationist guy. He was a guy who wanted an integration. He lived in Texas, and he was a Southern Democrat.
Yeah.
So he was pragmatic about it.
Was he a big guy? He was big, right?
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, he was
I don't know why I
stalking.
think of him as big.
He was a farm guy. He was a real fucking country guy. And he did stuff like he had these dogs, and he would lift his dogs by the ears and show the press, look at my dogs. And everybody's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Don't do that.
I guess that's my dog.
Dude, is there anything more unsettling when someone grips their dog up like that?
Yeah,
Like
I've never
by the
even
back
heard
the-
of that.
Well, just even
Back of
grabbing
the
it by
neck,
the back of the neck.
But
like,
by the ear, he was like a hound, and he held him by the ear. Look at my dog.
dude, when it's not a puppy and someone grabs it by the back of the neck,
Oh, yeah.
it's like, dude, stop.
And also, he used to make a lot of his phone calls on the toilet. And he would have meetings on the toilet. Like he made a lot of big decisions sitting on the toilet. And they'd talk to him, Mr. President, what do you want to do about Korea? And he's like, I don't give a goddamn or whatever, and so Vietnam and all that stuff. And the thing about LBJ that to me is like an important thing is that he was an empathetic president. In other words, he felt when other people felt. Okay, this is my problem with some other presidents. Is that they don't have that. They don't actually. There is a famous photograph you can find of him where one of his, I think it was his son-in-law, I think it was Chuck Todd, was who ended up being a senator from Virginia. Turned into a real douche later, but he sent a tape of, he was a lieutenant in the army in Vietnam, and lieutenants were just like having to take platoons out and just get them all massacred. So he just sent a reel-to-reel tape to his father-in-law, the president, describing a bloody day in Vietnam and how many guys he lost and how bad it was. And there's a photograph of LBJ listening to this tape, and he's just got his glasses off and he's just sobbing because he knows that he's in charge of this. Yes,
to some
kept
extent.
it going. He still thought it was right, or he couldn't undo it. I don't know.
I think,
but it made him feel
that's
a
the
lot.
Conspiracies, though.
Well, my uncle is very retired. He's in his 80s, but he was a commander in the Navy, and he was a CB, an instruction battalion. He was an engineer, and they went to Vietnam early when we were still. It was called they were just sending advisors, and so he was sent there to build for them, and he got a bunch. He went around to his Navy friends and talked them into going to Vietnam for this venture. It was not a war yet. And then it turned into a war under his feet. And all the fucking guys he brought over there got killed. Mm. And then he came back to the States and had to tell all their, apologize to their families. So like there's a lot of guys who are like in those command positions was just, they're in a war. You know? But so that was, so LBJ, ran, so he took over for Jack, and then he ran in 64.
Yeah, I believe he did.
And he beat who? These are the guys I don't know who LBJ's vice president was.
I think he might have lost to Nixon his first.
No, he only ran once for president in 64. And technically,
he served from 63 to 69.
Yeah, so 64, who did he beat? Who was the Democrat? Who was the Republican nominee? Because Nixon sat it out. Nixon didn't run this time.
Barry Goldwater.
Barry Goldwater. Okay. So, but then when it got to be 68, this is another. He did tough things, LBJ. Like he took it on the chin.
I mean, Vietnam and civil rights are two of the biggest. I mean, it's
huge
conflicts.
conflicts. And then he did something that no president has, some presidents maybe have done, but the way he did was very dramatic, which was that in 68, he just knew he didn't have the confidence of the people anymore. He knew that he had to face, it was a very Nixonian moment. He had to face that he had lost the confidence of the people and that he wasn't popular anymore and everything was fucked. And so he made this speech where he said, I will not seek, nor will I accept my party's nomination for a second term as president. Like he declared, I'm not running a second time. That's fucking rare.
Yeah.
That's rare. Most guys just do it because you're supposed to. When I worked at Conan's show early, I was a writer for Conan the first 2 years. We did one bit that I love. It was my favorite bit we ever did. It was just new inventions. It was just weird inventions. So one of them, and it was one that I wrote, it was a machine that it's a big belt that you wear, and then there's a probe in your ass. And when you fart, so you're not embarrassed by the sound.
Yeah.
Instead of your fart, you hear that speech. So we had a guy like there and he farts and you hear, I will not seek, nor shall I accept. Anyway, so LBJ didn't run again, and in 68, and then that's when everything fell apart. Bobby ran and was running away with the nomination.
Yeah.
And then he got shot in California.
Yeah.
Replaced by McGovern, who nobody liked. And Nixon ran against McGovern.
How close to the election did Bobby get shot?
It's a good question. It was California primary. He was there he'd been winning everything.
Yeah. Oh, so it was in the primaries.
It was in the primaries.
Yeah.
And
what was the name of the guy who shot him? It was like something
Sirhan. Yes. And there's a picture, a famous picture of him laying there. And there was, so if you look at the picture, there's a guy holding him. You see that guy holding his head?
Yeah.
He's a busboy, a just Mexican busboy working in a hotel. And it was in the kitchen. Like he had just made a speech and he was coming through. Just to back up for a second with Bobby, because Bobby was an incredible guy. Bobby had a fluid mind of a crackling brain. Like he was like, John was, moved slow and made careful moves. And Bobby was passionate, you know. When my mother, when I first got an iPhone, first time I'd ever like held that thing, I took it to my mother's house, and my mother was a computer programmer, but this item was like, she's like, it's a phone. And I go, name any image or moment, recorded moment.
That's what she went with?
What's that?
And that's the one she went with?
Just no, let me finish. I said, name any recorded moment in history.
Yeah.
And she said, when Martin Luther King was killed, Bobby Kennedy was about to have a rally, give a speech at a rally of all black people. It was a black audience, like in some city. And he got the news. And he had to tell the audience that MLK had been assassinated. And he, off the cuff, said some things about it and gave a speech, which was very moving. And I just went, you know, fucking RFK, MLK.
Yeah.
And played it for her. And she was like, wow. What is happening? Yeah.
That's awesome. So, I thought, I was close with my guess. I thought your mom was going to be like, if I could see anything in the world right now,
it would be him getting
show me
killed.
Him dead on the ground.
He's show me that motherfucker
I'd like to see it.
With blood on his face. So he was shot coming out of they were taking him through the kitchen. Sirhan shoots him. And this busboy is the one who catches him. It just was in a melee of people. So a guy who had nothing to do with anything, like, senor. So he's got Kennedy's head in his lap. Bueno. And he looks down at him. And he never spoke about it. Like press used to ask him. He just refused to talk about it because he felt the moment was very personal. But he finally, I think the guy might be dead, but I saw an interview with him where he said what happened. Which is that Bobby said, he just asked him, do you have a rosary? He knew he would because he's fucking Mexican. He said, do you have a rosary? And he did. And they gave him a rosary, and he basically took his last rites.
Holy shit.
He gave Bobby a shot at a Catholic little death.
Damn.
Sirhan went to prison. I think he's still alive. I think he's still in prison. So he shows up in a great book by the guy who invented profiling in the FBI, the guy who invented criminal profile.
Okay.
Richard Kessler, something like that. This guy wrote this book. He was the first guy in the FBI to come up with the idea of figuring out why killers do what they do. They didn't used to do that.
The guy for the Mindhunter show?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. He invented this thing.
Yes.
So, and the book is great because the book starts with a guy who murdered a serial killer who killed somebody in in Sacramento somewhere in some neighborhood, killed a lady, went in her house, killed a lady, and then killed another lady the next day. And so they flew this guy in who had become famous for this. He took one look at the murder scene. He said, you're looking for a white man in his 40s who has a big beard. He's living in his car that's filled with newspapers and trash from McDonald's. And if you don't catch him, he's going to do this every day. And they went and found the guy exactly on that. So then when that guy was caught, he did the next part of his job, which was he interviewed him to find out, because these guys love talking. And he asked him all the questions so they understand these guys better. And he asked the guy, how did you pick your victims? That's a key thing that's in finding out how they're going to pick the next one. And he said, I would just go to any house, and if the door was unlocked, I'd kill anybody in there. So it wasn't like she looked like my mom.
Yeah.
And so he said, I'm putting this in the first chapter to just tell you, you're going to just lock your doors. Please lock your door. Yeah. Okay. So that guy.
It's funny to just ruin the profiling thing.
Yes.
He's like, oh no, I don't.
No, if the door's unlocked.
What are you talking about?
If you're dumb, I'll kill you. But anyway, all that, I know I'm getting away from presidents. No, the point is that guy, once he learned this thing of like talking to the guys, he realized we have all the most notorious killers in federal prisons. I want to go talk to them. And he couldn't get permission because everyone in the FBI said that's macabre and it's inappropriate. Yeah. So then he realized, why am I asking it? Just go to a federal prison, show him he's like a gold FBI badge.
Yeah.
So the first guy he talked to was Sirhan.
Wow.
He shows up and he just says, I want to see him. And Sirhan comes.
Was he like, the kitchen was
"Who are
unlocked?
you?"
He's like, the kitchen was unlocked. I didn't even know who the fuck that guy was.
So he didn't ask. I don't know if he asked him that question, but he talked to Sirhan for a couple hours, and it was a dead end. He just he rambled, and he talked about his conspiracy, what he thought was, why he did it. He has a weird story that he thinks why he did it, and he didn't learn anything. And he thought maybe this isn't a good idea. He was about to give up on the science of this, and then right before Sirhan left, he stopped and he took off his shirt because he works out in prison, and he goes, "Hey, what do you think of Sirhan now?" And he showed his muscles, and he went like, "Oh, he's fucking vain. He's vain. He wants people to look at him." And that unlocked, that's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
So like that Hannibal Lecter thing, what does he do? He kills women. No, that's incidental.
Yeah.
What is the point of the guy? So anyway, that's Sirhan. Kill Robert Kennedy.
Sirhan's got to be dead, right?
When
was it? That was
he
60.
still goes out for parole every few years. And
They gotta let him out. Oh, he's got a couple years, dude.
yeah.
He's the best is the guy who shot. Oh, well, I guess we'll get to him.
Well, Mike Sweeney, comedian, did the best joke ever. He wrote for Conan for years, but he was a great stand-up. And I'm saying his name, so I think I can steal his joke. Mike Sweeney. He used to do a joke about her Sirhan at his first parole hearing. He said, "I think if Robert Kennedy was alive today, he would say that I should be let go." And he goes, "Boy, just of all the bad luck, it's the one guy who would have stuck up for him. Turns out it's the guy he shot." Anyway, Sirhan kills Robert Kennedy, and Democrats go to the fucking convention in Chicago. Richard Daley and the fucking yippies show, and then we had another time like this. Far way out left yippies making a noise and wanting it to be a riot at the Democratic National Convention, not the Republican. They were like Nixon. There's another time like that it was like, yeah, we all know Nixon's a dick, but let's fuck with the Democrats. Let's go after the liberal side of things. And there was gas,
there's horses running over people.
Insane. So it was like the Democrats came across as this fucking chaotic bunch.
Yep.
They end up with McGovern and nobody gives a fuck. It's just this bad sort of like fucking the Democrats represent chaos and drugs and all this stuff. And there wasn't a thing of like, let's get together behind McGovern to beat Nixon. That just was not going to happen. So Nixon fucking finally, after all those years of his long life in politics, having been vice president for fucking Eisenhower, having been a senator and during the McCarthy hearings, all this stuff, he ends up being president of the United States in 1960. And he gets the people, he does the moral majority, the people or what do you call them? The silent majority. The silent majority.
Still
and all the guys in hard hats who hated hippies. And he counted on that. And he won.
Yeah, it's coming again. We're doing the same thing.
Same thing.
Exact same thing.
Same thing. So then you get to Nixon through 4 years and he gets to 72. Now
I have a question. Was the press gay back then like they are now? Were they like totally like...
Well, it was a different bunch of guys like Dan Rather and fucking, I mean, I'm forgetting all these guys' names.
It was never this partisan though, right?
No, because there was the CBS News, which was Walter Cronkite, and there was NBC and ABC. That was the news was you chose between three dudes. And there was David Brinkley, and they had to Meet the Press. They had some stuff they even still have now.
Yeah.
But it was the press was centralized. There wasn't this sort of like, the written press was pretty out there. But the TV news was what everybody was really following. And so everyone watched the same news, and then we argued. So it was different. And you never had a sense that the press, to answer your question, no, they really weren't gay. Shane, I don't agree with using gay that way. He's even making me sound gay because I'm so upset with him. My God. So, well, like Cronkite. Cronkite was a picture.
It's funny to actually be gay when you're being gay.
It's the best.
Like to be mad about something. Get a coaster for that.
Stop it. Stop it. Especially this angry gay. Stop it. Shane.
What's more terrifying?
No, that would be if you had two gay dads. There would have been one who's like, Shane, just don't make him mad. Shane, what the fuck are you saying to him? Shane.
It could be the most terrible. That's the most scary getting yelled at.
By your gay dad.
By-
I knew a gay. I knew
gay
a number of gay. I knew a number of gay dads and 2 moms when I was raising my kids. A lot of their friends had gay dads, and I saw It's the same as any other stereotype. There are many kinds of heterosexual parents. There are soft-hearted, useless heterosexual parents. There are distracted, narcissistic, I think I can change my kid's life parents that are heterosexuals. And there's just fucking like, got it, gets it, doing the tough work heterosexual parents. And it's the same in my experience with gay moms and gay dads. I've known gay dads who are just like hard tack fucking, I'm not fucking this up.
Yeah.
But also I know it's his life. That like I've known so many kinds. But they all sound like this. But anyway. Not really.
Kick the ball.
Not
Kick
really,
it,
but it's
Tyler.
more-
Go.
it's more
At
fun.
The fucking T-ball
Well, that's
game.
what a straight dad sound like.
Yeah.
But so
Gay dads are great.
gay dads are great. Every single one of them.
Yeah.
Walter Cronkite has two great moments that show you what the press was back then. There's the moon landing, and there's Kennedy getting killed. These, and again, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can see both of these. So the moon landing is just they show the fucking footage of Neil touching down, which didn't happen. They didn't never land on the moon. And then they cut to Cronkite.
It was what's his name? It was
What's
your
that?
boy. That was Kubrick, dude. He did the moon landing.
Kubrick did the
Yeah.
That's why they gave him all the lenses. Yeah, he
Yeah.
used the lenses for Barry Lyndon. It's true. Barry Lyndon is a great movie by Stanley Kubrick, and it takes place in like the 1600s, and he wanted it to look like that, so he used no electric lights, but he needed lenses that drink a huge amount of light, and he got NASA to give him moon lenses.
So he did do the moon landing.
Yes, nobody's ever been on the moon. Nobody's ever been on the moon. 100%.
You see there's some clues in The Shining.
Huh?
There's clues that
About
he
the
did
moon?
It. Yeah.
I don't believe this. I think they went to the moon.
Yeah,
But,
we'll see.
But
No, I think somebody was trying to argue that in like some Chinese astronomy, they found they satellite images of where people landed.
yes.
They're like,
and,
why would we help cover this?
By
up?
the way, they went up like 20 times. It's not
Yeah.
even that big a deal. But so Cronkite, when they landed on the moon, you just cut to him and he's got this big childish grin on his face. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't say, this is a marvelous moment. He just reports, and Neil has landed. A man has landed on the moon. He says the facts, but he's got you can see the feeling, but he doesn't say it. And then the other moment that is just devastating is when Kennedy dies. He says, he gets the report, he gets it in his hand, and he says, President Kennedy has died. He died at 12 o'clock, and he takes off his glasses to look at the clock above him because he's reading, to look at the clock above him, and says, and that's 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. He just reports that Kennedy has died and reports the time, and he looks at his local clock, and then he puts his glasses back on, and he goes,
Sports.
and he just swallows. Vice President Lyndon Johnson is to be sworn into. And there's this moment between where he's taking in that the president of the United States is dead, which without even thinking about who it was just horrible. Yeah. And then that he probably knew him, you know? So, but that was he didn't grandstand. You know, you watch the news now and they're just like, you know, and they're just feeling shit.
Yeah.
And it's horrible. They are not supposed to, you know, like when I worked for Letterman, the Yankees were in the World Series and I got caught up in it. And because I'm a New Yorker, I'm a Boston guy, but I just got caught up in it.
It was fun.
So we took Larry Bud Melman, this character that Letterman had, to the game and interviewed the players. And then I got to be in the press box during the game. And me and a friend of mine who was a writer were sitting there watching the game and we're cheering when the Yankees hit. And then we look and everyone's staring at us like, what the fuck are you doing? You don't cheer in the press box. Like it was like, we're all fans of something, but shut the fuck up. I think that shit's gone. I think that's all really
certainly
gone. But anyway, so Nixon serves.
Also, one more thing about Kennedy, dude. Why go to the moon? It's probably my favorite speech.
We do things.
Why? Yeah. We choose to go to the moon, not because it is easy. but because it is hard.
Because it's hard, yes.
Dude.
And he also, in one of his speeches about them, he had a great joke.
He also, in there, he goes, "Why does Rice play Texas?" That gets me every time. I'm just like, dude, why are they playing? They get fucking killed every year.
That's right.
And they're still doing it.
Yes. Kennedy also had a great parable he used to tell. There's a lot of speeches that are lost because a lot of these guys, they didn't record every speech. But one of his, he liked telling jokes about Irish guys. So did Reagan. They had that in common. They both used like patty jokes.
Yeah.
So he tells a story during his moon mission when trying to get the money and the country behind the moon. And he talks about these 3 Irish guys walking along the leas of whatever, just crossing the great green grasses of Ireland. And then they get to a stone wall. And they go, should we climb the wall or should we go turn back and go home? And one of them takes his friend's hat off his head and throws it over the wall and says, I guess we're going. So that was part of Kennedy's thing. It's not that good.
No,
but anyway,
that's cool.
So, and then Nixon's president when they land on the moon. And there's in his library in Yorba Linda, California, where he was born and raised, and the little house that he was born in is there at the library. There's a phone, which is the phone that he talked to the moon on. It's the White House. They took the White House phone that he made. It's just a fucking beige phone with a big white button and a big red hold button. I don't know if he put them on hold, but he, talked to, well, it's just wonderful that you're up there.
You're up on the moon.
You're up there and Jack is dead. Fuck him. And
nothing could stop me now.
Yeah, no. So he was president when that happened, and so 68 turns into the 72, and now the country's really fucking changing. Everything's in color now. The TV's in color. Everything's, hippies are starting to get old.
Yeah, they're starting to wash out a little.
Yes.
What's sadder than that?
2 things happened to the hippies. First of all, they killed a bunch of them. They
Yeah.
killed a bunch of their leaders. But they also got the drugs started to take a bad effect. They went from mind liberating pot to fucking heroin and cocaine, which are dark drugs. They became dark
Evil
high.
hippies.
Yes, and then some of them grew up and had families and wanted to be rich. So, and there's another thing you can find on YouTube that's great are the debates between Abby Hoffman and Rubin. He was Jane Fonda's husband, and he was a congressman eventually. But he was one of the Jerry Rubin, I think his name is. He was one of the yippies. He's one of the. He was a wicked radical, and he used to be one of those guys. We're not taking his shit anymore, and the president come here and kiss my fucking ass. Yeah. And Abby Hoffman had the best.
Became a congressman.
Yes, Abby Hoffman was Abby Hoffman said the N-word constantly during speeches because he would just be with a bullhorn and talking about "fuck you," and he was like really inappropriate, and he was really a lit up nut. Abby Hoffman. Him and Jerry Rubin were they were like the East Coast, West Coast hippies. Later, Jerry Rubin became a huge capitalist. He became a yuppie. That's where the term yuppie came from. And the two of them debated. They traveled together to different universities, and they would debate their generation's new predicaments of, do we keep the fight going of trying to get out of wars and trying to be Democrats and trying to liberate this country? And the other ones were like, we got to grow up, and we got to. And what Rubin was saying was, we need a candidate. We need to win an election. So we need to go to the center, and we need to talk to big business and small business, and we need to talk about being a practical, because that's the liberal dream. And this became Clinton. This is where Clinton came from from the hippies saying, okay, we're not going to just protest our whole lives and be these losers. At one point, they had a huge amount of power.
Yeah.
In Vietnam, they had a lot of power. They held this vigil around the Lincoln Memorial. And I mean, think of the time, because MLK gave this speech there and they fucking shot the guy. And I remember being at the Lincoln Memorial with my kids and saying that this spot, the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, is a huge It's a place you can really understand American history from, because you look that way, you see Washington, and that was the creation of our country, right? And then you see the Capitol, which was the growth of this legislator. But there's Washington, which was the creation of the country and revolution. And then there was Lincoln, who kept it together as a union, who that was the second step. Yeah, we're our own country, but also even if millions die, we need to be a union. Okay, that's what Lincoln did. And then who stood here and made this place even important for a new generation? MLK stood there, and there was a sea of people, and he had to fight for inside of that union that Lincoln preserved, that Washington started. He said, we have to fight for our rights in here. He was the first one to say there's a civil way to fight for, to push for our rights legally and through quiet, through nonviolent resistance. So this is a huge place.
It's firing me up, dude.
Right?
This
country has
cool,
an incredibly romantic history. And there's another way to look at all of this, apparently, but this is the way that I was taught it, and I see it again as a story. As a story. So, but then after he'd been shot and all that became rubble, like that, all that was pushed aside. And now that we're in a fucking melee war, Nixon's president, it feels like forever. It just feels like Nixon's never not going to be president. He was a psychotic. He's taking drugs. He's drinking a lot. He was so racist. He was like, there's tapes of him saying about Italians. He's like, I don't like Italians. They smell different. He says that on tape. And
he was right.
Well, depends on if they've been cooking. But so Nixon, so the mall and the memorial is just besieged by strung out hippies, students, and veterans who came home from the war and hate the war now and have Ron Kovic and all these guys in wheelchairs going, what the fuck did I do this for?
Yeah.
This certainly isn't World War II. What are we winning here? When is this war going to end? And it was just a mess. And in the middle of all that, in the middle of the night one night, Nixon got in his limo and drove into the middle of that. He went to the Lincoln Memorial. Do you know this?
No.
There's footage of this too. He was looking out his window. You fucking kids. The fuck did they know? But it was breaking his heart. Yeah. Because even though he had the hard hats, and even though he had the silent majority, just like now, nobody wants the silent majority. People want the cool people to like them. Twitter is like 39 people and 60,000 bots. It's very few people. It's a bunch of kids that are fighting and saying this extremist shit, and the huge vast amount of the liberal part of this country is not into any of that. But nobody's satisfied with just knowing that the average person gets it, and that when you really deal with human beings on a real level, they're going to do the right thing. I believe that. I have a lot of confidence in human and American, just the way we are as people. But these folks that yell and scream, they really get people want them to like them. And so Nixon, even though he was winning by a landslide everywhere, he's looking out that window and he's looking at those kids, because it's your kids. It's like if everybody likes you, but your kids think you're a piece of shit, it just eats at you. It just destroys you. And so he got in the limousine, and he drove into the middle of the protesters, and he got out and he talked to them. And there's just this footage of him talking. He's in his stupid suit. And they're like, man, you don't get, man, you're just you're like an imperialist piece of shit, man. And he's like, well, I understand your point, but I mean, do you just think we just give up? I mean, what happened to this country? And they talked. They really talked. I don't know what it did to him, but he did get us out of that war.
You ever see?
Nixon did pull us out of that war. Now, he did it in a way that is horrible, which is that he bombed Cambodia. And this is the story that I heard, is that he had this very specific strategy, which was he starts bombing Cambodia, which came out of nowhere. It was like, what? And then he let it be.
But wasn't Cambodia was where they had the Ho Chi Minh Trail, right?
I don't know.
I think they knew they could use Cambodia. Like, they were using these trails in other countries.
Right, but still, it was a country we had no right.
Yeah.
We were not at war with Cambodia. but we were bombing Cambodia as if it would be like if people were escaping to Canada and we were like, so fuck it. Or if Canadians were at war and some of them escaped into the States and whatever the other country was just started bombing fucking Wisconsin. Like, dude, you can't just do that. And so many people were getting killed. And Nixon, what he did is he let it be leaked that no one could get in touch with him, like that his aides were trying to tell him to stop bombing, and that he cut off communication, and was that he wanted them to think he'd gone cuckoo, and that's how they got the Vietnamese to the table and got a peace. It wasn't a good peace. They left.
Oh, he faked that he was nuts.
That's what I heard.
That's good.
I don't know.
Well, that's
Reddit,
history. That's how you hear history.
Google. I don't know.
But it's another thing about the Vietnam. I feel like Eisenhower when he left was like the military-industrial complex. That was Vietnam.
Yes.
That got us to now. I was like, oh, now we pulled out of Afghanistan. Where are these guys going to get their money? Mm-hmm. Hey, $33 billion to Ukraine. Like, it's just
exactly.
nonstop.
Well, that's
it's
the
nonstop.
other side. You have your like political left that has more power than they do people, right? Because they're captivating people's like anxiety. But then on the other right, you have all these people that are doing fucked up things.
Yeah.
That also are untouchables. And there are only a few people with just a little bit of interest, a little bit of money, and so they're making all this crazy stuff happen.
That's jumping ahead.
I don't know much about it, but anyway. But so Nixon.
But it seems to me if you speak out against it, you get shot in the head or Watergated.
Yes.
Which is kind of what's happened. I could be wrong.
Yes.
That seems to be the underlying theme. Like he got out of that war and then
they
couldn't shoot him in the head.
I don't believe in conspiracies, but what I do believe is that there's a shift in the hive mind of America, so that if certain people that get in a position where they're in trouble, like Nixon did, the next person he goes to is going to be like, nah, man. Like, you don't know where it's going to come from.
Yeah.
Like the story I heard about Caligula. Caligula was a terrible leader who was an absolute leader because everybody behind him had built the emperorship of Rome into a huge thing. You couldn't touch the emperor. He was like a god.
Yeah.
And Caligula made himself a god.
And then a crazy guy took.
He was insane. Caligula was insane. And
did he have his horse in Senate, or was that
he
Nero?
made his horse in Senate?
That's pretty sick.
And so Caligula, one of the emperor's duties each day is to give the watchword to the head of the army, and the watchword is like the code word for the whole Roman army for the next week or whatever it is. So somebody asks him, "What do you want to be the code today?" And it was the head of the army, this guy who was like his bodyguard, and he thought it was funny, so he'd say, "Give us a kiss." He wanted everybody to have to say, "Give us a kiss," and so that all the Roman guards would have to say each other, "Give me a kiss," in order to like pass one guard to the next. And it was that guy that killed him.
Yeah, that guard.
It was that guard who was just like, fucking shivved him
just,
like the fucking American meat.
It is funny when those guys do get killed.
Yeah.
Anytime a dictator gets killed, I mean, it's sad. It's always sad to watch. Like Gaddafi was sad.
It was really sad.
Gaddafi was sad.
Yeah, he's just with the blood.
Yeah.
And
Saddam people
his hanging.
Screaming.
Some guys were screaming. He looks at one of them and he goes, "Shut up." It's true. You see him come in and he's grumpy. He's like, this is such bullshit. He's not like, oh, that's what everyone's fantasy is. He's like, oh, I wish I had.
Yeah.
But he just comes in and some guy screams
and
he goes, "Shut up."
Just
and
a room of dudes yelling.
Kick the bench away and he hung.
He must have been so pissed on 9/11.
Yeah.
He probably was watching TV just like, oh,
you guys,
fuck,
that's going to be me.
them.
Okay. So,
Nixon. I don't know shit about Ford or Carter.
Okay. So Nixon resigns. I will resign the presidency.
So wait, I don't even understand Watergate.
So Watergate was it started as a very simple thing, which was there's some guys Nixon had a committee, the committee to reelect the president, which is CREEP. CREEP was literally their acronym. So CREEP sent some burglars to the Democratic National Committee's office, which was in Watergate Hotel. Watergate Hotel is in like a complex of office buildings. And they stole some papers from there. And this kind of shit was happening a lot. But Nixon was on drugs, paranoid, had a list of enemies. He just went. His thing came apart. Is really what happened.
Yeah.
These guys took some papers. It wasn't a big deal, but he immediately tried to control it because he was like, we're quashing this, we're killing this, right?
Yeah.
And somebody said, well, we got this guy. If he talks, we're all fucked. And Nixon says, what does he want? And they have them on tape. Somebody says he'll do it for $1 million, and he says, can we get the $1 million? And it's Nixon saying that was like the smoking gun. Was like, we'll give him the $1 million if he wants it. Like,
well, give him $1 million. What are you talking about?
If you're president, you can't say that out loud. It's crazy. But he had too much. He wasn't delegating enough, and so one by one, the investigative reporters at the time were really diligent, and they turned against a lot of pressure. They turned guy after guy after guy down until finally they got the guys close to him, and he didn't have. He knew
is the guy they were going to pay is that Deep Throat?
Yes,
that's the.
Well, no.
Is that just
Deep
the
Throat is
whistleblower?
a guy who was in the system, who just knew, who saw everything that was going on,
Okay.
and was leaking it. It's just one of the dumb burglars, one of the guys, and there was this guy G. Gordon Liddy involved, who was a weird CIA guy who used to put his finger over a candle and burn it, and fucking
like,
psycho.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
It's like
Liddy was a great guy to look up. G. Gordon Liddy. So Nixon knew that if they impeached him, they had the votes. That's another time where things were. I want to go back it because there's a guy I remembered now. Which is one of my not countrymen, but citymen from Boston is Tip O'Neill. Tip O'Neill was the Speaker of the House for many, many years. And he was Speaker, I think, during Nixon, but he was during Kennedy. So he was a Boston politician, and so was Kennedy. And I was just going to tell you this one story about Tip O'Neill.
No.
So Tip was worked with Kennedy in Boston for years, and there was some shifty guy named Patty O'Brien or something, some shifty Irishman who would, every time they had like a big banquet or something, he'd always get in there and he'd be like, hey, how you doing, Tip? And he's like, how does Patty O'Brien get in everything? And he was at Kennedy's inaugural, Tip, and he was Speaker of the House, so he was really close to the front.
Yeah.
But Patty O'Brien was had better seats than him, and he saw Kennedy walking up to take his speech, and Patty threw his hand up and he saw Kennedy look at him.
How the fuck are you here?
And a year later, he was at some big event for Kennedy, and they were showing footage from him and taking the oath of office, and he asked Kennedy, "What were you thinking when you were becoming the president?" And he said, I got to be honest with you, I was thinking, how the hell did Patty O'Brien get those seats?
That's awesome.
Tip O'Neill wrote a book called Man of the House that's fucking so entertaining because it covers all these guys that he served with. Okay, Nixon. So he's
out.
Gerald Ford is a really weird president.
Yeah.
Because he didn't want to be president.
He was
ever.
just Nixon's vice president.
He wasn't even just Nixon's vice president. He was the Senate Majority Leader.
Oh.
He was just a senator from
Michigan
with no interest in being a fucking
who was
president.
Nixon's VP?
Spiral Agnew.
And he got ousted.
He
with
got
him?
thrown out because he was a fucking crook.
Yeah, he was with him.
They got rid of Agnew and they're like, just get Ford. I think Ford just filled in. He had no, and he was like, what? I'm vice president? I don't want to be fucking
That
vice
came
president.
out of nowhere, too.
And yes, out of nowhere, suddenly he's vice president. And now suddenly he's the fucking president.
Yeah.
So now he's the president of the fucking Republican Party, and Nixon. This is just a massive trauma to the country, and I remember it. I remember Nixon, and Watergate was like a huge part of my youth. Now, when I grew up, when I was a kid, I lived in Mexico, and from when I was, I know, like I'm aware that's not
Pennsylvania
cool.
crushes Mexico.
Yes.
You guys are dying to get to PA, dude.
Yes.
We occasionally go down there
Yes.
and get sunburned.
That's right.
All right, so you're down in Mexico.
I'm in Mexico, and I was a baby when my parents moved to Mexico. My dad's Mexican. And then my parents, when I was about 7, moved to Boston, outside of Boston. And I remember coming to America. I remember my first memories were in Mexico in the 70s. So you think Mexico's bad now. In the 70s, it was like, my mom only made carnation milk with powder because the milk was always rotten because there was no refrigeration, was just not good. It was it was a hot place. It was also beautiful. My memories are very beautiful from Mexico and still are. It's a wonderful country.
Yeah, of course.
Which is, and the thing is, they work really hard there, but their government is crazy corrupt and always has been. Like Mexico could be Japan with different organization. Like that's how hard they work and for how many hours. But so I lived in Mexico when I was a kid. And then we moved to America, and coming to America, which was like this shiny country full of cheerful people where all the floors are straight, like it's right angles, air conditioning, and just a cleanness and an honesty. And the idea that when they told me about like the president, like that it's a democracy. Mexico is a democracy, but everybody knew it was corrupt. And I got obsessed with the idea of the president of the United States. That's where it became a thing to me. And the president at the time was Nixon. And I cut a picture out of him out of the paper, and I taped it up next to
Nixon?
my bed. Yes, I loved Richard Nixon. When I was a little kid, I was so about Richard Nixon. And I wrote a letter to my abuelita, my grandmother.
Yeah.
And I sent her a picture of Nixon and said, this is the president of the United States. He's the greatest man in the country.
He's so cool.
He's the best man. I didn't know a single thing about him. And he had this serious face. And I had a dream. It's the first dream I remember. I don't know if you remember dreams from when you were a kid at all. You ever had a dream that you still remember?
I'm not sure that I do.
So I remember one dream. I was in my bedroom was in the front of our house. So you looked out at the front of our house, and I was asleep, and it was like a Sunday morning. And I heard a band, like a marching band. And I looked outside, and it was Nixon, like walking up my street. Just no spectators.
Yeah.
Just him walking up, followed by a marching band. Boom, 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 boom. And I came out on the front yard. We had this walkway, and he got down on one knee, and he said, "Louis." And I ran into his arms.
What the fuck? Damn, you love Nixon.
I loved him so much.
Damn.
Isn't that crazy? I've never told anybody that.
How heartbroken were
I've
you?
never told anybody that in my life. And so,
Louis.
Louis.
Like, senor.
And it's funny. There's only
Presidente, senor.
the idea of his joy, because Nixon was such a miserable man that his joyful side was very rare. There's only one time I've ever seen it on film, and it's when he's playing piano. He's in a tuxedo, and I think he's at his daughter's wedding. And he was a concert pianist. He was very good. And he's playing piano, and he plays some big crescendo, and he's got this big dumb grin on his face. And I think maybe I had seen that because that's that grin. Every time I see it, I'm in that dream. So, but my parents saw that I had these pictures of him next to my bed, and they were like, he's not a good
He's not
guy.
that great.
He's not, because Watergate was happening. And every night, my parents were sitting in front of the TV, this little fucking color TV, watching Watergate, watching the hearings. And it was like, shh.
And you're
it
like,
was
how's
serious.
it going?
Yeah, I'm like, how's my boy going?
How's he doing?
Yeah. I'm like, fucking Ed Muskie, fuck you.
They're like, he's crying. He's on TV crying. You're
Yes.
like, shit.
Yeah, and then I remember watching live. There's the two things I remember that were like national events. I remember Walter Cronkite saying that America and Russia had just done something called Apollo Soyuz. We had Apollo spacecraft going around, and they had Soyuz capsules. And one night they met, like they saw each other. It was an accident. And they thought, what if we could dock? So they went home and they started this project, Let's Dock. This is back in the 70s, in the middle of the Cold War. So they built a dock, and they had to do it together.
Yeah.
The Russian and the American space program. And then they went up in two separate rockets, found each other in the middle of space, and docked, and then went drank vodka and shook hands and
Jesus
hung out.
Christ.
And Walter Cronkite told me on TV, I was the only one up watching TV, and he said, if the Apollo Soyuz capsules are flying over North America, and if it's clear where you are in the Northeast, if you look up, you might see them passing overhead. And I went outside and I laid on my on the grass for hours, and I saw. He said it would be a red light and a white light blinking together. And
you
I
see
saw
it?
them. Saw it.
Oh man!
So that and watching Nixon resign.
How pumped were you?
Oh, with the Apollo Soyuz thing. I mean, still,
Yeah.
it lives for me. And Nixon's resignation was just like a depressing, destroying, sad, fucked up thing. It was just like, what now? Like there was like an unbroken chain
Yeah.
from George Washington to him. Like if you go back, like LBJ notwithstanding, and everyone was proud of what he did with civil rights or whatever, there was an unbroken chain, even if you're fucking Democrat, Republican, or Whig Democrat or whatever, Whig Republican, all of those, it was still the U.S. president. And then this guy fucking dropped the motherfucking ball. It's crazy. In disgrace, he left the office and left a mess of just like, this is all bullshit now. This is just all fucking crooked bullshit. What is the point? And the economy was tanking. And then here's Gerald Ford, who was just a kind of like oval-headed, simple dude. He made little moves. He handled it perfectly. I mean, he did one thing that was extremely, extremely unpopular and fucked up, which is that he pardoned Richard Nixon. It was the first thing he did. Everyone wanted to go after Nixon and keep investigating and catch him and send him to jail. He could have gone to prison for what he did. And Ford knew that if he pardoned him, he would never win an election. There was no way he was going to be reelected.
Yeah.
Because everyone would just say, well, you guys are just fucking dirty. You're just pardoning each other. Yeah. But he knew it was the right thing to do. We needed to get there. He said, our national nightmare needs to end. And he ended it. He dead-ended the investigations. He said, Nixon, and then there's this, I remember Steve Martin, who was the comedian then. He was my first favorite comedian. And Cosby really was. Cosby was first. As a kid, I listened to Cosby records constantly. But Steve Martin was the first person that made me think I could be a comedian because he was so weird. But he did a bit where during that time, because they showed these footage of Nixon on the beach in California after he went home. And Steve Martin says, I feel bad for Nixon. He goes, I know you're not supposed to because he did wrong. But every time I see him on the beach with his big old shorts on and his metal detector, and he just picture of Nixon just alone on the beach. And Nixon stayed he did these interviews with David Frost, the Frost-Nixon interviews, and he opened up about himself a lot. And he stayed available to every president after him, would call on him. He was a great resource. Fascinating guy. And when Patricia died, you saw him at her funeral just crying his eyes out. Very human guy, Nixon. Very human. Showed his feelings. And he wasn't cool and he wasn't hip and he wasn't like, I feel your pain, Clinton. He just was an open sore. And I think he gave that. And I said that in the last time.
Yeah.
But so... Ford pardoned him, and then Squeaky Fromm tried to kill him. She shot at him. Did you know that a woman named Squeaky Fromm?
That's the first time I'm hearing this.
Squeaky Fromm was in the Manson family. Squeaky Fromm, the Manson family, you know who that is, right?
Yes.
Charles Manson, she was one of his Manson,
she was one of the ladies.
The women who killed and the men who killed, Roman Polanski's wife and unborn child. Squeaky Fromm found a way to get to him, and she took a shot at him with a rifle. And there was one guy, some cop, who hit the rifle away, saved his life, and that guy was gay. Just a piece of news.
Nice.
And I always combine that guy in my head to the guy on the plane, Flight 93. It was a gay rugby player. It was one of the guys who said,
Let's Roll guys?
Let's roll. Yeah. Okay. So Gay,
But that got
gay
shot
people
down.
are all heroes. Gay dads are the
Flight
best.
93 got shot down.
What's that?
Flight 93 got blown up with a missile.
No, I know.
Yeah.
It was the missile that it went on after, and it hit the moon. It kept going through it. It hit the plane. So Ford.
Carter.
So Ford runs with Bob Dole as the vice
I only
president.
know Bob Dole, just Norm Macdonald. That's
So
it.
Bob Dole.
That's it.
There's a great documentary about presidential debates. It's one of the best documentaries. It's like a PBS documentary about presidential debates. And they talked to a lot of the guys, the real guys. It's like PBS or something. Bob Dole debated Walter Mondale, who was Jimmy Carter's guy, his vice president. And they asked Mondale about this moment. They're talking about war and military, and Bob Dole said, "Well, the Democrats they love war. It was World War II. That was a Democrat war." And he said that, and then they cut to Mondale going like this, and he said,
that was
and
awesome.
then they cut to Mondale in the documentary. It's 6 o'clock.
Is that real?
Country, yeah. You got to know it's 6 o'clock.
Is it The Purge? What is this? They blare this at. I was like, this is terrifying. We're not coming back to the woods.
I drank too much coffee.
So Walter Mondale and Norm Macdonald are having the debate.
So he's debating Norm Macdonald, and Dole says this is World War II. That was a Democrat war. And Mondale says in the documentary, "I knew we were going to win that was it. That was the moment that won the election." So that's apparently
it used to be like that. It used to be one gaffe.
Yes.
That was it. Like
That's right.
fucking, wasn't it Quayle couldn't spell something?
Yes, but
Fucking
Dean, what's his
Dean.
name?
No.
Dean. Bye.
Meanwhile,
Hart with a woman on his knee,
No,
Bimini
what was
on a
that?
yacht.
what was that?
Gary Hart was supposed to be the president of the United States.
Yeah.
He was a Kennedy-like, beautiful-looking guy. He was a Democrat from, I don't remember what state Gary Hart was from, but he was beloved. And then they found a picture of him on a yacht in Bimini with a girl on his knee that wasn't his wife. See ya. That was the end of him.
Damn.
But so, and Bob Dole, by the way, was a war hero.
Yeah.
He was in some horrible hill in Europe, and he was one of those guys where when a medic found him, he just took some of his blood and put an M on his forehead,
Yeah.
which means morphine, and all that is to tell anybody coming by,
Drug him, he's dead.
just give him more morphine.
Yeah.
He's not going to make
Yeah.
it. I don't have any on me. So,
yeah.
and then they sent Bob Dole home to Kansas, and his father get up, Rosie, get up there. Get up there. His father owned a drugstore, and they would just take him to the drugstore, and he was just like this, and they'd just lean him against just let him sit in the corner, and nobody thought he could hear because he looked so fucked up, and some neighbor pointed right at him. Some neighbor sitting at the ice cream counter, the drugstore, pointed at Dole and said to his friend, "I would kill myself if that was me."
Oh, no.
And Dole heard this, and it was the most pitiful moment in his life. And it was the moment that turned him around because he realized I gotta start working out. I can't.
Yeah.
I'm so close. Somebody just said that if they were me, they would kill themselves.
Yeah.
And he felt so sorry for himself. But the next thought was, it's time for me to start. And he became fucking almost twice became president. I met Dole. I've met some weird people. I met him. I was a writer at Conan, and Dole was a guest. And I remember thinking at the time, fuck Bob Dole. He's the one guy I would be rude to him. You know, like you fantasize.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even be nice to that guy. I would be rude to that guy if I met him. And I was standing in outside the studio, and the elevator's open, and out comes Bob Dole with no entourage. Like you picture he was at the time, he was like the fucking Senate Majority Leader, and he came out alone. He held a pen in his right hand always, because his right hand was crippled.
And that's why he would shake with his left.
Yeah, because he didn't want you to reach for his right, and he didn't want you to be embarrassed. So he held a pen there, and you'd see it. So
That's thoughtful.
So you'd ask for his left hand. Yes.
Isn't that the worst when you shake someone's hand? They have like
And they
one
go, sorry, in World War II. So
you go, well, now I feel gross.
Yeah. So he walks out of the elevator, and I'm standing there, and he just walks right up to me, and he goes, "Hey, I'm Bob Dole." And I go, "Yeah, you don't have to. There's a producer. I'll get a producer. You know,
I'll help
I'm
you.
not.
I'll help you.
You don't stop at me."
Sir.
Like I'm telling him to just keep walking.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Well, what's your name?" My name's Louis. He goes, What do you do? And I go, I'm a writer. I'm a comedy writer. He goes, that's hard. Boy, that's hard. That's a hard job. Trying to be funny. That's a damn hard job. How'd you come to that? And I go, I'm stand-up comedy. Oh, that guy, that's even harder. Yeah, comedy. I got to really respect you. He just stood there and talked to me.
Yeah.
And I said, where are you coming from? He goes, well, I just had to give a speech at this thing. And, luckily got to go early because I'm in the D's because my name's Dole. You know what I mean? Just made a few cheap jokes. And he let the fucking conversation have an arc. And then he went like, will you tell me who I should speak to? Like he did the whole, and I introduced him to the producer, and I was like, I love Bob Dole. I love Bob Dole. He's my favorite guy in the world. All right. Carter wins, and Carter was the first truly liberal president. Like he was such a liberally minded president. Jack Kennedy had liberal politics, but he was also about being the first Catholic, first Irish Catholic president in the United States. And he was about his dad bought him the election, just bought it with a suitcase of money. And he was a powerful fucking guy from a legacy of smugglers. Yep. And, but Jimmy Carter was a farmer, a peanut farmer from Georgia, who rose to be governor of Georgia because he was a conscientious guy and he got involved in local politics and he made his way up. He was like John Adams. He was just a guy who saw problems, saw ways to solve them, and he was really about helping people. He was really about that was his heart. I'm saying, right? And his brother Billy. So the saddest thing in the world is Billy Carter, because Billy was a joke in America when I was a kid. He was just a fun. They had Billy Beer they had a brand of beer named after him, and he died alcohol poisoning.
Jesus,
he was just a known drunk.
A beer for him.
Yes, he was just a known drunk idiot that everybody made fun of. And I saw one interview with Jimmy where he talked about Billy, and he was very bitter about it. He said Billy was a very wise, smart, and gentle soul who never drank his whole life. He just wasn't a drinker. And when I became president, it killed him. Because people went down, they got interested in who's the president's brother.
Yeah, started interviewing him and shit.
Him, and he had these little country wisdom, and people liked it. So they started printing his things.
But then,
he started going on speaking tours, and he starts getting used by people. I could use Billy Carter, and he's doing speeches, and he's on the road, and he starts drinking because that's the lifestyle, and it actually helps you get through it. And he became an alcoholic. And he says, Jimmy said in this interview, like, they kill my brother, these people. They kill my brother.
Can't do the road without booze.
No, it's hard, but you need to learn how to do it.
No.
You're going to die.
I'd like to be
How old was Billy Carter when he died? How old was Billy Carter when he died?
Fucking jinx me?
Let me know when not jinx you, warn you. There's a fucking difference. Fucking idiot. Jinx.
Yeah, jinx me?
It's like you go to a doctor, he's like, you're going to get pancreatic cancer if you don't change your diet. And you're like, what are you, jinxing me?
That's a bit of a jinx.
No,
that's a jinx.
No, it's not. It's a fucking useful warning.
I've never even heard of pancreatic cancer. You just brought that into
Bill
my world.
Hicks died of pancreatic cancer.
Billy Carter was 51 when he died.
Okay, how old are you?
34.
You've got how many years between? Will you do the math? Look up the math on YouTube, on Google. Google, how much is 51 minus
17?
You got 17 years left unless you stop drinking on the road. 17
That's pretty
years left.
good.
Okay, if that's how many you want. I'm 54. You die younger than me. Okay. Jimmy Carter.
Everybody always says
here's
he
how
sucked.
liberal Jimmy Carter
Everybody
was.
said he sucked.
What?
Everybody says Jimmy Carter sucked.
Yeah, that's the way they talk about folks. It's just a stamp.
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter did a few really
he put
courageous
solar
things.
panels on the White
first
House.
of all, they had the fucking so there was in San Francisco, Harvey Milk was running for mayor or for whatever. And they had this thing, Prop 2 or something. It was this anti-gay bill in California. And it was a huge, like, hot button fucking, like, stay away from it kind of thing. And it was like, whatever it was, like, yes, no on 2 meant, stop this gay, anti-gay thing. And there's this great footage of Jimmy Carter at a rally, and he gives a speech, and then he goes off, and then someone gets to him because he went, whoa, no on 2. You got to go no on 2. Like, he came out heavy for gay rights, which was big back then.
Yeah.
So he's president.
Huge. I mean, they were like, Hillary was voting against it in 2013.
That's right. Obama till fucking to the last second.
2013.
Yes.
Or it was either 11.
No, Obama was like, I don't think 2 men, and then they passed the thing. He was like, oh no,
I liked it.
My daughter said it's okay.
Like, I don't want those fruits getting married.
Yeah. So Jimmy Carter, way ahead of the game. A great thing about Jimmy Carter is that I'd always heard this, that there's 2 weird things about him. One is that he caught a fucking a fly ball at a game, which is really rare.
Yeah.
You're a president. It was at the time he was a former president. The odds of a former president catching it's insane.
Yeah.
There's something weird about Jimmy Carter, because also I always heard this thing that he saw a UFO and that he'll tell you if you ask him, but he doesn't like talk about it, but he will tell you. And so there's this movie out now called Phenomenon, not the John Travolta thing. It's a documentary about UFOs, and I don't know how real it is.
Yeah.
It's all kinds of stories. It comes across really real. So did Close Encounters. I mean, I don't know, cinema can create a lot of illusions, so I don't know, but it was compelling. But the most compelling thing, because you talk to a guy, he said what he said, right?
Yeah.
So in the extras, not in the movie, but if you watch the extras, I don't know why this is in the movie, but there's some kid in a wheelchair, like, blowing on a one of those guys like this, and you have to wait while he goes, Mr. President, can I ask you a question? One of those guys went to a book signing of Jimmy Carter, and you see Jimmy, this is footage, Jimmy's signing books, and then they bring over a wheelchair guy, and he says, can I ask you a question? And he wasn't taking questions, but he's like, sure, because he's in a wheelchair, which means he's a saint. Only really great people are in wheelchairs. There's no assholes in wheelchairs. It doesn't exist. So he asks Jimmy Carter, is it true that you saw a UFO? And Jimmy Carter goes, yes.
Yeah.
And he asks him, what was it like? And he said, it's exactly how they're described.
Yeah.
It's like, it was a strange pill-shaped thing. It was floating, not making any sound, and then it just vanished. It just took off. And he said, when you became president, did you tell them, the State Department? He said, yeah. And they said, just don't worry about it.
Don't even worry about it, dude.
Yes. Jimmy Carter also put on a sweater, and he made a speech where he said, yes, we have an oil crisis, but please just wear a sweater, turn the heat down. He's like, we got to change the way we live. People don't like to be told that in America.
No.
He's like, we got to change the way we live. There's less oil. And we're having to blow up countries in the Middle East because of the oil. It's a problem.
It
was the first energy crisis, and there was gas lines around the block. People couldn't get a fucking tank of gas.
It's not America's...
piss off Americans?
Yeah. It's not America's fault. I mean, that's a tale as old as time. When a world leader's like, even they're doing it now with the inflation. They're like, just don't eat as much. It's like, you guys are eating.
Yes, I agree with that.
That's the part. That's the hard part. It's like, you fuckers.
Just crank the handle.
It's like, let them eat cake. It's the same thing.
People aren't going to start moving slower. You're not going to take the human race and say, everybody just...
Yeah. Especially
all of us.
But you have to do it. If the world
China,
leaders...
India, I know you're trying to get out of poverty. I know you're trying to turn on air conditioning so you don't get malaria every 5 minutes. But just a little...
Yeah.
Just put a little... So it's just inevitable. And I think the problem is that you got your nerds. This is American history. Nerds and cowboys. Nerds figure shit out. Cowboys make shit happen. But there's a divide now. Climate denial goes 2 ways. The cowboys are pretending the shit's not changing, and of course it's changing. And the nerds are pretending that folks can just that it's a morality. It's like we can just all just quiet down, turn the lights off. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
If they all came to the table and said, yes, this is happening, but we're not going to slow down, then the Cowboys would fix the fucking, there'd be a big vacuum cleaner going.
Yeah,
You know, people talking about terraforming Mars. Do that here. I'm talking straight out of my ass.
No, but
I have no idea what I'm talking about here.
I
have no idea.
My buddy Steve Gerby.
Uninformed opinion.
Gerby's always talks about it, where he's like, I mean, it's not his opinion. He's just the first guy that brought it to me. Is like, we need to burn the resources we have now to figure out how to fucking stop it. Like we can't turn it down now.
Right.
It's too late. We need to work.
Well, like
to find
I read
the
a great interview with the guy in the Wall Street
probably
Journal.
Fucked that up for Gerby's. My bad.
No, the guy in this guy in the Wall Street Journal. He's a Pennsylvania guy who is a big natural gas guy. Him and his brother started buying natural gas, and they're like the biggest guys. And he's a big proponent for it as an environmentalist. He says it burns way cleaner, and it's the road to these next things.
Yeah.
He says you can't every time that you regulate against natural gas, you make people burn coal. The other thing is, do you know what the last time I looked, the number 4 polluting industry in the whole world? Number 4.
Bitcoin.
No, Bitcoin's big.
Farming. Isn't farming number 1?
No, number 4 is the energy, the fucking carbon from creating solar panels.
Oh, no.
Because the Chinese do it very cheaply. Here, to make a solar panel, like the wafer, it takes a huge amount of energy. And because of the regulations here, we make them very slowly and carefully, making sure everybody's okay. And it takes a long time and it's very expensive. But the Chinese just use coal and pour it and make these things. They're super cheap, and then we buy them. And we're buying so many of them because of Obama's policy that it's through the roof. It's killing the environment to make solar panels. It's, look, Elon Musk, he makes electric cars. So you know how cap and trade works? So cap and trade means that if you're an auto manufacturer, you have, I'm making up numbers, but let's say you can put out 75 million tons of car. You can make cars that will create 75 million tons of carbon. That's the cap, okay? Now, if you manage to actually get under 75 and you only put out 50 tons, you can sell 25 tons to another car manufacturer, okay? So a car manufacturer that's making 75 tons can actually make 100 because he bought that way you just know that there's 3 manufacturers, they're putting out 75 each, and that's tolerable. And so the way to keep them on it's an incentive. You only put out 25 tons. Congratulations. You can sell that to GM and they can put out. So Elon Musk's cars have none. They put out 0 tons and they sell 100% of their so they actually are they're helping more carbon go into the atmosphere. And that's how they turn a profit. That's their biggest profit point. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
That's all right.
I have no idea.
Fuck it. It's interesting.
The Wild Wild West. And then again, and then again, and then again, and then again.
What president are we on?
We just got done with, well, maybe we're done.
Yeah, so this is what Carter did. He put on a sweater. He said, cool it, guys. Put on a sweater. And people said, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
I rank the Iranian hostages.
Now that was how long was that? How many days was that? Isn't that a specific?
I have no idea. It was a bunch of days.
400, I don't know.
A lot of days.
Whatever it was, I was told like pretty much day 1 or 2 into Reagan. They were like, no more.
No, so Reagan got to take credit for Carter, more than anything, wanted to free the hostages before he left office. And he actually did that. He was up all night for several nights. He was haggard. There's a great story about the day of Reagan's inauguration that Carter went to get him. That's the tradition, is the sitting president goes and collects the new president and escorts him. So the story was that he went to Reagan's hotel room where he was staying, and him and Nancy were, Reagan was putting on his tie and Nancy was getting dressed, and it was like fuck smell in the room.
Oh, no.
Story. I remember reading this somewhere.
Which you have to.
The Carter was like, they fuck. They're like in it.
Stinks
They're
like sex in here.
Yeah,
These two
they
fucking
fucked.
these freaks.
Yeah,
They power
he came
hungry.
all over her.
Horny from the power.
Yes.
He just assumed.
He gave her another pearl necklace.
Yes.
And so that was the thing.
Wasn't there a thing coming out with Nancy was good at giving head?
Yeah, recently.
I don't know what that was.
Nancy
I didn't
Reagan.
really look into it.
Frank Sinatra says that a very important secret to singing is that you eat an apple and you wait an hour and then you throw it up because it creates a gravel in your throat. It gives you texture. He learned this from Nancy Reagan. There's only one way that a woman would learn this trick is because she's fucking bulimic. One day she ate an apple, she threw up, and then she's like, I sound great. So the next time she worked with Sinatra, she's like, you should do, Frank.
Yeah.
And she spread it as like a trick of the trade. That was Nancy Reagan. She probably did it with cum too. I don't know.
Yeah, I think she did it with cum.
These people are all dead, so it's fine.
Yeah.
But so Nancy and Ron, Jimmy Carter had this in his unsleeping, had this little observation that Reagan was grumpy on the inauguration. He didn't feel like doing it, and that they had just fucked. And then they all got in the limo together, and Jimmy got the news that the hostages were being freed, but Reagan got to announce it. So Ronald Reagan is...
Yeah, it's funny. I get all these legends from my Republican family.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'll tell you what, that pussy Carter couldn't get it done. Day one of Reagan.
That's right. Well,
those Muslims knew.
Yeah.
You don't fuck with a Republican.
That's right. So Reagan, and I heard this, my legend, so who knows which one's real. But Reagan was a fascinating president, 2 terms. There was
I got one. Did Nixon start the war on drugs? I think it was Nixon. I know Reagan. Reagan was huge on it.
Yes, Nancy Reagan said, "Just say no."
Yeah,
which was hated because people were addicted to drugs.
Yeah.
Also, AIDS started with Reagan, and Reagan. I mean, he was the first AIDS. He fucked a monkey. He fucked Bonzo.
He fucked the monkey.
There's a bunch of movies about him and a monkey. Yeah,
he fucked
Bonzo. Bedtime for Bonzo. He fucked Bonzo.
That's where Bedtime for Bonzo
goes,
comes from?
Nancy, I think I got AIDS from. So Reagan, he was. There's a piece of footage of Reagan. There's a documentary about Huckleberry Finn, and it's about how it gets banned and then refound and banned throughout history. Huckleberry Finn has been banned by liberals who don't like the N-word, and then conservatives who don't like whatever they have.
The
a
N-word.
problem. It just keeps going back and forth.
Yeah.
And Mark Twain, there's some quote where Mark Twain said, I knew when I created Huck, he'd get in trouble his whole damn life. He knew that this was going to happen. Okay, so there's a character in Huckleberry Finn. I'm going to say his name. His name was Wow. That was his name. Now this won't be on YouTube. It'll just get.
Yes.
So, there's footage of Reagan, doing some tribute to Mark Twain, and whatever he's doing, he's opening a center or something, and he says, he goes, and who could forget the wonderful stories of Huckleberry Finn and his friend Jim. And you can see him look off, and you know that there's guys going, did we talk about this? Like, there's don't say it, Mr. President. But that's it. I mean, I read the books. That's his name, fellas. You can't say it. Oh, well, geez. I mean, that makes no sense. It's in the goddamn book. And so that you can see it.
Don't say that
and
word.
His friend, Jim.
Yeah.
Fuck this country. God damn it.
Yeah, don't say that. But then go ahead and do the war on drugs.
Yeah.
Don't say that word.
Yeah. But so Reagan was, his whole he was president of SAG, and then he was governor of California. Hated hippies, fucking hated them so much.
I gotta be honest. I think I would have too.
I think I probably would have hated. I mean, George Harrison hated hippies.
Yeah.
George Harrison. There's an interview with him where he went to Haight-Ashbury. He's like, I heard they're all, and he was like, they were just disgusting drug addicts. So yes, hippies are gross. They always were. So Reagan, I mean, there's so much about Reagan. For fuck's sake, he 2 terms, and George Bush was his vice president.
Cold War. Mr.
Gorbachev, take down this wall.
Yes.
And He called
the Gipper.
Soviet Union the evil empire.
Yeah.
And then there was that crazy when they went to Reykjavik, like they got really close. He did have an obsession with bringing down the proliferation of nuclear weapons. It was something that he cared about. And so they had a treaty. They had a shot at a treaty. And they flew to Reykjavik, Iceland, the two of them. And it was this exciting time where there might be this treaty signed. And then there was this awful midnight footage, which you can also see, of the two of them leaving at the same time. And Reagan's going, nah. And Gorbachev is going like, what do you want from me? Reagan's going, no, man, no fucking way. And they get in their cars and they leave. And it was like, shit.
Yeah.
It was scary.
We're going to keep nukes.
And it looked like something worse might happen. But Gorbachev was an interesting dude, Something interesting was going on there, different from the other guys.
Yeah.
But so Reagan, I'm trying to remember the thing I was going to say about him. He, Well, he was shot, and I remember that.
Yeah, that's the one I wanted to talk about.
So I went to
that guy's out.
What's that?
He just got out.
Hinckley's out?
Hinckley's out. There's pictures. There's
Wow.
like TMZ's taking pictures of him.
Do you think if I kill
Subway.
Hinckley, that'll help me?
That'll help. Only if it's for Jodie Foster.
You think if I could, yeah. She's
Somebody's
still around.
Somebody's got to fuck Jodie Foster.
Somebody, in connection with that.
Yes.
So
What?
what did she say?
That's my
When he
favorite.
got out, apparently she was like, actually was kind of impressed when he.
No.
I swear.
She said that?
I've heard something else. I heard that she was talking to like Phoebe Cates or somebody.
She was being funny.
And she said to Phoebe Cates, like, hey, nobody ever shot the president for you, honey, or something like that. And there's a million stories about
That's
Jodie
really
Foster taking, which all might be
Yeah,
false.
I think didn't Ed Hinckley? I think he used to call her and like leave voicemails.
I don't know anything about
I think
that.
she was in college.
I don't think they had voicemail then.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Answering machine. He would call and be like,
Send her
Jodie.
tapes.
He's like, wait till you see what the fuck.
Wait till you see.
I love
Jodie,
you
please
so
watch.
much.
Make sure you're watching TV.
I
went to
didn't
my
kill him. He just got fucked up.
My mom hated Ronald Reagan, hated him since the 70s, and she saw him coming. There was a thing about Reagan that was like Trump for Democrats, which was it was like it's a nightmare scenario. Reagan is a nightmare scenario. It's the end of all things. He is the worst guy in the world. And they had connections between him and white supremacy, like a bunch of them. Like the place he gave his first speech as a candidate is a famous, horrible. It's where the students were
in
killed.
Mississippi.
Yeah, it was like in that. It was like he's standing on their fucking on the car that they took out of the mud. Not that, but he was there. So a lot of people made connections with that shit. But people hated Ronald Reagan before he was president. When he won, I remember my mom being deeply disturbed by it. And so there was this feeling he's not a good guy. We have a bad president from some people's point of view. And then other people, you were very aware, fucking loved the guy. I mean, so much. And the mask, the rubber mask of him, what became a thing. And SNL was making fun of him and all this stuff. But there were these people that just absolutely, they loved Reagan without any reason, and some people were on his side, all kinds of stuff. But there's a lot of Democrats who just couldn't stand the guy. But life went on. And then when he got shot, I went to my friend Jeff Drew's house, and he said that the president just got shot. And these are two things I remember watching on live TV again later. One was that, and one was Anwar Sadat being assassinated. The whatever president of, I'm sorry, but I don't remember if it was fucking Egypt or Israel. But it was Sadat was killed, and I was watching it on the news live.
It was Israel.
I don't remember. Well, there was later.
Somebody got shot in Israel.
Yeah, I'm fucking up all the names.
Yeah.
But that was when Clinton was president. So
okay.
Anwar Sadat was on a military, they were having a parade, and there was troops marching in front of him, and they turned around and fucking
that's got to be Egypt.
I mean, probably
that
right.
Sounds about it.
I mean, it was not
Israel?
through hand grenades. It was his guys, and they turned around and just riddled. There was a bunch of guys like at a dais, like a whole bunch of dignitaries, and they just
what?
And I was watching this. I was watching the live news, and they broke in. And said, I mean, I was somewhat watching, there was a special report. That used to be a big thing. Now it's every fucking news break.
Breaking.
Yeah, breaking news. Anwar Sadat is dead. We have footage. It's straight out of the Betacam. And it hasn't been edited. We're going to warn you that this hasn't been edited. And I watched this footage of a guy just watching the fucking parade, and then the lens goes down, and then he goes up on the bandstand, and you see a guy holding his own arm with
What the
cut
fuck?
off, and there's like strands of blood and stuff and muscle, and he's holding it and he's dazed, like asking people walking by, like, what do I do with my arm, like that kind of thing, and just blood. I mean, I was a kid and I saw that on TV. And the other thing was Reagan had just been shot when I got to Jeff's house, and we sat down and we watched that footage, 20,000, of him like the Dumlin, and he got thrown into the limousine, and
Hinckley,
his own guy, jumped on him.
Didn't he kill one of the guys?
He killed a cop. James Brady who was the press secretary, took one to the head and was like this for the rest of his life. And the Brady bill was this big gun. His whole life became about gun control.
How the fuck
the Brady
is Hinckley
bill
out,
was
dude?
started by his family, by James Brady, who was Republican, conservative Reagan's press secretary. He was his spokesman. Very, very brilliant guy who suddenly was like this and talk like that, and he would make speeches, and his wife would help him. And the Brady bill was like, of course we're going to pass this, because it was, and a lot of Republicans were in favor of it, but the NRA was just a motherfucker. There was no way to pass it. You looking up James Brady?
No, I'm just looking at how funny Hinckley is now. Look at him. He's just leaving a Subway.
Oh, he looks exactly like me.
He's doing pretty good.
He looks like me. He's got the same body.
Playing guitar
Good for you, John.
to CNN.
Good boy.
Man who shot Reagan is now posting love songs online.
He's like, I gotta get chicks the old-fashioned way. Sing him a song.
Dude, just leaving Subway.
I used to shoot presidents to impress girls, and now I just sing him a song like a good old boy.
I hope he gets pussies
What
playing
is he
guitar.
eating there? That's
It's a Subway, dude. Just get a nice
Subway,
hoagie.
just like Jared. If he keeps eating those, he can get skinny
He's
like
gonna-
Jared and fuck
Now he's
children.
going to get some pussy.
He can be a kid fucking president murdering guitarist. This guy's not done.
He's got
building
his
his
chance.
brand. He's still building his brand.
He's got a shot.
I mean, he looks young and healthy.
It's funny to be fat and be like, I'm trying to get pussy. I could
So
either,
you know the story
I could
about
go
him?
to the gym.
That he had. These are the legends. He had dinner at George Bush's house. Apparently, like a couple of weeks before he shot the president.
No.
Look up John Hinckley and the Bush family. Their families were linked. The Hinkleys, I think, gave money to the Bushes or something like that. But apparently, Hinckley was a guest in a Bush house an alarmingly short amount of time before he shot President Reagan. And a very interesting thing about it is that George Bush was where when Reagan was shot. Do you know where George Bush was?
When Reagan was
in
shot?
Texas. He was in Texas. There's this thing about
Wasn't
Texas.
he in Dallas when Kennedy
was
got shot?
That's what folks say. And he was at like Texas is this place to like it feels like
He was Skull and Bones.
But Skull and Bones, very big. George Bush, and we'll get to him, but George Bush was a power nerd, and he was a guy who really hated Reagan.
The shooter's father, John Hinckley Sr., was friends with George H.W. Bush.
Yes. So he's like
regular contributors to the Bush campaign.
Yes. How's your son? How's your boy John? Oh, I got to tell you,
Kind of
he's
a
troubled.
loser.
He's troubled. Troubled is he? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him. Maybe I should have a talk with him.
He's like, hey, you want to fuck Jodie Foster?
Oh, he's like, so tell me what's going on. I'm just really into Jodie. I'm just really in love with Jodie Foster. I know that's weird. I'm in love with Jodie Foster. Well, son, you can't just sit on your keister. You got to do something. I mean, what could you do to get her? Well, how should I get? I wrote her letters. I wrote hundreds of letters. A girl like that, she's famous. You got to do something for everyone to see.
Yeah, I'll tell you who she hates.
Do something that's going to make everybody see.
I just talked to Jodie. You know
Yeah.
who she really hates?
I mean, if you were to do something to, you know what they say. Now, was Lennon dead yet? Lenin was 1980. He was shot in 1980.
December 8th.
And when was Kennedy? Well, I mean Kennedy. When was Reagan shot? When was Lenin shot? Important dates.
Reagan was shot in 81.
So
Reagan was shot in 81. So right after fucking David Chapman killed Lenin.
Yeah.
And he said, the Beatles changed the world and I changed the Beatles. You know what that Chapman fellow said? I read this in Rolling Stone magazine. He said, the Beatles changed the world, and gosh, they sure did. And I changed the Beatles. That's what he said. So I don't know. I mean, a fella could find someone who's really changing the world. I don't know. I mean, anyone, Stevie Wonder, Ronald Reagan. And
Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan. And maybe have an effect on his life. I mean, what do you. Anyway, so yeah, so Hinckley was like, I don't know why you're talking about that, but I know what you're saying. And so then he went to his bedroom and he looked in the drawer and he found a gun. He's like, where's this gun come from?
I left something for you.
I left you a little something.
You know you have to do something.
Yeah, so if you're the vice president and you have anything to do with the president being shot, you need to be in Texas. Because if there's any sort of like, we have word that vice president, whatever, and then the governor of Texas is like, we're not extraditing. I'm like, it's the one place he might be able to hole up and maybe even stage a coup from. He's like, no, we're the Republic of Texas now. Like it could work. So Bush is in Texas and he refuses to come to Washington. It was a big deal because he just should have taken over, but he refuses to come to Washington. He's like, I'm not going to show up in the White House while the Gipper's fighting for his life. He made big statements about it. But he stayed away. And it got really chaotic, as we all know. There's a great movie.
How long was Reagan out?
I think a few days, but Nancy. So there's an amazing movie made by HBO called The Day the President Was Shot. Richard Crenna plays Reagan, and Richard Dreyfuss plays Alexander Haig. And it's like a comedy in a way. But anyway, when Nixon was when Reagan, they drove him to George. There's a hospital that's for the president. First of all, the cottage, the White House, they have a emergency room. They have everything there. But he was bleeding. He was spitting blood. So,
Hinckley.
And
Hinckley got him.
He got him. He fucking shot him in the armpit.
The president's in a limo.
Shot him, and then he thought his bodyguard jumped on him. And then he said, I think you broke my rib. That's what he thought happened. He said, I think you broke my rib. So they were going to go back to the White House to get him looked at. But then he started spitting lots of blood. And so they went straight to George Washington Hospital, which was just a fucking homeless people out front. And the fucking limousine by itself just screeches up. And they brought a gurney, but the president said, I'm not going in on my back. You're not doing that.
What?
To me. It's true. And he walked in. Like, yeah. And this great. This movie. The best part is showing him hello walking by, and you see this black guy go like, "Oh shit!" Like, "Oh shit!" Like just 80s black guys who are in front of a hospital, like their wife's fucking having a baby, they're smoking, and that's the fucking president. And he's like, "Hello." And then as soon as he got inside.
Hey, fellas, how are you?
Yes, he crumbled, and they got him on the gurney, and they're going. And he came to at one moment because the nurse was holding his hand, and he said, "Does Nancy know about you and me?" And then right before he went under,
a charming devil.
Yes, the doctors right before anesthesia they said, "Mr. because they had to tell him he was the head of the fucking world, and he was in charge. And they didn't know, he's going under anesthesia. And they said, Mr. President, we're going to put you under. We have to get this bullet out of you. And it was an exploding bullet.
Hinckley.
So the doctors were all in danger. Hinckley used an exploding bullet.
What?
And it was next to his heart. It was like leaning against his heart like this, the bullet. And so the doctors said, we got to get this bullet out of you, so I'm going to put you under now. And he said, I hope that you guys are Republicans. And the doctor, who was not a Republican, said, Mr. President, today we're all Republicans. And he saved his life. But he was extremely I mean, he was on death's door for a few days. Now, the White House has Alexander Haig saying, "I'm in charge here at the White House." He was the Secretary of State. He had no business saying that. He was like, he made up this thing by the laws of succession. I would be next. It's like, no, you're like 20th down. And meanwhile, at the hospital, Nancy's there with the chief of staff, and there was a battle between the White House and the guys at the hospital. So they needed to prove that Reagan was functioning as a president. So they needed a photograph, and they needed him to do a piece of business. So they had the dairy bill, some bill that's like for dairy subsidies that needed to be signed.
Jackpot for those guys.
Yes. So they're like,
holy shit. We did it, Hinkley. Hinkley, baby, I love you.
Hinkley! That's what it was. It was the milk people. The milk people did the whole
Big
thing.
milk, dude.
For another 15 cents on a fucking carton of milk. So Nancy got enlisted, and they said, you need to do this. And you need to handle him like you handled him in the movies. And so she put makeup on his face, and she like slaps, she said, Ronnie, you got to wake up. And they leaned his bed up like this, and she just kept trying to wake him up. And this is all in the movie done very well, but it's true. And they took a picture of him like, there's this picture of him, like a really weird picture that I think did more harm than good. And then he signed
he looks great.
Yeah, he signed the dairy bill. It's a great picture. One great picture is very rare to find of Reagan. He had many operations. He was a very sick and dying old man.
Yeah.
He had some brain, like something taken off his brain or something. So he had half of his head was shaved. And he was coming out of the airplane, and he had a baseball cap on, and he went like this.
Oh no!
And Nancy's going, "Don't!" She's like horrified, and because he thought it was funny. Half his head is shaved. It's creepy. I saw that picture once. I never saw it again. So anyway, Reagan survived, obviously, and then that just was a massive lift.
Yeah,
I remember as a kid, my mother hated Reagan, and I was just like, "Yeah, good, good for you." Everybody was happy for him. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Oh my God. Yeah,
she's really mad. Yes. So Reagan,
Iran. This is a guy rocking.
Iran-Contra happens. They were there were still some hostages in Iran, and they were offering the Iranians weapons in exchange for hostages and money. And then they were going to use the money to fund the Contras and in El Salvador.
Yeah.
And it was all done by this guy, Oliver
North.
Yeah. Colonel Oliver North. It was Reagan. It was dirty. It was a dirty Reagan thing. And Reagan said, I take responsibility for it. Because I'm not sure what I remember that I was told about this, and we're looking into it. But make no mistake, it's my responsibility. Nobody does that anymore.
Yeah.
So he did that, and that kind of got him through it. And it made people believe that he was really looking into it. And then they pinned it all on this guy who, I remember his hearings it was the biggest deal since Watergate. Iran-Contra-Gate. That's what it was the first thing that they said gate about. And Oliver North he said,
thing to add gate.
He said somebody pitched this idea to me of the missiles and then the money, and he said I thought it was a neat idea. And when everybody heard him say that, it became plausible that this fucking dummy he just was stupid and crazy, and that he did it. He later ran for governor of Virginia as a Republican. Might be West Virginia, I'm sorry. But Chuck Todd, who was that lieutenant that sent the tape to Lyndon Johnson's son-in-law, who was thought to be the next he was supposed to be the next Kennedy, but he had a bad coke habit. But he was cool enough to be a senator. He was senator from, I think, West Virginia for years. And he just didn't care anymore. So there's another great documentary called The Perfect Candidate. And it's a really great, it's a documentary about him running against Oliver North. Decided after all this shit had happened, he's going to run. And it teaches you something about presidential politics. That's why I'm bringing it up. So Chuck Todd was a Democrat. He's like one of these guys you have now, just a machine Democrat. Like there's a scene in the documentary where a reporter asks him, "What do you think of furlough programs in prisons?" And he goes, "What? I didn't say anything about it. I haven't said anything about that." And he goes, "Well, what do you think about it?" He goes, I haven't changed my position on, I have a very good record on crime." And he goes, "I'm just asking your opinion."
Yeah.
And he goes, "Well, I appreciate the work that everybody has done." And he walks away. And the guy's like, "I can't even get an opinion out of this guy." That's who's running, right? He's a tool.
Yeah.
And he's the Democrat. And then Oliver North, he announces his candidacy in a black church, all black ladies. And he's this notorious guy. Mm-hmm. And he says, "I've made terrible, terrible mistakes in my life." And you hear the black women, "Oh,
yeah, don't forgive him."
Oh, and he goes, "And I'm a bad man. I've been a bad man, but there's one thing I love, and that's the people of West Virginia." And he starts crying.
Oh my God!
And they just love him. They love him, and he's winning he's going to be a senator.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. And then right at the end of the documentary, Clinton, who is just sweeping the country, comes in and spends like 2 days just going, Chuck Todd is the only man in this. And the black women love Clinton, and he put him over the top. Okay. Reagan gets old. He gets Alzheimer's while he's in office. Nancy Reagan very openly talked about this once he was dead, because Alzheimer's became her issue. And so she didn't mind giving his legacy away because it was more important to take care of the disease. So she gave us some great stories. One of them was that she was at she was always at meetings, and he told a funny story, and then ate some chicken, and then he told it again.
Oh no.
Told it twice. And everyone was there, Ed Meese or whoever the guy's in. And she said in his presence, "Do you guys see this?
Yeah.
Does anybody do we see what's happening here?" Because she was really concerned.
Yeah. And they're like, no.
So they started having meetings about it. And there's a great story. Reagan's doctor, which you can look it up, decided it was time to talk about it. He examined Reagan, and then he went to Reagan's ranch in California. And Reagan was chopping wood. His body never gave up on him. He was as fucking strong as a piece of oak. He was chopping wood in a red flannel. You could just see this, you know, on his ranch. And the doctor comes up and he says, "Mr. President, I got an issue." He says, "Some of us think that you might be losing your mental capacities. And right now you're okay, but you're declining. And I need to know what to do if I perceive that because I can't talk to you once you lose your mind. Yeah. We can't have this conversation. Maybe in a year or so, I won't be able to have this conversation with you because you won't be cognizant. So while you're still okay, and I think you are, I need instructions from you. What do I do when I believe that you've left the earth?" And Reagan just took it as a piece of business. He took off his leather gloves and he said, "Well, speak to Nancy and speak to the chief of staff and the head Democrat, the speaker, whoever was the number one Democrat, get them in a room and make a committee and tell them I'll do whatever they say." And so that didn't end up happening.
Yeah.
The second time he won the presidency was a moment for me too as a kid, because he won and it was just this dun, 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 that every time a president won, and Nixon, this whole thing. And then when Reagan won the second time, he wasn't with balloons. He was in a hotel room, the footage you can find of him, and they cut to all these Republicans cheering, and they cut to him and Nancy on a couch watching on a TV, holding hands, and they look really upset. They're just sitting there, and he's literally going like this. And it was this, it may have been performative, but the signal was, I have to do it. It's my duty, but I don't want to do it. This is a grave responsibility. Yeah. He took it seriously, and he was frowning when he learned that he won. And that was a big character moment.
Yeah,
by an actor,
of course.
But nonetheless, it was a big deal.
A lot of it's acting. A lot of these guys.
Yes,
and that's
Reagan. And then Bush ran against Mike Dukakis.
This is where I'm starting to become somewhat cognizant.
I was starting to. Okay, yeah.
No. I don't remember. I barely remember Clinton. Bush Clinton is like the first election I remember being like, yeah, fuck
that's
Clinton.
Amazing to me. That's amazing.
Fuck Clinton.
Well, because I remember that's so funny.
Yours is Obama. I remember
that's so funny to me.
Bush's W's inauguration. That's like the first political thing I remember.
It's incredible to me because Clinton was a sea change.
Yeah.
Because Bush ran against Mike Dukakis, who was the governor of Massachusetts, where I was from. So he was our governor. And he was running against Jesse Jackson in the primaries. And Jesse Jackson was just like killing. He was out there making these speeches. People loved Jesse Jackson. What's that?
Was that Hymietown?
Was
that Jesse Jackson?
He called New York Hymietown.
Was he in like the garden?
Yeah, I think he said it like, hey, Hymietown. Yeah, he called New York City Hymietown. Yes, he sure did.
I like that.
And so Jesse Jackson attacked Cedric the Entertainer many years later for a character he played in Barbershop where he says, fuck Rosa Parks. I'm sick of hearing about Rosa Parks. It's a really funny scene where he's a black guy saying, I don't give a shit about Rosa Parks. And Jesse Jackson said he never should have said that. She's you don't touch this woman with your humor. And he's yelled at, and Cedric was a religious guy and he was upset. And I was pissed off at Jesse, and I just did once in a while I do this kind of dumb thing. I called the fucking the Rainbow Coalition. That's his office in Chicago. And this woman answered the phone. Hello? And I go, I have a complaint about Jesse Jackson. She goes, who are you? And I said, I'm just a citizen, and I don't agree with what she said. And he says, he don't care what you think, young man. And she hung up.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, because, sometimes I've called the White House like 4 times in my life and said, hey, and they say, yes, tell me the thing. And they politely take it down. I called Trump when Trump was like not conceding the election.
Yeah.
I called the White House and it was deep into it.
Yeah.
And usually it's like, hello, White House. It's a switchboard operator.
You're calling the White House?
And you say, I want to make a complaint. And she says, yes, I'll put you through. And they either, they give you a voicemail or they put somebody who just writes down, thank you very much. They take your comment and you just figure it's one of a trillion. But when I called Trump's White House, some guy, you could hear a loosened tie and unshaven. Some guy goes, hello, White House. And I go, hi, I want to make a complaint. He goes, what? I want to make a complaint. He goes, look, please just go to the website. Can you just go to the website? And I said, are you okay? And he goes, not great. I swear to God, I had this conversation. He goes, not great. I said, okay, well, I hope you have a better day. He said, thank you. I do appreciate that. So it was at that point, the White House was in a place where it was like, Trump's like, somebody get the fucking phone. The fucking phone is ringing. It was like nobody's left.
It was the end of Wolf of Wall Street.
Yes,
like
everybody
the dudes were falling apart.
It was nuts. But so Jesse Jackson was running in a great comedian named Barry Crimmins.
Wait, I can't believe you're calling the White House.
I call the White House occasionally. Yeah. I call radio talk shows sometimes. I called a radio talk show and spoke to John McCain on the phone once on the radio.
Yeah, what'd you tell him?
And he was in New York campaigning
Dude,
for Bloomberg. He was campaigning for Bloomberg to be mayor. Bloomberg was running against Mark Green, who was a firebrand, like anti-establishment guy. And I called McCain and I said, first of all, you should be supporting Mark Green because he's just like you. And he said, I love Mark Green. Like I got him to say, it's like Mark Green's a great guy, but Mike's got it. Mike Bloomberg's got it. And I said, also, you should run for president. He's like, no, stop. Get him off. I was like, get him off the phone.
Yeah.
So that was my, and then later I met McCain at the Tonight Show. I was the lead guest and his daughter was the second guest. And I went and his daughter said, my dad wants to meet you. And I went to her dressing room and he was there. And I said, hey, I just love John McCain. I fucking love him. And I just saying, hey, man, I just, you're really something.
Yeah.
And he said, Louis, you're the best. Louis, you're the best. And he said, I heard you did USO shows. And I said, yeah, I was in Iraq. I was in Afghanistan. And so then when she was being interviewed, she brought out her dad. And he sat down and he sat down and he said before, and Jay goes, hey, And McCain goes, before I say anything, I want to pay tribute to Louis C.K. because he went to the Middle East, put his life in danger to entertain our troops. And how about that? And he got the crowd.
Wow.
First thing out of his mouth.
That's fucking cool.
And he said that he wanted to exchange numbers because we both read a lot of the same books. He's a great guy. I never got to talk to him again after that. Okay.
You remember when Trump smashed?
What's that?
When Trump talked shit on him?
Oh, God, first of all, it was genius. It was
so funny.
Genius moment.
It was such a funny.
You know, the thing about when you get to the schoolyard, you look for the biggest kid and you punch him in the nose. You might get your ass kicked, but no one else will fuck with you. Yeah. So in the politics at that time for Trump, it was like, who's the most loved? Who's the most loved man in American politics? John McCain. I'm going to call him a loser. I like the guys who don't get shot down.
Yeah.
You know, the guys who don't get shot down are the guys who avoid who don't do their jobs.
Yeah.
Piece of shit.
No, it was a good joke. Great joke.
Brilliant.
I mean, great level of shit talking.
So
people calling somebody a war hero and being like, I mean, he got captured.
I mean, that was one of those.
What a fucking
Trump
loser.
had so many moments where I was just like, oh my God.
That was one that was the
and
one.
Again, from the backstory of every detail I remember about all these guys. But anyway, let's wait.
Yeah, let's go here. We got George.
I mean, we got
Herbert Walker. Yeah, we got.
Okay.
Let's skip.
Okay.
Oh, this one's too. Damn. Skip HW. Fuck it.
Okay. Herbert Walker Bush.
CIA. Evil. If you look into everything they've done.
He engineered his whole life to become president. He had Reagan shot, and his father, Prescott Bush,
Kennedy.
Prescott Bush, was a senator. And he traded with the Nazis. Like, he got censured by the Senate for selling goods to the Nazis back when they were. There's a lot of Americans making money selling shit to Hitler.
Yeah.
If you ever go to 30 Rock, where
I was almost there, yeah.
You were almost there. But then you said something terrible. Just terrible. Shane, how dare you? I just remembered. Get out of my house. Oh! Shame on you, Shane Gillis.
I like my SNL cast
Shame
members
on
who
you.
Didn't get cut.
I worked at Conan, which is in the same building, and the producer is Jeff Ross, not Jeffrey Ross, the comedian. This is the producer, and he was really interested in history. And he said, "You want to see something cool?" And he took me into there was a stairwell in 30 Rock, and he took me in there, and he pushed my head down. No, and there's these big red pipes in the stairwells that are feeding the sprinklers. I don't know what they're. Big iron red pipes that have been there since 30 Rock was built back in the late 30s by Rockefeller. And there's a big spigot coming off of the side of one of them with a big, wheel. It's some release valve. And on the side of it is a fucking Nazi, like an embossed Nazi, and it's raised, it's not painted on.
It's in the, yeah.
It's a swastika. And he said, all of the steel in this building is Nazi steel. It's all German steel. That was the flag.
Fuck?
It wasn't a political flag, like it was a political flag, but it was also just the flag of Germany.
Yeah.
So if you bought German steel, it was like made in USA.
Yeah, you're not going to tear down the building.
It had a swastika on it, and they bought it. And he said all of the steel in 30 Rock has swastikas on it. But at one point they turn them into the corners, but they can't turn these spigots. So every time I used to go to 30 Rock,
Holy
like when I
shit.
hosted SNL, I would take anybody who didn't know about it and show it to them. But the last time I went there, they had shaved it down. Somebody got in there with a thing and shaved it down.
Holy shit.
But so that's how fucked up. So that's Prescott Bush was one of the guys making money on Nazis. And then it's Skull and Bones guy.
Yeah.
George Bush,
Skull and
Bush,
Bones.
Skull and Bones. But he was a kind of a Nixon-y thing where I think he went too far. He got Reagan shot. He just went through too many fucked up things.
He was CIA, man.
Yes, and he was supposed to run. He was supposed to win. But this is when I started to believe in this country. Was when Clinton ran for president, because, and again, not based on politics even, but how dug in Reagan and Bush felt. And Bush just felt like, you ain't going to beat this guy with nothing. These guys are in, and there's Dick Cheney in there. And And Donald Rumsfeld, these fucking guys are like, these are hard ass fucking guys who don't bleed. You just don't believe they bleed. And they got it all worked out. And they've been there for 12 fucking years.
Yeah.
And here comes Clinton, whose mom was a blackjack dealer in Vegas and whose dad died in a 3-inch puddle. He died. He was drunk and he hit a tree and was launched out of his car and landed in 3 little feet of water and drowned in it. That was Clinton's dad. And then that was Jefferson, his father. His name was.
Was that his real dad or his stepdad?
His dad's last name is Jefferson.
Yeah.
It would have been another Jefferson. That was his real dad. His mom then married a guy named Clinton.
He changed his name.
And had Roger. And his mom, and that guy used to beat the shit out of his mom. And the second Clinton got big enough, one night his stepdaddy came home drunk and he stood up to him and he said, "If you hit my mom again, I'm going to kill you." And he used to protect his little brother. And his little brother was like an orphan. His dad's a drunk.
Yeah.
So the dad disappears. And the day that Clinton turned 18, he was already in charge of the family. The day he turned 18, he took his brother to City Hall. And he said, "You know what I'm doing today? I'm changing my last name to Clinton so that you and me are real brothers." That's why his last name is Clinton.
Yeah.
That's who Bill Clinton is. Okay? And he fucked a bunch of 10-year-old girls on a jet.
He also fucked those kids. but he did. That's the problem.
I don't know, man. I have no idea. I don't know. It wasn't my pussy. It wasn't my pussy.
It
so
wasn't
I
mine,
can't
but
report.
it's not looking good.
Oh, it's not looking good at all.
I mean, he took
I don't
a
know.
lot of those.
Listen,
He loved the ladies, which
I know
we
nothing
can't knock
about
a
it.
guy for liking ladies, but
those aren't ladies. Those are babies.
no, I meant his reputation.
Look, I don't know. I don't fucking
Outside of banging the kids, his reputation was
love the ladies.
Lewinsky and the other
Sure.
lady.
So Clinton, but Clinton was this fucking country good old boy, and they threw. And I mean, we had just lost Gary Hart. He was. That's why Dukakis ran.
Yeah,
because Gary Hart got caught with a chick, and so that was Democrats' problems.
they're
The
getting
ladies.
too much pussy.
Too much pussy. And so
Going against
Clinton
Bob
shows
Dole.
up, and the first thing that happens in New Hampshire is fucking Jennifer Flowers. And but then there was this feeling that it was a kind of a circus. And I remember Howard Stern's guy, Stuttering John. Do you remember him?
Yeah.
Stuttering John. Jennifer Flowers' first her press conference, it was like a serious thing, and she's like, "Yes, I did have sex with him." And then you heard Stuttering John say, "Are you planning to have sex with any more Democratic candidates?" and she laughed, and everybody laughed. To me, that was the moment where everybody was like, "Who gives a fuck who he fucked?" Hillary stood by him. We did the interview with him and with Barbara Walters. A light fell from the grid and crashed on the floor right next to them. And the Clintons hugged, and they were both crying. So it was like they're under a lot of stress, and one of them died. And Barbara Walters saw this and told everyone the story. And so it was like everybody started to love Bill Clinton. Same as Oliver North.
You ever look at the Clinton body count?
What's that?
How many people they've killed?
Oh, you mean Foster, the guy from
He
the
shot
travel
himself.
office?
Didn't he shoot himself twice? There's a bunch of guys who shot themselves twice in the head, stuff like that.
I don't know, but the
This is the only
Republican.
history
Dick
I
Cheney
know
shot a
now.
guy in the face.
Dick Cheney, but that was fun. He was having fun with it.
I know. I'll tell you about that. But so Clinton made me feel like I can't believe this. They just got rid of the Bushes.
Yeah.
They got rid of Cheney. In my lifetime that didn't exist. The idea of that. So I was pretty fucking impressed. Likewise with Obama later. But so that made me think, maybe this is actually some kind of, and then later you learned that Clinton and Gore together learned how to go for business and tell big business, look, we're going to make you a fortune. Don't worry about the social issues. We're going to take care of the poor. We're going to do all kinds of programs, but we're getting rid of welfare. He got rid of welfare. And he was also a death penalty governor.
Yeah.
He put a retarded guy in the electric chair. He put a retarded guy in the electric chair when he was governor. He literally he was drunk and he just said, "Come here." And he's like, "What are you doing?" And he just took him and he put him in it. And he said, never mind, just fucking shut up. Killed a retarded guy single-handedly. Clinton, I loved Clinton when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I loved Clinton. Just loved him. And I remember when Coretta Scott King died, her funeral, he closed it. Like, I think Jesse Jackson was there. Every president was there. Everybody, past president, all the greats came to make speeches. And then Clinton wasn't, George W. Bush was president now. So Bush went before, but he let Clinton close. They all made speeches about how far we've come and the importance of Martin Luther King. And then they'd make a comment about her. It was really about Martin Luther King. And then she was a great woman. And Clinton just fucking talked. He went up there and he leaned on the podium and he said, we're all talking about a lot of stuff here, but there's a woman in that box. Like, he literally pointed at her dead body. There's a woman in that box.
Fine, beautiful.
A woman
supple.
Who had, he said, she had dreams. She had passions. She was, and he said one word that sounded a little sexy.
Yeah.
And look at her kids, and what are they gonna do? They're already dealing with their daddy's legacy. That's a burden on them. And it was a burden on her, and now it passes to them. And my God, what is it like to be them now? And you just hear people going, "Oh, that's what Clinton just had that ability." And he fucked so many children, just hundreds of them.
But he did fuck those kids on that island.
On the island of Kidfucker.
Where do you
go? What else are you gonna do on that island? What are you gonna go to that island and just stand by the Pepsi machine and just,
Trump went there.
Look at your phone?
Trump only hung out with the staff.
Totally.
That's true. And it is funny the politics I have instilled in me.
Yeah.
I just remember I hated Clinton.
I
just
loved him.
I was 8 or however.
I
I
was
was like 5.
I was in New Orleans for a film festival. I'd made a little shitty short film and it won Best Comedy at the New Orleans Film Festival. And I went down there, and this was back when you had to send a VHS of your movie, and then you'd get in the mail, you'd get a letter. I got a letter in the mail saying you won an award. So I went down to New Orleans. I was a kid in 1992. So I wasn't a kid. I was 18 plus 7, whatever that is. 25 sounds good. I went to New Orleans and I'm just walking around a park, and then this fucking bus pulls up with Clinton Gore on the side, and they just get out and start a rally, and there's people just started showing up. It was like at some park, and next thing I know, I'm at a Clinton, and Al Gore comes out and he says, the governor can't talk because his voice is destroyed by all these rallies, so I'm going to make the speech. And then he talked, and then
it's kind of
we're going to turn around. So it was just boring.
Yeah.
And then Hillary came out and said a few things. Nobody cared. And then Clinton came out, and it was like, "Oh, he's going to talk." And he was like, shit. And he was a little hushed, but he made an amazing speech. And I was standing there, and I watched him make this speech. And then he came down off the podium, and he just walked. I stood there. Some guy handed me a placard, and so I had this placard, Clinton Gore. And he found me and there was this lady next to me, and she had a throwaway camera. That's how long ago this was. And she goes, can you take a picture of me with the governor? So I took a picture of her with Clinton, and some guy took a placard and put it in front of their faces, and he swatted it down. He said, "What's wrong with you?" Screamed at this guy, and he said to me, "Take it again."
Oh my God.
So I took another picture. Clinton. 8 years. The king of the world, unbeatable, gets Monica Lewinsky, gets impeached.
The crime bill, though, that wasn't great.
I
Wasn't that him?
Yeah, I don't fucking care what these guys do. Just a super interesting guy.
It's funny. It's just funny to speak at
Crime bill.
Coretta's funeral and then be like, crime bill.
Yeah. I don't know. So Clinton and Gore's vice president. And one of the fly on the wall moments, like the thing I wish I was there for, is apparently somewhere Clinton and Gore had to do an event together. And this is when Clinton needed to tell Gore that he fucked Monica Lewinsky, because Gore backed him up.
Yeah, everybody believed it.
Yes. When he was saying, like, let me tell you, we got to get in the business. I did not have sex with that. I did not have sex with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. And we have, like, he slipped her name in. So he sat in a limousine with Gore, apparently. and said, I fucked her, it's coming out. And Gore was like, well, gosh darn it. Jeez, Bill. I mean, it's like you're doing it to me on purpose. My God. And they just sat in that limo and they dealt with it.
Yeah.
There's another fly on the wall moment with them later on September 11th. Gore was in Canada. He was flying in Canada and his plane was grounded and he couldn't fly into this. Nobody could fly. So he got a car. He rented a car because they're all losers now. And he drove.
He's a fucking loser.
Yes. And he drove to back to Washington, but he stopped in Chappaquiddick and he got there like midnight. Chappaquiddick. What's the name of the Chappaqua? Where the Clintons live. They live in upstate New York.
Yeah.
Chappaqua. He stopped at Clinton's house and they sat in the kitchen apparently till like, 3 a.m. just talking. That I wish I could have been in that room
just like,
for that.
damn,
on 9/11.
We could have got him.
Yes. Yeah. So,
Do you remember that guy?
Which guy?
No, this is them sitting in the kitchen
Yeah.
like, holy shit, it was
Yes.
him?
Yes. Exactly.
Hinkley?
Yeah.
He did it?
Exactly. So Clinton gone, and then Gore and Bush, and you had the crazy. I mean, I'm getting tired, so it's hard to get into like
Sure.
Bush's the hanging chads.
Yeah.
And Bush was another like, this is going to be a nightmare. And I remember here's what I hated about, because I wasn't predisposed to hate Bush. Because I heard he was like a compassionate conservative. That was the word on Bush.
Yeah.
Compassionate conservative. And I could read on him that he was a kid of he was like of my generation or just above, that he was a post Summer of Love guy. Like, Clinton loved saying that he had, what's her name? Madeleine Albright. And, but Bush had black people and women in his cabinet as a matter of like, he's like, why wouldn't
Yeah.
you? Like for Bush, it stopped the bigotry of the Republican Party. And by the way, Democrats, tons of it also. Stopped because Clinton was like, you got to have a couple of darkies in there, otherwise people get mad, And the gals, the gals are good, it's not a bad thing, it helps you. But Bush was like, Condoleezza Rice is fucking amazing. She's gonna run everything. Colin Powell. So I liked Bush in that sense, but I remember he was interviewed about foreign policy, and he just sounded like a fucking idiot. He didn't know anything. He knew nothing, and then he took a day and crammed and did it again. And then they were like, what about North Korea? And he goes, okay, so North Korea, you got Kim Il-jung and then in the South, those and he just answered like that, like real quick, canned answers. And I remember they cut to like Wolf Blitzer. And he's like, well, that's really impressive. Clearly he does know about foreign policy. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? So Bush was president, September 11th.
That was the first president I remember. All the kids my age hated Bush, so then I liked him.
I get that.
All the kids were like, he's evil, he's gonna ruin the country, and I was like, dude, he's awesome. It just made me like him.
There was a woman who made a documentary about riding the bus with him. She was one of his press people, and she brought a camera, and I forget what it's called or what her name is, but she was kind of a ooh, gee whiz.
Lenny Riefenstahl.
But there's a moment in it where she took a poll. She was like kind of a goofball, and she was with the press corps on his plane. And she went around and asked everybody, who do you think is going to win? And the press all said McCain. I think it was in the primaries. So McCain was starting to lead. And so it leaked through her. Someone leaked that because she was just doing it privately for fun. Someone leaked it that his press corps thought he was going to lose. And it was really damaging. And everyone threw her under the bus. Everybody in the press said it was her. We didn't do it. And then nobody would talk to her. So while they were on the plane, and this is, I think, on film on the thing, she's sitting there just devastated. And Bush comes, which he never did, back, and he sits right next to her. And he says, I want you to take a good look around at these people, because now you know who they really are. He said, now you know who your friends are. Now you know who they're not. So don't forget this moment, because this is really just don't let them forget it.
Yeah.
Don't you forget it.
There was a guy, I forget the name of this guy. He was, it might have been on Rogan. He was on there and he was talking about how he was like a Muslim extremist. He got arrested after 9/11 in Egypt. You remember that? I don't know if it was Rogan. He was great. He was incredible. But he had sat down and talked to a bunch of presidents. And Rogan was like, who was the best one? He was like, W seemed to be genuinely compassionate.
I do believe
all of them.
I believe that he had a conscience, and
then
also
he was like, did he do anything about it? It's like, no.
maybe not.
Yeah.
Again, what all these guys did and how much of it was their fault, how much of it was the deep state, whatever it is. I don't know any of this stuff.
Yeah.
But all I'm going by is my feelings about the guys. And there's moments about W that I remember because politically I hated him. The whole thing with the Patriot Act, all this kind of stuff. But and Iraq, it was shocking. So many people died.
Did you know Iraq was bad at the time?
When the towers were on fire, all I could think of was this people in the desert that are gonna die who had nothing. Like we're gonna overreact and we're gonna kill so many people. And we did hundreds of thousands of fucking Iraqis that we killed.
Yeah.
We're just fucking had nothing to do with it.
Damn.
Nothing.
See, I was in 8th grade. And I was sitting there like, whoever did this is going to get a fucking knuckle sandwich.
Well, Bush had a great impromptu moment.
He dominated after that. Like
when he was on with it. I mean, when he was in Omaha going like, I don't know what this going on. He looked bad. It looked like this is bad. But then he went to fucking Ground Zero, held a megaphone, and someone said, I can't hear you. And he said, well, I can hear you. And the people who did this are going to hear from all of us. That's pretty good fucking ad lib.
And the first pitch at that Yankees game?
Yes, also. But easily, he could have said, okay, then you're going to yell, I can't hear you. Of course, Of course, it was probably Cheney. I can't hear you. Cheney, by the way, was really the Bush story. I was doing Charlie Rose, okay? And me and Charlie later, our lives changed. But Charlie Rose at the time had a very important show where you'd sit in a dark room and be interviewed. And so I went to do Charlie Rose, and the guest ahead of me was Jill Cheney, Cheney's wife. She is a historian, and she wrote a book about Madison and the framers. And he would just ask her questions, and she's a fascinating woman, fucking brilliant historian. And she talked ad nauseum about all the people we did in the first one. Yeah. And I was just riveted. And then they brought me in as they were taking her out. And I was just trying to, like, she's not my world. And somebody said, we just need your microphone because we need to give it to the next guest. And she said, who's the next guest? And they said, Louis C.K. And she said, Louis B.K.? Louis, where is he? Where is he? And she turns around, I'm standing there, and she goes, you're Louis B.K. And I'm not going to correct her. I go, yep, I'm Louis B.K. She goes, oh my God, my grandchildren love you. We're getting a picture. You're going on Twitter with me, son. Come here.
What?
And you can find this.
Do a picture of you and Liz Cheney?
Picture of me with Liz Cheney.
Jill. Liz is the daughter.
Well, she called me Louis B.K. So fuck her. But so we took a picture and she tweeted it.
Damn. I wonder if Dick ever watched.
I have no idea.
He's probably like, this guy's kind of an asshole.
This guy's kind of a piece of shit. But yeah, so that's Cheney and
Bush and 9/11.
Bush. And then after Bush was president, I told this story on Conan. I'm not going to tell it again. That's fucking boring. But I saw Bush. I was in traffic, and then his motorcade just was next to me. And I looked, and I saw him through the window of the SUV. And I'm just another Dole-like moment. I'm like, fuck Bush. But I look at him, and he goes like this, and I'm like I just couldn't help it. Of course,
you have to.
Yes. But the thing I liked about Bush was that when the guy threw shoes at him. Do you remember that guy threw 2 shoes at him? He got 2 shots. Yeah. Talk about fucking
Lee Harvey got him.
Getting 2 shots with a Bolt rifle. This guy got 2 fucking shoes off. At a standing target with a press all around him and his Secret Service are right there. He threw his shoe, Bush ducked, and then he threw another one and Bush ducked. Because
came back up smiling?
Yes. Throwing shoes is the most insulting thing you can do is hit somebody with one of your shoes.
In America, you know what the most insulting thing you can do in the Middle East is?
What's that?
Kill everyone.
Kill all of them. Kill all of them.
I wonder if he was thinking that when he ducked. He was like, ooh,
I killed a lot of your family.
Ooh, yeah. I'm about to hit your wedding for this.
So bad. But Bush, they asked him about it afterwards, and he said, well, I got good reflexes. And he said, look, he's in a country where you can, he's not going to get killed for that. And people express themselves. He always appreciated freedom of speech. He always appreciated, he never minded being made fun of.
I think that guy went to jail.
I'm sure he did, but
yeah.
When Bush was made fun of, he took it very well. When he was he would go on SNL and read jokes that were just devastating against himself, and he did them with really good timing. And
he was funny.
He was a funny dude.
He was funny.
And he got why that was important. And I remember he was debating Gore, and they did a typical thing they do in debates. They tell each other the bad things. So he told the moderator, said, Al Gore said this about you. And he reads some shitty things Al Gore said. And he goes, what's your reaction now that you're with him? And Bush goes like, I don't know. It's like, he's running for president. He goes, of course, he's going to go for it. He's running for president. I mean, it's the game. We're trying to win. We're trying to, we have different views. He didn't care. And later also, they asked him about the press. And he said, we counted on the press to keep us honest. He said, when you're out there making decisions that are outside of the decisions that come to the president are the ones that nobody knows what to do. The ones that are clear what the law is and what's practical, other people make those decisions. They go to the president where they're like, we're not sure what's legal here. And we're not sure what the American people would want here. And so it's the hardest job in the world because you have to deal with the cutting edge of where the country is going, why it's going there, and what people really want, even if they don't know what's going on. And what's legal, it's so unclear sometimes. And he said, I depended on the press because we knew they were probing everything. We knew they were watching everything, and we knew they were adversarial, that they were ambitious to bust us. And that made me comfortable because it made me confident that I'm not going to, in my confusion, make any real mistakes. Like that's a profound thing for a president to say. And it shows the level of confidence that he had, which is why I did not like Donald Trump, because he didn't have that. To be made fun of is a place of strength. I can't take you seriously unless you don't take yourself seriously. If you're a person to be taken seriously, then you can be made fun of. If you can't be made fun of, you can't be taken seriously. If you're like, do not make that joke about me, it's like, you're a pussy. You have no confidence in yourself. You need to hear good about you all the time. That is a mental and emotional problem. So Bush didn't have that to me. And I appreciate him for that. He killed mountains of Arabs, just mountains of them. And other people, and who knows what else he did. I don't fucking know. But interesting dude.
Yeah.
And the way he reacted to Obama winning was cool.
Yeah.
I like the way he handled that. And in the middle of that, you got another connective tissue guy, which is McCain. McCain was a great man, I think.
Those clips of him when he's debating Obama and someone's like, he's a Muslim. And he's like,
he goes,
don't
no,
say that.
You got to stop. He was like, he took the microphone away. She goes, he's an Arab, this lady. And he goes, no, give me. He says, listen, I don't agree with the guy about how to run the country, but he's a good man. We're starting with that he's a good man.
Yeah.
And then there was a lady who yelled out during Sarah Palin's rally. She said, you need gloves to touch him, which is a weird
shit.
But it's like, what does that mean? Like, he's very delicate, or
it's the most racist thing I've ever heard.
But also, why do you want to touch him? It's almost like she's like, I want to touch him. Why do I have to wear gloves? But so that was crazy, and McCain handled it as best as he could. There's another McCain thing. Fuck. Oh, he had a great story about Obama. Because he met Obama when Obama was in the Senate. And someone asked McCain, what was your first impression of him? So he said, well, I remember when Obama, his first day, like in the Senate, he came to see me. And he said, listen, I think that, you're the smartest guy on the other side, and I want to be bipartisan. And he said, let's you and I talk and find something that we both care about. Like that was Obama's first idea. And so McCain and him they talked for about an hour, and they came up with something they both cared about. And he's like, let's work on that together. And McCain said, sure. And he was a veteran senator at this point. And Obama goes off, and then the Democratic leadership gets to Obama and goes, dude, you don't just fucking do that. the fuck are you doing?
Mm.
And then he saw McCain in the hall. Obama was like, I don't, he just pulled the plug. And so the interviewer asked McCain, did you have a bad opinion of him? And he goes, not at all. He said, it was a rookie mistake. It was a rookie mistake that he thought he could just do
to think we could get something done.
And also the way he handled the getting out of it was rookie. He said, but I knew that he had a good heart. This is how McCain was such a guy. He was running against the guy and he kept praising him. But so Obama, we're almost there.
We're so close. It's going to be dark. Obama. What do you think, man? You like him?
I loved him. I just loved him from the get-go. And I could tell that he was a lot of flash on some level.
Yeah.
But one of the first things I heard about him that impressed me was Biden. Because Biden said he just getting to know him. He said, I got to tell you, he's a really surprising, bright guy, for a black guy.
Yeah. Well spoken.
It felt like that a little. But Biden was like, he said, I got on a phone call with him and there was 3 of us on the call and then Obama jumped on. He said, I have 4 questions for this group. He asked his questions. He gave his comments and he got off. And I was like, that guy has got a good mind. That guy's got I do think Obama had a mind that got around the president. He got his brain around it.
Yeah, I think so.
And the picture of him leaning down so some kid could touch his head, that's as important as almost anything with the president.
You ever see Trump put the candy bar on the Minion?
Put the candy bar on the what?
There's a Halloween. They're doing the Halloween thing.
Yeah.
And just a kid in like an inflatable Minion costume comes by and he just puts a candy bar on his head. He's like, get out of here.
Obama.
Obama was a great speaker.
And he gave people a feeling about where the country was. And he brought a feeling to the presidency that there was a kindness in it. And I learned a lot from him in terms of confrontation. And like he debated with McCain and McCain was just kind of like bulldogging him. And Obama knew that you don't win in the room. You don't win because he says you're right. He's never going to say you're right. There's other people watching. Like I've learned from this in my life. Like this guy's going, and Obama would say something and McCain would attack and Obama would just go, all right. And just look at the camera and smile. And people at home are going like, I like what he said better. I don't need him to attack this guy to make the point. I like the sound he's making better than his sound. It's not about who wins this. And McCain being like a military guy, that was his way.
Do you ever get to meet Obama?
I never got to meet Obama, but I was in Washington and I was a big deal at the time. And I thought maybe I could meet the president. I'm staying at the Hay Adams, which is across the street.
You call him? You call the White House?
So I called my publicist, who I no longer have one of those. I used to have an agent and publicist, and I don't have none of these people anymore. But I called my publicist and said, "Do you think there's any way I could meet the president while I'm in town?" As I was on the phone, I saw Marine One taking off, and he was on hold. Then he came back and said that they said he just left. But they said, they said that Obama asked to ask you if you would help them come up with jokes for the correspondence dinner because it was in a few days, and they're meeting to try to write it. And they asked if you come across the street to the White House and pitch in, and I said, of course. So I went into the White House, and they gave me a pass, and I went down to their little room. The White House, the rooms that aren't the Oval Office are all shit. Because they keep packing, because government never stops growing, but the White House stays the same size. I mean, that's my idea of it. But I was literally, I had to duck into the room because the ceiling was so low. And it was like his head speechwriter. It's John Favreau or something, weird, same name as John Favreau. But anyway, so we sat in his office and I pitched jokes. And I got one in. He opened with my joke, which was, because it was his last one. And Trump had won, so it was his swan song. And my joke was, it's an honor to be here for my last correspondence dinner, probably the last correspondence dinner. And it turned out to be true. Trump,
you were close
to him. Yeah, Trump.
They just did the first one.
Yes. But anyway, he did that. He opened with my.
I was
joke.
hoping you didn't write the one that made Trump the president.
No, that was before. Yeah, it was before.
Yeah, you remember that?
No, I didn't. Yes.
That's one of my favorite clips of all time.
Oh, I mean, Obama was so good.
It's
He was
him
such a good.
destroying Trump in front of
Yes,
everyone.
and
You just see
Trump's
his-
just sitting there. I'm going to be fucking president.
You
You
see
piece of shit.
It's pretty good.
Yes, it is.
I do respect those moments, just like Cheney in the movie.
Sure.
Where they're like, you got to change it. And I was like, I'm going to do it.
Yes.
It's a cool, like watching Trump sit there with his fucking hair just bobbing while everyone's laughing. It's like, all right, we'll see. We'll see.
Laugh at Trump. See what
See what
happens
happens.
when you laugh at Trump.
I'm a
And that's, by the way,
fucking
what he
psycho.
was thinking was
Yeah.
literally the words, laugh at Trump.
Everybody's
will you?
laughing at Trump.
Don't laugh, because he talks about
Yeah, of
he talks
course.
about Trump. So Obama wrote me a letter saying, thanks for helping, and
Holy shit.
I'm a fan, and maybe we'll meet someday, but I never met him.
Yeah.
And he went on Mark Maron's podcast, and they talk about politics for like 2 hours. And at the end, Maron asked him, did you enjoy being on the show? And Obama said, I thought we were going to talk about comedy. And Maron was like, oh, because he talks about politics everywhere. And he goes, oh, well, who are your favorite comedians? And he says, well, I like Jerry Seinfeld and Dick Gregory. But the guy I really love is Louis, because you can tell, even though he says terrible things, he's a good guy. Something like that. He said something nice about him. Meant a lot to me, because I just, with no regard for history or morality, I just love Obama.
Yeah.
I have no idea if he's done good or bad, but as a guy, I just really, I dug him.
Yeah. He seems like he's just an incredible speaker, and he was like what a president should be.
That's right. Just
on appearance.
Carrying the office, and
Yeah.
the way he operated and the way he communicated. And things started getting really fucked up during Obama in this country. People started to get really
the banks. I mean, that was
insane. All that shit, but also just like the word problematic happened under Obama. Like his last 4 years was when people started getting ultra sensitive and trying to dig down into where is our moral center, to the point where you're just never going to find it, because human beings are flawed. And that started, I think Obama left in a strange place, because it was like, what were we all doing? I remember seeing famous liberals saying, I'm disappointed in this president. I'm like, when he was running, Shepard Fairey did the cool poster of him, and Wyclef, whoever the fuck, did a song in black and white video. But once he's president, everyone's like, I'm not gonna. It's not cool to help the president.
Yeah.
So they all just vanished, and he's like, "Hey guys, I'm the only black guy even here. I'm not just the first black president. I'm the only black guy at this level, and no one's helping me." I mean, that's how I felt, was that he got kind of abandoned, and he couldn't find, and Congress became weird. But I don't know anything about this.
Yeah.
Again, that's not my expertise. My thing is, I really dug the guy as a person and the way he carried the office. And he was another example where I was like, that feels like a democracy. And a lot of people would be like, well, then you're deluded, fine.
Sure.
But I'm 54 and that's how I feel.
Yeah. That was the first election that I remembered. It seemed to start to get really polarized.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember when he won,
Yeah.
people I was with were upset.
Yes. That
and that wasn't even close to where we got.
That was the first time I remember the world being, that there were people who hated the president. That was the first time. I mean, Reagan, my mom was upset. But, one thing I'll say, I know we're getting together.
We're good.
So,
Obviously, we're going to close with the dog.
So my mom really surprised me twice my mom died a couple of years ago, but she was like my best friend and my intellectual counterpart. She's who I talked to about everything. And I remember, first of all, when John Kerry ran for president, I called her up because I have 3 sisters. And my mom and I basically controlled the household vote. So we figured we're super delegates. We have 5 votes.
Yeah.
So because my sisters would vote for whoever we said. My mom was a Republican and a conservative as a kid. And then Jack Kennedy came to speak at Michigan, where she was in college. And a friend of hers grabbed her and said, "You're coming to watch Kennedy." And they sat in the front row with knitting waiting while the crowd gathered. And then she watched Kennedy speak from this close, and she was a Democrat from that day on. But when I called her and said, so we're voting for Kerry, she said, I'm not voting for that guy. I was like, what? And she said, I won't vote for him. I won't vote at all. Because I can't vote for Bush, but I can't vote for that man because my brother was in Vietnam and we were scared every day that he was going to die. And Kerry came home and spoke against the troops. That's how we felt. And she says, I know now, I look at it differently now, and that he was trying to do good, but it just left a bad taste in my mouth. He was a rich kid and my brother wasn't. And he did one tour, came home and started, grandstanding while there's boys over there getting killed every day. And he was pulling support out from under their feet.
Yeah.
So I can't do it. And I'm like, Mom, there's more to the story. She's like, I know, but you can't make me vote for the
Mom,
guy.
you have to vote for John Kerry.
You have to vote for John Kerry, who was a fucking, I mean, he's still alive, so I don't want to say, but geez, he had lipstick. He was like, I report for, he was a mess.
Yeah.
And then his fucking wife, Teresa Hines, I am Teresa Hines, and I have something to say. It was like, we're done. We lost.
Yeah.
Fuck him. And also, by the fucking way, take that part out.
Oh, wow.
I'm actually,
What?
it's the one part I want out
Okay.
about.
Wow, wow.
I feel bad because people make mistakes. But
Okay.
when Bush was running against Kerry, a thing that came up that was big was gay marriage. It was starting to be an issue. And I got really angry at John Kerry then because Bush had a really sound argument. It wasn't, and this is when people started just lobbing names at each other, right? It's anti-gay people. It's homophobic to be against gay marriage. Bush made an argument that was practical. He said, listen, marriage is the easiest contract in the whole world. And by the way, during that time, they weren't talking about national gay marriage. They were talking about the states that had started to
it was like
legalize.
Massachusetts.
I think California.
Yeah.
So he said, marriage is the simplest contract in the world. It costs $10 most places, and it's ironclad, and it's accepted all over the world as meaning the same thing. Now, if you start messing with that and you start saying, well, it's this means this here, it means this there, you're messing with an institution that is the backbone of the family and this country. That is such a good argument. Now, you can argue against it, and people have very well.
Yeah.
This is nothing to be afraid of. This is about their rights, all kinds of things. But the Democrats didn't want to say, this is their right. Why would you, the thing you just said, why would you deprive gay people of it? You're living in a time capsule. This is important. Yeah. It's the same as they said this about interracial marriage. It's a million arguments. But Kerry didn't want to go there. He was like, look, it's a man and a woman to me, but I don't think but they're homophobic. They don't like gay people. And Cheney's daughter's gay, and I don't have a problem with Cheney's daughter being gay. They did that.
Yeah.
Edwards did it. Edwards said, because Cheney and him debated. He said, I think it's great that his daughter's gay. I think that's great. What do you think of that? And he expected Cheney to have a bad moment. And Cheney, who's a very complicated guy, said, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I love her. Oh, I mean, they just won right there. So go. I don't know how I got back to him.
We're at the end of
Obama.
Into Trump. Oh, yeah. This is like I was saying, I remember when Obama beat Bush or Romney. That was the first time I felt like, oh, this was totally divided. Because towards the end of Bush, everybody hated Bush. That was divided. Half the country, really hated him. Bands were coming out with music against him.
That's why. Because I was saying people hated Obama so much, and it's when I started feeling things coming apart because I had that moment about Bush. I was against Bush as president, but I could see where he was at. And then the other thing it's because of my mom. So when Obama was running, I'm like, we're in for Obama, right? We're doing Obama. And my mom said, I'm not voting for Obama. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? She said, I'm not voting for him because he picked Joe Biden as a vice president. And Hillary Clinton had nearly beat Obama in the primaries. And she had done an incredible campaign. Her campaign was historic because she was the first woman to run effectively for national office and to get that close. It was a big deal. She said she won, and she also remembers when she was younger that typically the guy running for president, his running mate would be his rival. You pick your rival because it's your way of saying, I'm not afraid of my rival. I can work with the people who, it's how you unite the party. It's what Reagan did with Bush. It's what Kennedy did with Johnson. Johnson was bitterly hated Kennedy, and then Kennedy subjugated him by saying, you're going to run with me. We're going to do this together, buddy. And I'm not afraid of your rivalry because I'm strong, right? And he said he didn't pick Hillary and she earned it. And he gave it to Joe. And the name Joe drove her crazy. She didn't care about Biden was fine. She said, Joe Biden's a regular guy. And my mother worked her whole life. She was a single mother. She says, I worked my whole life, and me and women I worked with would earn the spot, and it would be given to Joe. Just some Joe who smiled and knew how to work it.
Yeah.
And the woman who earned it gets fucked. And the reason I hate him for it is because it means he has no balls. My mother said this. Obama has no balls because he picked a guy. He didn't want to pick her because he's afraid of women. And he's afraid of a strong woman. And she said, I'll never vote for him.
I think he was afraid of losing.
She did not use the N-word.
I think he was afraid of losing.
So, no, I don't think that's what happened. But here's what's cool about it. McCain picked Palin. And then my mother said, I'm going to vote for Obama now for the opposite reason, which is McCain picked Palin who's an idiot, a douchebag, a retard, who I personally love now. I'll get to that later. But you know what I met her? Did I tell you? I met all these. It's crazy how many people I met. She said he picked McCain to get the woman's vote. Yeah. And you're not going to get a smart woman's vote by picking somebody like that. So I'm voting for Obama. And then later, I checked in with my mom when Obama became president and made Hillary Clinton Secretary of State, which is a far more important position than I called my mom and I said, you got to give that to him. And he didn't run on it. He didn't say to the women of the world, I'm going to give, he didn't tell anybody. He gave her the job because he thought she had earned that job to actually do. Yeah. Not just the bullshit political position. She said, yes, I'm with you. And she ended up loving Obama. But Sarah Palin, amazing person. Amazing person. I mean, when McCain announced her and she spoke her first national speech and did the joke about, the difference between a bulldog and a hockey mom? Lipstick. And the place is going ape shit. Yeah. I was like, this woman's incredible. She was an incredible force in American history to me. And I was on an airplane one day flying home from LA and I got drunk on rum and Coke. When I drink rum and Cokes, it's like being on acid because you get a lift from the sugar and the caffeine, and rum is it's a mental drink, rum. And I start tweeting. I didn't know what Twitter was. I didn't understand what Twitter was. I just loaded it on my phone. I had about 5,000 followers. And I wrote something like, there's a family of Chinese people living in Sarah Palin's cunt. That's the only tweet I remember. Yeah. I want to fuck her tits with my father's cock. That's what I said. I just started tweeting about her. Solid tweet. And then,
solid tweet. Like a Legion of Skanks fan.
And my Twitter followers, it's just going up. By the time the plane landed, I had 250,000 followers. I didn't understand what they look at it on their phone. Yeah. I thought they go check the website and they look at my name. I didn't understand that people are getting like a phone call and seeing what I said and then sending it to their friends, and it's just exploding. Yeah. And then I get a text from Sarah Silverman who says, I have a friend that works at the White House who says you should probably stop. You're getting yourself in some... And then the publicity head of FX wrote me and said, we need you to stop this. I didn't understand that everybody was reading it. I'm like, what? And I'm drunk. And I'm like, so what? Anyway, I was hired to host the Congressional Correspondents' Dinner. It's the one. It's right before the presidential one, the White House. And Greta Van Susteren said on CNN, "I'm boycotting that dinner because that pig, Louis C.K., said these things about Sarah Palin." Also, the woman who testified for Congress to say that college students should have their abortions paid for, Sarah something, Rush Limbaugh called her a slut. He said, we're not going to pay for you to have an abortion because you're a college slut. And so all the Democrats were like, that's terrible that he called her that. But then Bill Maher called Sarah Palin a cunt and gave $1 million to Obama with a giant check. And then I said that she has Chinese people living in her cunt. I didn't call her a cunt. That's different. And I was going to host the dinner. So I found out, I called my mom. I said, I'm being boycotted. She said, get out. Call them now and say you're not doing it. So I got out.
Oh,
I didn't do it. And I dodged the thing and it got weird and ugly. So I'm at SNL 40th anniversary and Sarah Palin is there. And I see her. I'm in the audience, which is all famous people, like the Rolling Stones, Jack Nicholson, all of the SNL that ever was, but also just the most famous people in the world. And I was there presenting something, so I was there. And I look up, and I just see Sarah Palin looking at me like this, like just looking at me. And I'm like, fuck.
Oh, shit. She knows. Oh, shit.
So and earlier than that, there was a documentary made about how much people hated Sarah Palin, and it was a big conspiracy. And that documentary was directed by Steve Bannon. And I was in it saying something about her. And my lawyer told me, and I said, well, tell him to take it out because they didn't have my permission. So he called Steve Bannon, and Steve Bannon said, well, he wanted to interview me. And I said, no, just leave. You can have the footage, but I don't want
Yeah.
Okay, so Sarah Palin, I'm at the SNL party afterwards, and she's standing right there, and she says, my nephew is a big comedy fan, and he said I have to say hi to you. And I said, I'm sorry. And she said, what? I said, I apologize. I said, I wrote some really awful things about you on Twitter. I would never apologize to, like,
of course,
the world, but this woman's standing in front of me.
Of course.
I said, listen, that's not what I do, is like attack people. And I don't know if it hurt your feelings, but if it did, I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
And she said, well, that's really something. I really, really appreciate that. She said, if you ever come to Alaska, come and go ice fishing with me. And I thought, I might get to fuck Sarah Palin. And so she wrote a book and she put a chapter about me, a little chapter about me. And she described that moment faithfully about how I came up and apologized to her. And she said, of all the things that all of the people said about me, the terrible things that were ever said about me, he's the only man that has ever apologized to me. So that's my Sarah Palin story. But okay, so Obama and then Trump.
And then Trump.
The seminal Trump moment that made him matter to me was the debate with the 16. He had 16 guys, 8 on his left and 8 on his right. And they were, Chris Christie, Lindsey Graham, fucking Bush.
Yeah.
Jeb Bush.
Low energy.
Just these guys, but without him on stage, they're all stars. They're all stars. Yeah. Fucking Ted and fucking
Rubio.
Wisconsin guy.
Kucinich?
No, not Kucinich.
Was it Kucinich?
Kucinich is an Ohio guy.
Yeah, but he was
a Democrat. No, he was a Democrat who was like an anti-war Democrat.
Oh, shit.
No, he was like a super liberal Democrat.
No,
guy.
Who's that weird looking?
Kasich.
Who's the weird dude that was Romney's vice president nominee? Wasn't he a Wisconsin guy? Ryan?
Oh, yeah, Paul Ryan.
Yeah, but he wasn't up there.
No, he didn't. He didn't run.
Yeah.
By the way, just to
Huckabee.
get Romney for 1 second, because I didn't like Romney.
Yeah.
Because he was a venture capitalist with what do you call the fund? Those funds.
Hedge.
Hedge fund. These guys ruined capitalism. Capitalism used to be make the best of something and make a ton of money, or make the second best and kneecap the guy who makes the best, and which is fine. That's why we had VHS instead of Beta. Beta was better, but VHS just went after Beta and won. That's why we had IBM instead of Apple for a long time. Apple was better, and it's, by the way, why we have records. The grooves go up and down, which is stupid. They were better side to side, but that guy, that patent it's just bullshit. Romney, never liked him until the whole fucking Capitol riot thing happened. And then he did that thing where he stood up in the middle of that crazy shit after January 6th, after the riot. And he said, I know all of you are trying to serve your constituents by telling them what they want to hear. But why don't you help them, the people who you work for, by telling them the truth? And the place, it was this raucous applause. And he looked at the applauding people, and it reminded me of the Reagan thing, because he looked at them like, why is that getting applause? That's just normal. What has happened to this country? So Romney's an interesting guy to me. Yeah. Because of that.
I never really liked him.
I don't like him, but that was an interesting moment. That was human to me. And he kept his dog on the roof of the car. It was hilarious.
But he did do some...
He would drive with his dog on the roof.
What?
I mean, the dog was in a box. It wasn't like...
He just... he seems like the establishment to me.
He is the establishment.
And so, like...
Never had a shot.
He always tried to stop Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, no matter what he did, even if it
hated Trump.
Yeah.
But the moment that made Trump matter was when he was in that room and he said, these guys are all crooks. And I'll tell you how I know, because I'm a billionaire, I'm a businessman, and I give them all money, and the Democrats.
Yep.
And if I call them, they pick up the phone.
Yeah.
If I call any, and they're all like, you can't tell people.
What are you doing?
I was just sitting at home like, what just happened?
Yeah.
That moment was just like you could hear the country go, what the fuck is going on here? And every time he spoke at those debates, and you just saw those guys
less and less
peeling off
whoever was closest,
and you saw him turn, and you saw him reveal what people were over time. Also, I remember Lindsey Graham saying, after Trump said some really super fucked up thing, I forget which one, Lindsey Graham said, for any of us looking for an off-ramp, this is probably the last one. And I thought, wow, Lindsey Graham's got it. Lindsey Graham gets it. And boy, I mean, that guy, what he revealed about Lindsey Graham and how fake he is and how full of shit he is incredible. Because Lindsey Graham announced to the world that this guy is a crook, he's abhorrent, that he's against everything that he's for. And then he defended him, and he loved him, and he just kissed his fucking ass.
Every one of those guys.
They're just so full of shit.
He was up there destroying Chris Christie. Destroying him. He ruined his political career. Chris Christie was supposed to be something.
That guy, I think, might be president.
And then...
I think Chris Christie might be president.
I think...
Chris Christie has had a journey. Same as Nixon did. Nixon was toast. He had to give a speech on TV saying, I'm keeping the dog that I shouldn't. He had to give the checker speech, and then he ended up being president twice. It didn't end well. But Chris Christie has had a fucked up life, but he's also had a real, like, his, drug addiction in his family. That he gave one speech about drug addiction that was like off the cuff. That's like one of his best moments. It was passionate. He's another guy that I met, barely. I was walking in an airport after he'd washed out of the election, and I was in an airport, and there was Chris Christie alone with his big suit and his Hudson News airport bag with like a heavy drink and snacks in it.
Soda.
And he was just walking, and he saw me, and I think the recognition was just like, we're both pictures on Twitter, and he just went like this, and I just went like that, and he just looked sad in the airport. But then I saw him on Bill Maher recently, and he took some tough questions, and he sounds like he
did all right.
He's got some grit to him, and he's got some complexity and some dimension. And I think he's digging his heels in and thinking about what he believes now.
Because there was one, I think it was right after him and Trump obviously Trump killed him. Mm-hmm. And then he's standing on stage with Trump at another rally, and Trump's like, you can go. at like
Right.
he introduced him and then was standing there,
He
and
said,
he was
"You
like,
can-
"You can get off the
Oh
fucking
no,
stage."
he was being
Wow.
as brutal as Trump was.
Yeah.
To the people around him, including Giuliani, who used to say "shut the fuck up" to Giuliani. He curses at him in front of everybody.
Yeah.
He shits on all these guys. Now that is an incredibly fast and powerful engine. To be Trump, you just shoot to the top, but it's unstable. It's like Caligula. It's the same fucking thing. He's everybody around you hates you a little more each day.
Yeah, it's Jackson.
Yes, and also no goals, no real goals for the country, just a win-win-win, which can get you to win to a certain degree, but there's a limit to it. I'm not talking morally. No. I'm talking about what works.
Yeah.
And I think that he's come to a critical place. I don't know if he'll win again.
I don't even think he's going to run.
I don't think he'll be president.
I think DeSantis is going to run.
But
I don't know anything.
No, but when he was running,
I'm sitting here like, you know who I think? I've got my eye on. The governor of Florida. I don't know a fucking thing.
I don't know either. And I think that his win changed everything.
His win changed everything.
And
maybe for the better.
Everything has both sides.
Yeah.
Every single change that comes to your life has both sides, good and bad. It has pain and healing. And if you resist pain, you're not going to get the healing. If you try to freeze the moment of happiness, you're going to miss the sad on the other side, which you need. You need it. Otherwise, you're not living in the real world. But the thing I would have said to we were just talking about Trump. The thing about these guys is, this is what I think about Christie. Okay, he's got an idea in his head of who he is and what he believes in. That's what I feel when I see him talk now. And that's what these guys are usually missing, the ones who lose. Like, I used to watch American Idol. Love that show. I love any show that's like emotional. So yeah. I watch Deal or No Deal. I used to watch that all the time. You ever watch that show?
Yeah, it was great.
I was watching Deal or No Deal because I was depressed and I didn't want to change the channel. And I was just staring at it. And it was a Marine who was, during the Iraq War, he was in New York on leave. And they talked to him. He's got all his medals. And he says, I'm a little bummed because my family lives in San Diego and I don't have time. I'm only here for 2 days. I go ship back out. And so, of course, Howie Mandel goes, well, they're here. And we flew him out. And his little girl, is crying, and he takes one knee just like Nixon did in my dream. And he hugs his little girl. She's crying and he's crying. It's huge.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there, I'm starting and my lips trembling.
Of course.
And then they do the crazy Deal or No Deal, which is America.
Fucking losers.
Just keep going, keep going, keep going. And there's always this moment where they're like, and the guy's going, oh my God, you could be, this is it. You've got $250,000, but you could get 10 million. And the guy's like, oh, and then he goes one step too far and the lights come on and it's depressing.
Back to Iraq, motherfucker.
Yes. Well, that's what usually happens.
Yeah.
But whenever somebody hits, I'm going to take, everybody's going, don't, keep going. He goes, no, I'm stopping here.
Yeah.
They always go, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God. I
they
couldn't
do
help
clap.
myself.
Yeah.
So this was one of those moments. He had a ridiculous, if you know the game at all the little baskets were gone. They were all retired. He had one for 10 million over here and whatever, crazy numbers. Yeah. And then one that was like $5, but 8 of them were good.
Yeah.
And he had something like $250,000 on the thing. And everybody's saying, go. And he tells them in his military way, quiet. He says to his little daughter, you understand what's happening here? You understand how likely it is, how good the odds are that if I go one more step, I could get more money? I'm not doing that with your future. And I was sobbing. I was just such a good man. He's such a good man. But I was talking about that because something else just like that. I've lost my mind at this point.
Yeah,
do you remember how I got to Deal or No Deal? I was talking about
Trump, and we were talking about fuck.
I had a point.
What's his name?
Good.
Christie's talking.
Oh, American Idol.
Yes.
whenever they sing a song on American Idol,
This is crazy.
I know,
This is crazy.
I know. And Simon and them are asking them,
We
like,
fast forwarded those fucking first 10 presidents, and now it's just like American Idol. This one time.
whenever they sing a song and Simon says you're a little pitchy or whatever,
Yeah.
the thing I always want them to ask these kids is, do you know what that song's about? Do you know what the song is about that you're fucking singing? You know, like Clay Aiken, one of his big hits was Bridge Over Troubled Water. And he sings like a bridge over troubled water.
Yeah.
You know what that song is about? It's about like when you have nothing, when your life is shit, when you're down and out. I will lay myself down like a bridge over troubled water. You can walk on me. Like that's a profound and deep thing. Another one was a kid who sang I hear a train a coming.
Yeah. Folsom.
Yeah, and he's singing it like this. I hear a train coming.
Yeah.
Woo! It's coming. He's really literally between going, woo! It's coming around the bend. And I see the sunshine. That song is about a man who murdered somebody just to watch him. I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. And the sound of the train, because he can picture the cigars smoking. I bet they're smoking big cigars. That it tortures him to think of the freedom. He goes, I know I got it coming. I know I can't go free, but I hear the whistle blowing, and that's what tortures me. And he says, if I had all the money in the world and I was a free man, all I would do is move that railroad a little bit further down the line so I wouldn't have to hear the whistle. Like all he asks for is that the train was a little further away, that good life was further away. And this kid is singing it like it's grace because he just wants to win. He wants to be a winner. He wants to be loved. He wants to connect with the audience. To me, that's Trump. To me, the great presidents have been guys who are like, when I got an idea, I know what I'm singing about. I know what I'm about. I know for Clinton, it was the American people. He said it all the time. I don't think the American people want that. Like he was connected because he was a son of a Vegas blackjack dealer. He was an American. When Obama was president, he was an American. So to me, Trump changed the game in a way a lot of people could have and didn't. But I think it's got limited legs. And I never thought, I think a huge mistake that the Democrats made was to shit on the people who loved him. That's a dumb fucking
they can't stop doing it.
Basket of deplorables.
They can't stop doing it.
It's just the stupidest thing you can do. The thing that progressives do that I've never seen in all these years we've talked about, never seen a political movement do, is assign people to the other side.
Yeah.
What Clinton did, what anybody running for president, Nixon did it. You could see examples of all of them when they talked, like especially when they started doing town halls, which was a great addition to it. They would say, somebody would stand up and say, I don't want to vote for you because I'm a Democrat and because I think you're, whatever. And they go, okay, tell me, what does that mean to you being a Democrat? Yeah. Well, the economy is very important to me and healthcare, and I want people to be taken care of when they're older, sick. And he goes, I'm afraid to tell you, but you're a Republican. That's what people do is like, come here. I've got the same. I'm like you. You're like me more than you understand. Now, and they hedge it. They go like, now I don't agree with my opponent's bill for healthcare, but I have the same concern as you do about healthcare. I have the same values you do. We're like, you should vote for me. But what progressives do is you actually say to them, I'm a progressive. Yeah. And they go, really? Prove it. Well, I'm for gay marriage. What do you mean gay? What do you mean marriage? Yeah. You are a Trump. They tell other people that they belong to Trump. They give him, they push people away.
They pushed everyone to him.
Because the goal is not actually to win and to change the country, which is a ugly, difficult, to really change the country is a gray, difficult, boring, bureaucratic, unsatisfying, slow business. And people want to be able to make it happen like this. And they're not trying to make something happen. They're just trying to feel, they're trying to show what they think and perform what they are and just get it. And they're addicted. It's a sickness. I feel sorry for them. I don't hate people like this. It's just that they're sick. They can't stop this thing. If this doesn't bark, they start feeling sick inside. So if it's not barking, they bark at it, so that it'll bark back. And that's on both sides.
Yeah.
That's everybody on the Trump side. That's everybody on the progressive side.
Yeah.
It's sick, but I feel I'm skipping over Trump because I think the whole country has been in a fevered nightmare for all the time he was president, and he was the perfect president for the time we were living.
Yeah.
He was all the people that hate Trump, that really hate him, are exactly like him, and they picked him. CNN and MSNBC refused to talk about any other Republicans. Like, I wrote a dumb thing that I never should have written about Trump, and the point of it was pick a real conservative. Like, I'm not a conservative generally. I am about some things. I mean, look, if I go to a smoothie place, I don't pick one of the like cool blue or the berry. I like to make my own. That's the way I am politically. I'm like bananas with some spinach and some, agave. Okay. So that's the way I am politically. But I think I wanted to say, if you're going to pick a conservative, pick a person who's going to really talk about conservative politics. There's a lot of value in that. And then let's have a real debate. Trump wasn't that to me. He was a psycho, weirdo fucking salesman, and he was extremely effective, fascinating, had his finger on the pulse of the people, knew how to run a rally, and then would get in his helicopter, by the way, and buzz them because he thought it was funny to watch them run in fear. He's a screwed up dude.
Nah,
But
he
the
did that because it
country-
was cool.
it
He
was
did
like-
that because it was cool, and the people down there were probably like, yes.
No, he's
Bro,
like scaring them.
Here's the thing. With Trump, to me, he's just a result of where we were politically.
He was a result.
He's a result. He's not the cause. And then to watch the way the left kicked and screamed the entire time he was in office, and they got their way. They got their way. And that's what bothers me, because there's a part of me that's always like, look, I'm glad he's gone so we don't have to fucking fight every single day. That was annoying. But then it's like, do I want to reward the side that fucking cried every day when they lost? Do we want to reward them with an actual result, which is they got their guy who happens to be dead?
Well, I guess
Like,
what I
I
think
don't
is
know.
the only way you get out of nightmare moments in history, which happen all the time.
Yeah.
They come and they go, and they come and they go, and they come and they go. It's just constant. And every time you think this is all over, like I used to tell my kids and people, around me that were really upset when Trump won, hey, that's how we felt when Reagan won. And, we got a lot of good after him, and even some good out of him. And I like when people are afraid of, we're afraid of terrorism. I mean, that was all anybody cared about.
Yeah.
After 9/11. And I remember telling people, everybody was like, we're all going to get blown up. This is going to be the end. There's going to be many more 9/11s. And that's what we thought about nuclear war. That's what we thought about. So these kind of things do happen cyclically. And I think that the only way you get out of them is by giving up on our side, your side. And I see people doing that. I see everybody doing that. I see it in the way what you do on stage. I see it in the way when you first, I remember this is the way I tell myself the story. You would go to the Comedy Cellar and you want to tell some jokes about your dad. And you'd say, my dad is a Fox News guy. And they all go, boo, because it's their place. It's New York City. And they have no shame just booing a guy.
Just booing my dad.
Boo! Boo! This is definitely the right move. Boo! And you would take it with your red Irish half retarded face, and you would just take it and get angry. But you'd swallow the anger and you'd continue talking about your dad. And it was hard. And you kept going to these. And you're not being Theo Vaughn playing in the South. You're in New York City. Nothing against Theo Vaughn, but you're here. And then one night you said, they booed. You said, my dad's a Trump guy. I mean, he's a Fox News guy. And they said, boo. And you said, hey, all your dads are Fox News guys. And they went, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
And you said, and guess what? You want your dad to be a Fox News guy. And you found this common ground with them. And the thing that SNL really fucked up by not having you on there, and by the way, you wouldn't have been able to do what you do on SNL.
Of course.
But if you could have been your version, the thing that you do that's great is that you make fun of Pennsylvania Fox News Trump world because they're your family and you love them and they're part of you, and yet you hate them. You want out. You're growing up, and so but you know how you can only make fun of somebody.
I'm going back, dude.
You can only
it's growing on.
You
me.
can only make fun of someone
Yeah.
if you love them, if there's love there, and you know them. And Seth, fucking Myers. And Trump,
Oh, God.
there's no fun. Their jokes are crafted, but there's no. I don't give a fuck.
And it's all like it's us versus those.
Yes,
idiots.
that's not fun. It's fun to watch a guy go, "This is my dad." Listen, you want to know about.
Yeah.
You want to know what's really flawed about a Fox News guy? Listen to the stories about my dad and unfortunately, you're gonna like my dad.
Yeah.
You're gonna like him, and that mix, that being able to go you fucker, but and I can't get. You and I probably disagree about almost everything, but I can't get your sound anywhere else. I can't get your sound of humanity anywhere else. So I think that all this time drove us apart, and then we got lonely. This is a human story. You want to get away from people that you think are hurting you, and then you miss them so much, and then you come back together, and we'll do it again. But I do believe. And again, I do think that, Trump he ran for president every election. People are like, where did this, he could have, the country decided it's time for Trump because we lost our minds.
Yeah.
But I remember he ran one year and he got a shot. He did a town hall, just one-on-one with some big Chris Matthews. And he said, well, what do you think of the Republican National, whatever? And Trump said, they're just retarded. And Chris Matthews was like, and I was like, did he just say retarded? Because they're just so retarded. And nobody took him seriously.
Yeah.
He ran every 4 years and it would just be like, stop it.
There's an interesting
Trump's,
thing
give me the fucking break.
with Bannon.
But yes?
Bannon there's a YouTube video of Bannon doing an interview about Trump and finding Trump and he's taking a lot of credit, but the populist movement, which is Jackson, just being there's something here. We can do this. This guy has a.
Well, he failed them too, by the way. The thing is, Trump's magic was an absolute perfect narcissism, like a crystal fucking diamond, just perfect, no flaws.
Yeah.
Narcissism, and at an age where that was the country, everybody and people, something was invented under Trump, I feel, which is, or maybe it goes all the way back to everybody who's ever been a big crazy leader, is narcissism in the collective, that people are obsessed with one person and they can't hear anything against them and they don't give a shit what happens as long as the person wins. That's sort of, he came at a time where people were obsessed with personal attention, with feelings, and they just were in denial about what's going to happen next.
Again, he was a result.
Yes.
He was a result of social media. He was a result of how America is acting. And he was also a result of the left being complete fucking dickheads. And it was more fun to be I want to watch Trump win and watch these fucking people that openly hate me. I want to watch them cry when Hillary loses.
I understand
it was the same
that.
thing.
I understand that. And I felt in agony every minute that he was president, and I hated it. But I understand that. I understand why people dug him.
I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for him, but the night he won, I was doing an open mic and I was like, this is fun. I got to watch all the fucking alt comics literally cry.
Listen, when I was
happy.
I was on tour when he won, and I was in Dallas the night he won, or the night after, the first day of him being president. And I said, hey guys, all this stuff about because everybody was into problematic and writing think pieces about, this and that. I was like, so this is what you did. Thank you.
Yeah, this is where it got us.
That was my feeling back then, was this is what's happened, is that there's no conversation going on anymore. Nobody's really defending liberal politics, and there isn't a real conservative running. It's just a shit show and a piece of shit.
The right can just put out a guy that goes, aren't they fucking crazy, and do well because of how crazy the left is.
I think the next thing that would restore the country is a fucking normal conservative, a normal Chris Christie.
Yeah.
Just a normal fucking dude. Because there's no Democrat. First of all, They're all behind. There's nobody even thinking.
Yeah.
There's not. But at this point, it's 2022. The presidential election is in 2024, and not one Democrat is talking about running. So it's going to be Biden, and
It can't be.
it feels.
It literally can't be.
I think it literally can't be too. So I don't really know what we
Kamala,
got. And it's such a mess over on the Democrat side. But it can't be these guys who are just pushing whatever button that day. I'm going to go against the liberals on this because that's what they're mad about today. It's got to be somebody who goes back to just regular. And I don't want a conservative president, but I believe I live in a democracy and that the president should only sometimes reflect my values because I'm a part of the country. I'm not the whole country.
Yeah.
So if I lived in a country where I love the president my whole lifetime, that would be fucked up because I only agree with about 38% of the people in the country.
Yeah.
So that's, to me, what is the test of what a president should be? Is it that he should be compassionate, strong, all these? To me, what he should be is a representative of the people's will. Remember this thing that I said, he is a president. He presides. Like when they talk about, like real intellectuals talk about it and real press guys, they say, you are president. They don't say you're the president. They say you're president. And Obama used to say, when it comes to president, he didn't say he would say president because it's a verb. You're presiding. Like I said, it's a simple job. Trump always talks about leader. When you're a leader, you're not a leader. You're not a ruler. You are presiding over a process. You're presiding over a process of equals deciding things together. You're supposed to be just one of the people who was chosen to step up and run shit for a while, being told by this group of all we also voted for what to do. That's what the legislators, and then these 9 people who are looking after, making sure that it's supposed to result in the right thing and keeping the tiller in the right direction.
Yeah.
But it's a humble position. That's why I don't think it belongs to a guy like him. I think it's fascinating that he took it for those 4 years. And they fucking impeached him twice. If you impeach somebody and they win, it makes them stronger.
Yeah.
I mean, Clinton proved that. It's just so fucking stupid.
If it wasn't for COVID, he'd still be there.
I don't know. It's hard to say. He really was running hot, and he didn't give a fuck. And that's just something's gonna get you. Same with Nixon. Same with Caligula. Just something that you left because you didn't care. Same with Putin. I mean, these guys who just they create a ball of energy that shoots so high, but it burns everything around them. And when they need someone, if you stay in politics long enough, you're going to have a moment where things aren't good. And you look to your right and somebody's like, fuck you. And you start to take a dump into the ground. Now, if you get your hold on the mechanisms hard enough, get rid of. To me, the thing about Trump is that he had no respect for democratic process. To me, the thing on the left is they have no respect for liberty. This America is about democracy and liberty. Okay, it's about that we choose amongst ourselves and that there's a working, fair democracy. And it's about you can say what you want, you can believe what you want, you can be who you want, you can have the identity you want, you can be anything you want, and no one and the great American ideal is leave people the fuck alone. That's the one they forget. It's not about say this, say that. It's about leave folks alone. Let people do what they want. And the left forgot that. They don't give a fuck about freedom of speech anymore. They don't get how stupid it is to shut people up and how quickly that's going to come around and kick you in the ass. Same thing with Trump. If you just wield authority like this, say fuck democracy, no one's going to have your back.
Yeah.
No one's going to be there to make sure you're doing the right thing like the press is supposed to do and doesn't do anymore. So that's, to me, the two sides have fucked up those two principles.
And that the problem is both those sides are correct to point the finger at the other side.
Yes, that's
and
why
be this is why we're fucked up. That's why we're fucked up.
That's
and they
why
just won't stop.
That's why it becomes a looking glass, because they don't understand each other. And yes, they are right about each other.
Yeah, they're right.
They're right about each other. The left is right about Trump. Trump's right about the left, and all the people that are left, and so it's a mess. But the thing I count on is just human spirit, human nature, which is that we like each other. I think and we like to laugh at each other, and everybody knows that they're full of shit. Everybody knows. It's the thing that's sad about the phone to me, and this is the last thing I'm going to say because I'm losing my mind. Can I say this last thing?
This.
You get on a subway train or on a bus or on a plane, and you look at another person, and there's that weird eye contact thing. You're like, ugh. And you look at a person, and you kind of hate. We're reptilian. Like I know, fuck that guy.
Yeah,
he's competition or whatever it is. But you look at a person, and you go, he ain't that bad. And then you see him look at you, and you see yourself through his eyes, and you think, I ain't that great. These are these two very important parts. He ain't that bad. I ain't that great. And you get that from eye contact and personal contact, and through forced, you just around people that you don't love, around people that that aren't like you. That's why I've always loved New York City, because it always used to feel like that. But with this thing, you don't have to ever have that moment. You're just looking into this, and it keeps this magical algorithm keeps telling you more and more of what you want to feel. It doesn't give you any. It keeps you from any resistance. You know, kids get out of college and they just feel like idiots because they go in the world and nobody cares what they think. But they start to get stronger every day they meet with resistance, and also they start to hear shit they don't believe in and believe some of it. You know what I mean? And their world expands. But this thing takes you into a smaller world every day, smaller and smaller, further away from other people. And everybody, instead of learning and growing, everybody's becoming retarded. That's where Trump came from. And I don't know what's next. I really don't. I don't know what they're going to do. That's all I got.
Hell yeah.
Please don't post this.
Deleted.